Chapter 101, Astral Projection. Private Roman, Shiro, you might have to come here now. Private Shiro. Private Roman, a girl, no, a servant claims to be your acquaintance in the past. Private Shiro, okay. Who is it? Private Roman, she calls herself Altera. Past acquaintance? How could it be possible? Shiro murmured as he headed to the attached files, whereas Kuroniko compiled every single thing about Fate Grand Order. After some manual searching, he soon found one, a meme with the file name bat_civ. Simply put, a servant that has a spinning RGB blades is threatening to destroy the Gacha civilization due to how bad it is, mainly about its low RNGs that would induce rage, depression and some other negative mental afflictions. Just as he was about to click the Altera file, he realized one huge thing. Wait a damn minute. That RGB sword. The sword that she wielded is none other than the one in his memory. He knew about Altera before since he schemed the entire Singularity arc, but he's still surprised to confirm that it belonged to her. Shiro recalls the sensation of touching it, and he could only describe one thing: destruction. Reading the file, he realized that it made so much sense. First of all, this servant is connected to the civilization destroyer known as Felber-02 or simply Seafar. Simply put, she's a foreign entity that only sought destruction of any civilizations, thus she aimed for Earth. There are two versions of her descent, the Extella 1 and the non-Extella 1, their only difference is that the Seafar first used the moon cell in the moon to 3D print the heroic spirit Altera down to Earth, while the latter didn't do any of that. Instead, she directly attacked Earth, only to be felled by Excalibur, the divine construct made and empowered by the planet itself. In the non-Extella version, Seafar's corpse remained until the Huns found it. There, Altera was found and adopted by them as a killing machine known as Attila of Huns. With this, her power was severely weakened, all the while she lost her memories as the vanguard of the Umbral Star. By creating a mark in history, she successfully managed to enter the throne of heroes. This came with a single problem, however. There's still a link between Seafar and Altera, making the latter seek destruction by using whatever power she has. Long story short, she's dangerous. Private Shiro, wait a minute, how did she figure out your connection with me? Private Roman, I don't know, really. She suddenly asked for her husband while staring at me. Other than that, she completely disregarded the Grail and handed it over to Ritsuka and Mash. Private Shiro, what about the Singularity? Private Roman, it's already finished. That Singularity returned to the proper human history. Though, we promised to summon her here at Chaldea. Private Shiro, isn't it impossible? Your servant summoning system is still flawed at this time, yes. Private Roman, I might have, fixed it too soon. Private Shiro, what? What about your plan? During their time at Enkrad, Shiro and Roman agreed that they'll keep everything as it is until the final Singularity. They wouldn't want stronger and more troublesome enemies to appear, thus this. Private Roman, I have no choice. She declared that she'll destroy humanity in the next Singularity if we couldn't summon her. Knowing this, Shiro could only sigh. Perhaps, this is the start of the troubles that he'll face. I might have to put it forward. He removed his sleepy expression as he sat on the bed. While wearing his set of black pajamas, he tapped the chat group panel for a few times before he arrived at the world travel section. Right now, he has more than 21,000 points, which is simply enough for a round trip. Tapping it, Shiro then chose Chaldea as his destination. 1,000 points had been deducted. World travel initiating. Destination, Chaldea. Warping in 10. 9, 8. 7. 3, 2. 1. With a flash of light, he soon disappeared in Terra, only to reappear in a white dorm room the next second. Coincidentally, he's also sitting on the side of the bed. Alright, their influence are much weaker here. Shiro mumbled after he felt the suppressive aura bore down on him. With his a foreigner's buff, he managed to feel it more clearly than before. Bam! Suddenly, the door is kicked open. The person who did it is the most troublesome one that Shiro had wanted to avoid for a long time. The servant with his white hair and signature red overcoat from the church glared at Shiro with a serious expression. To alarm Alea so much. Who are you? The man, Shiro Emiya, asked. Oops. I take back my previous statement. Things are also troublesome here. Yawning, Shiro swiped through the chat group panel. Though, this alerted Emiya even more, thinking that he's about to use some kind of magecraft. Don't worry if we part this time. Shiro smiled at him before continuing, we'll meet soon enough. 1,000 points had been deducted. 2, 1. World travel commences. With a flash of light, Shiro returned back to Terra, leaving the confused Emiya behind. Huff. Huff. In the middle of the night, Shiro is gasping for air. Ever since he visited Chaldea today, he decided to begin his experiment. In his bed is a figure identical to himself, albeit more translucent, a round golden light is in its chest. Shiro called it astral projection. This is the result of his hours of hard work. Using what he got from the random spins, he managed to mimic a servant. To be exact, he created a clone of himself. Of course, he still has to switch his consciousness here before it'll work. It's also thanks to the servant's spiritual core, SSR, that he got did he succeed. Originally, its main use is for a replacement for a servant to have another life when their core gets pierced, but Shiro modified its usage to it being the anchor of his mana and mental power. Meaning, he'll have to empty his mana reserves and mental power for it to work. Moreover, he also has to recharge it from time to time or else the clone would collapse, leaving the spiritual core behind. Thanks to his max level control, he can use these energies to mimic a body. Though, it also mutated and added ether to its composition, making it more similar to a real body. Since the ether came from the core itself, Shiro didn't need to do anything about this and let it do its job instead. If this works, I'll be able to travel to more worlds. He thought as he switched his consciousness to the clone. Opening his eyes, Shiro found it quite strange for the first time, the power that he possessed are gone in this body. Still, he can exert power up to an Aura Knight's. Better than nothing, I guess. Still, he found out that he can use a part of his abilities, such as the Aurora Curtain and Eternal Arms Mastery, X. There's also the other powers of his from the random spins, which made him more stronger than those Aura Knights. Time for a second visit. An Aurora wall appeared in the bedroom. Stepping on it, Shiro found himself back in Chaldea. As it disappeared, he soon found out the result of his own theory. I'm not suppressed here. Fact number 55, Nasoverse's gods are overwhelmingly strong. Aside from the machine gods in the Lost Belt, there's another event where their prowess is shown. In Ixtela, Amaterasu sensed Hakuno's presence way back in the Age of Gods, and summoned it at that exact time. Hakuno also noted how dense true ether is in her temple, and that she can affect even the future from the past. Knowing how she has the same power level as 7th stage Seafar, we can glean how these strong gods can treat space-time like SHT, and why true magics aren't compatible with their era. P.S. Take this with a grain of salt, this is Nasoverse's power scaling. Even if the numerical combat power is canon, only their feats should be treated more concretely. Chapter 102, Hello there. You've really succeeded, hey. Roman said as he schemed through the paperwork on his desk. It's a product of skills and luck. Though, I never expected to do so within first try. Right now, Shiro is in the director's office in Chaldea. The moment he manifested in the empty control room, he immediately went to Roman's current office. Sitting in a chair, he asked, how the heck did you have that many paperworks? It's only been the second singularity. I kind of shot myself in the foot. Roman replied. Instead of the usual 20 people back then, there's the heroic spirits now. Due to him prematurely upgrading Chaldea's fate summoning system, they can now summon stronger and more complete heroic spirits through Mash's shield. Though, summoning is really luck-based, just as portrayed in the game. After all, they mostly do their summons without any catalysts. Only the heroic spirits that they encountered during each singularity can be specifically summoned since they possess their catalysts. What about Altera? Did you? Nope, not yet. It'll take a few more days before Da Vinci and the technical team can further upgrade it. Her Saint Graph is even more ridiculous than divine spirits. Altera, the incarnation of the White Titan, is actually much stronger than this. If not for the fact that she's a servant, she can draw out her true power, something capable of defeating Amaterasu and any other gods in Earth. As for the divine spirits, Shiro muses that he might be able to defeat them in their servant form, given the right matchup. If he's in his real body, this chance grows bigger. A few days, all right. Shiro thought about it for a while before he added, you might want to enjoy your time now that there's still no divine spirits and the likes yet. The beasts classes, too. Hearing this, Roman could only thank his lucky stars for the chat group. If not for it, he wouldn't be able to go through the first few days easily. He didn't sleep at that time since he reorganized the base and guided Ritsuka and Mash from the back. In the end, he got through 7 days with a total of 30 minutes of sleep every day. You're right. Ha. Looks like I really shot myself in the foot too bad when I decided to create Goetia. Roman said with a depressed voice. When he turned into a normal human, he thought that he'll be able to feel those emotions freely. That is, until he saw bits of future detailing humanity's destruction. That's why he doesn't have the leverage to feel happiness despite becoming one. This changed when the chat group appeared. Even for a little bit, he did experience happiness when he forgot his problems for a while. Thus, he became more determined to help humanity, he already fulfilled his wish, after all. Don't worry too much about it. You agreed to have that once chance, remember? Shiro said. Right. If that doesn't work. Roman's face turned serious for a moment. Please let me do my part. You're saying as if I would stop you. Shiro replied to him with a smile. I know you quite well. Hearing this, Shiro wryly smiled and said, I wouldn't stop you. Really? Really? Sigh. I'll trust you on that one. Roman's expression went back to normal as he busied himself in work. As for Shiro, he went off to an unexpected place. Sizzle. Crackle. At this moment, Shiro is cooking with a focused expression. The aroma of different strong spices wafted from it, making one drool with just the smell of it. Since it's past dinner already, no kitchen staff could be seen here, there are no heroic spirits either. After making his finishing touches, he soon topped it on a bowl of white rice. He specifically prepared 3 bowls for it, one for him and Roman. As for the last one. The door opened at this exact moment, revealing a familiar servant. This scent. It's perfect. Who? Hello there. Shiro interrupted the dumbfounded servant with a greeting. You are that person 5 days ago. That's right. He replied. Shiro sported a casual attire right now, a black t-shirt and black pants. He also wore a black apron as he washed the utensils that he used through rune magic. But how? It no longer told you to kill me. That's right. Shrugging, he replied, well, I managed to bypass it. The servant, Emiya, could only be confused. That time, Alea strongly wanted Shiro to disappear. Yet now, it doesn't care anymore? Though, he suppressed his thoughts for now as he saw Shiro's cooking. Even when he forgot about it, he instinctively shivered at the sight of it. In fact, he is very familiar with it in the past as he almost went to the heaven as he ate it with the fake priest. The latter would only rejoice at its sight, however. It is none other Kotomine Kairei's favorite dish, Mapo tofu. Want one? There's rice this time, so you shouldn't worry. Shiro said. Just as he started to cook, he already saw this outcome since cooking is engraved into Archer Emiya's very being. The latter could even guess the quality of the dish based on the aroma alone. This time. Emiya mumbled suspiciously upon hearing this. Due to his memories of his early days being forgotten, he doesn't know that he ate it that one time with the fake priest. Meanwhile, Shiro took one of the bowls and disappeared after he stepped into the Aurora wall. When he arrived in the director's office, he passed this on to Roman who's still busy working. As the aroma of the dish spread all throughout the room, Roman said, You're one heck of a cook. Why, thank you. I'll be continuing the small talk with the other chef, so see you later. With the Aurora curtain, he soon returned to the kitchen. Emiya, who saw this, became surprised since he's certain that it's not a form of magecraft. As to how he knew, the Aurora curtain not producing any fluctuations is the sign that it's not a magecraft. What's more, this power reminded him of a certain person who wielded something similar to this. In the end, he followed this mysterious man to the cafeteria, the Mapo tofu bowl in his hands. Once they sat down, the two began eating it silently. The savory sauce, the perfectly fried tofu, the white rice, and the spiciness blended into one and created a harmonious taste. It didn't taste too spicy nor too savory, it has the perfect balance. While eating, Shiro took a look at its information panel from his system. Mapo tofu. Description: a savory Eastern dish made by a godly chef, the only chef who entered the realm of unthinkable. The white rice provides a certain amount of correction to the spiciness of the Mapo tofu, which depends from person to person. Effects: plus 50% strength, plus 50% health recovery, plus 50% stamina recovery. Lasts for 1 hour. My cooking skill is doing its wonders again. He thought if the man on the opposite side can notice this change, in which he really did. What kind of cooking is this? Is this your skill? Emiya asked as he felt the boosts from it. It can be considered as one. Soon, they finished the entire bowl while satisfied. Shiro looked at the other Shiro and finally asked, What are you curious about? Emiya wasn't surprised about this and looked at him in the eyes, rather, the blindfold that's covering his eyes. Are you a magician? A/N, if anyone forgot, Kairi invited Shiro to eat Mapo tofu before, only for him to almost faint with just one bite. Fact number 56, Mapo tofu is extremely spicy, to the point that eating jalapenos might seem like a heaven. If we factor this in how Kairi ate it without rice, thereby letting him experience its full power, we can say that Kotomine Kairi is a monster. That's why Shiro almost collapsing after eating a single bite is not an exaggeration. Chapter 103, Company. Magician? If it's what you're thinking of, then you're mistaken. Shiro paused for a while before continuing, but I do possess powers similar to them. Just like the second true magic, Kaleidoscope, his Aurora curtain can travel through parallel worlds. Not only that, he can also use it to do time travel. Simply put, Aurora curtain is similar to the kaleidoscope in nature, yet different at the same time. The former doesn't provide the authority of parallel world operation. Though, what it can provide is a stable bridge between any and all parallel worlds, something that Kaleidoscope doesn't have. Based on the anime material, Shiro deduced that second true magic has some kind of limitation, such as Zelrich not being able to travel between each fate universe, only passing on his memories to his parallel selves. There's also the fact that he can't go outside the fate universe. I see. You're a foreigner. Emiya suddenly said after realizing his strange abilities. Exactly. Having visited countless parallel Earths as a counter-guardian, Emiya has extensive knowledge in regards to magecraft. He even knows some about Age of Gods magecraft. That's why he got confused the moment he saw Shiro's rune magic. At first, it looks similar to the primordial runes of Odin, but the way he casted it felt different. There's no god's aura of sorts when he did so. Instead, the vibe that it gave is one with the world. Moreover, Shiro also wrote several runes before he casted another water spell, something that is vastly different from the one-character magecraft of fate. Well, you might also meet more foreigners soon. Their disposition will be another thing, though. He said as he stood up from his seat and made the kitchen utensils float using his mental power. With a single series of water magic and wind magic, he successfully cleaned the dishes in a single second and sent them back to the kitchen with Aurora curtain. Yawn. It's already nighttime. Shiro said as he opened another Aurora curtain leading back to Terra. Maybe we could spar next time under peaceful context. Alright. By the time he left, Emiya was released from his vigilant state. Even when he fought against strong entities, he was supplied by Alea at that time. Now that he doesn't have it, he has to be cautious at the person who might have power to endanger the world itself. Even when he saw Shiro appearing in a servant-like state, he still hadn't dropped his guard. I didn't ask for his name. Suddenly, he realized this blunder of this. Though, what he doesn't know is that their names has a great chance of confusing the people of Chaldea in the future. MN. After an entire 8 hours of sleep, Shiro finally woke up on his bed in Columbia's hotel. His experiment last night exhausted him so much, something that he only felt the second time. Shiro, the property acquisition is successful. Congrats on owning a 30-floor building, I guess. Cardinal appeared on a hologram. The light cube is placed on top of the desk just beside the bed. As for the company acquisition, they didn't mind being taken over. MN. I see. Thanks, Cardinal. He replied with hazy eyes. Naturally, taking over a company is much better than building one from scratch. They already have their talents, foundation, and even reputation. That's why he opted to take over 5 and merge them into one. While the companies that he took over are the failing ones, they're also the companies that shone the brightest through his A Wealthy Dragon buff. After rebranding it and manipulating the internet for a while, they are ready to launch once more. Unlike their previous fields, which is centered on pharmaceuticals and originum reactor plants, they opted for the tech field instead, originum-powered products, to be exact. The chat group store is such a goldmine that there are many advanced technology that would only exist in the far future. By purchasing one of them and reverse engineering it himself, the only thing they needed to do is to build the said product based on its blueprint. From smartphones and refrigerators to assistant robots and originum-powered industrial suits. Releasing all of them is enough to kickstart Terra's already insane technological progress to an all-time high. Of course, what Shiro would provide at first are the ideas and first version of the said products, lest these talents would lose productivity. As someone who considers himself as a good mentor, he decided to let them have a good development and speed up their progress by gradually giving it to them. Only when they developed good enough would he give them the more advanced ones. He's not stupid to let them fumble around randomly when they can find the correct path easily with his help. There's also the fact that it'll get troublesome if they comes up with a highly advanced technology that is coveted by the other's major powers. Even though he's strong, Shiro believes that there's still people stronger than him as of the moment. The Farenmuts of Yan is a good example of that. Of course, he chose the long-term investment to nurture great subordinates for him to laze around. Let's just hope that some good talents will pop up. He muttered as he stood up in a daze. Going to the bathroom, he created a water ball and drenched it on his head, waking him up completely. Thanks to wind magic, he didn't need a blower to dry his hair. In a couple of seconds, his appearance looked the same as earlier. Right. Shiro inevitably saw the tail gear now that he's wearing a t-shirt. From his senses alone, he felt like it's undergoing some change of sorts. Though, he wouldn't know this change until it fully manifests. It'd be funny if it summons an artifact spirit of sorts. Wearing his blindfold, he then opened his phone. Included there is the map of this nomadic city. There are some marks that he placed in yesterday when he and Surtur went out to buy the property of that house and building. When he went out of his bedroom, he saw Surtur standing still expressionlessly. She held her sheathed greatsword in her arms, intimidating any malicious person nearby. They soon left the hotel after checking out. Do you want to visit the house first or the company? House. House it is. On the way, they ate on a Chinese restaurant, only for her to be reminded of his cooking once more. Noticing her looking at him, he smiled and said, "I'll cook for our lunch." She wordlessly nodded, but she slightly looked forward to it. Her mind went towards the memories inside her head. In some of them, there are few chefs that she had interacted with, but their skills don't come as close as Shiro's 30%. What's more, she feels delighted in all of them, which helped lessen her confusion. After all, her memories are a huge contradiction, and it's surprising that there are some memories that didn't. Soon, they headed to their new home. A/N, welp, looks like WN chose to revert back all the changes after a day. Must have realized how huge the impact had been once they've done the whole website shenanigans. Fact number 57, in our Knights, there's a reference to the Roman Empire, the Gaul Empire. In the canon, they are one of the strongest powerhouse of that time, and they only got destroyed due to 4 more powerhouses ganging up on their capital in a surprise attack, much like Constantinople. It's so influential to the point that their language became the equivalent of English during that time. If not for the Witch King, a very powerful individual and the strongest arts caster, Gaul might have the potential to clash with Khazad. Chapter 104, Coincidence. The two of them arrived in a huge residential area. Each of the houses here, while they doesn't look too big, has a luxurious design on it. Also, their residents are all part of the upper class. It is to be expected since the average prices of the houses are in millions. Just their new residential house alone costed more than 150 million Lungmen dollars. With this, one can start a small company already. Though, the main reason why he chose to live here is for 2 things, connection and luxury. Instead of butting in their business all so suddenly and causing animosity, he plans to be friends with them in a single hour. As to how their talks would go, it'll be based on their reaction. As expected, some pedestrians shot interested looks when they saw him taking out a gold card before entering. Meanwhile, Surtur got too used to these gazes, thus she kept her straight face. "MN? What a coincidence." Pretending not to notice the sisters who passed them, Shiro made way to their new home. He opened the gates before being greeted by the greenery on its front yard. A slightly huge marble fountain is in the middle of the stone path. What's more, this fountain has a bluish metal engravings. That metal is a rare one that can only be purchased at 50,000 LMD per pound. With his 6 eyes, he saw that 14.59 kilograms was used in it, which equates to 1,607,000 LMD. Still, this luxuriousness didn't faze the two. Shiro doesn't value money much while Surtur simply doesn't care about it. A casual house. Just as what I like. He mumbled as he opened the door using the gold card. In an instant, the normal-looking door that's actually made up of hard metals opened with a beep. The interior is what Shiro had expected. There's a living room, kitchen, and a second floor for the personal rooms. There's also a guest room vacant, but he's not sure if it'll be used. He could have actually bought a mansion separate from this residential area, but chose not to since the only ones available are the ones sold by people facing bankruptcy. It needs maintenance and workers, something that Shiro finds troublesome. "What do you plan to do now?" Surtur asked when they both sat down the huge couch. "I'll settle some matters here in Colombia before, going to Khazad." Silence. As a sarcasm, she's actually been there for a few times, yet the impression that she has of it is the worse. Seeing her own people killing each other due to conflicts of interest isn't something good to look at. They've been going at each other's neck for 100 years now, to boot. Then there's also Yan nearby, a country that is closed off from the rest of the world. The remaining Farenmuts living there are also in conflict. In fact, she faced one of their fragments in a form of a stone tablet that transforms into an Eastern dragon. With her flame arts, she was able to defeat it single-handedly, albeit she almost lost control due to that battle. Only after a few years did she fully recover from it. "I don't have any qualms visiting my homeland." "All right." A brief silence occurred between the two, and only after Shiro spoke did it end. "Since there's not much to do, how about we spar?" he said. "A spar? It would only destroy the city." "No, we wouldn't fight in this city. Remember Sargon's desert? We can go there right now." "Fine." They stood up before the aurora curtain engulfed them in a split second. When she opened her eyes, she found out that they're back in Sargon. Shiro flipped the right side of his blindfold up and confirmed that there are no people within 5,000 kilometers radius. He could actually go beyond this, but his gaze will be detected by those Farenmuts. Even worse, they might come after him if it ticked them the wrong way. Those gods are simply on another level, both in powers and temperaments. After taking some distance from each other, they soon began their spar. Shiro suddenly flew upwards using his aura wings before summoning dozens of books. Surtur also followed suit by flying at his direction before brandishing her great sword at him. Suddenly, these books turned open and began flipping madly. When her blade is about to touch his face, it suddenly froze in place. It felt as if there's a wall blocking between them. Seeing this, she soon disengaged, and her instincts are right. Invisible spears made up of hardened space pierced her previous location. As a result, a tear was created in the fabric of space itself, forming a crack with black void inside it. The next second, it repaired itself in an instant. What was that? She asked with a slight surprise in her tone. Ah, that? I imbued the concept of infinity in the space between us. It's still in its prototype version, so the energy consumed is quite high. It is the result of the ability from his other reality marble, Library of the End. It allowed him to harden the concepts found in those books before rewriting reality. An example of that is a book with a bunch of fire magic in it. If he used it, it has the same effect as instant cast, he'll be able to summon those fire without the creation of runic circles. Going to that direction, Shiro used his knowledge stack and found books related to physics. One such concept that caught his attention is the concept of infinity. In mathematics, it pertains to the endless amount of decimal numbers during convergent and divergent sequences. In science, it points out the universe's endless expansion after the Big Bang. There are many other concepts similar to the two above, and those were the ones that he combined. As a result, he can materialize the concept of never-ending space between him and the outside world. With this, nothing would be able to touch him. Of course, it also comes with the downsides. One of them is the cut of connection of the world, preventing him from doing his insane mana regeneration. It gets reduced by 40%, considering that the atmosphere's mana is being absorbed by him every time. There's also the lack of oxygen and the likes, but his strength and physique can solve it. As for the other downside, anything superior to it can break it, a strong god can break it through brute force due to the life level difference. Lastly, it consumes a huge amount of mana when more power is absorbed by it. He can further optimize its usage, but it's for another time. A strike of her consumed more than 30% of my mana. Shiro thought as he deactivated it before regenerating his lost mana. If it's someone stronger, I might deplete all my mana for a single hit. Still, that's enough to turn the tides of a battle. Let's continue this. Surtur said with blazing determination. In the past, her power is the only one with her, the one that safeguarded her. That's why she shares the same sentiment as Shiro in regards to power. Sure. He replied with a smile. Unknowingly, he started to develop the same trajectory as Six Eyes' original holder. Fact number 58, did you know that Uncle Milnar and Emi Yakuritsugu share the same voice actor, Rikiya Koyama? It's also a coincidence that both of them are pragmatic, with the former disregarding a knight's honor in the modern day while the latter can sacrifice lives to save the greater good. For the background of Milnar, he's a former knight of a country called Kazimirs. There, knights fight in arenas, much like how gladiators do. It's due to the times changing that these so-called knights are relegated as gladiators for profit, considering that many would buy the tickets to watch them, thus earning revenue for Kazimirs. Both Milnar and Kiritsugu are also a man of few words, but terrifying once they act. Chapter 105, Complete Destruction. After a few hours, their spar had ended, no clear winner emerged from it. Every time Surtur used a decisive strike, Shiro blocked it with infinity. Even though his mana got depleted entirely, he can fully recover it within 3 seconds at most thanks to his A Foreigner's buff and advanced perception that complemented his max level control stat. Though, Shiro separated once more to deal with a matter that he placed on the sidelines, Haiden Pharmaceuticals. To be precise, they're remnants who built another company under a disguise. It is unknown how they remained free, but he guessed that it's most likely due to Colombia's government itself. Heck, he wouldn't even get surprised if Rhine Labs and Haiden Pharmaceuticals are connected, considering that the former is one of the biggest company in Colombia. Going further in this deduction, he concluded that this can be used as a good friend material against them if he's right. When things become less troublesome and his company becomes influential enough, he can basically do anything with them, be it destroy them or expose their darkest secrets. As to why he's more inclined to do so, it's due to his memories. The Fenrir has a rough childhood, and the greatest challenge that he faced is to escape from that alchemist's laboratory. When he escaped and gradually became stronger, he saw this problem the most in his kinsmen, the demonic beasts. Even if they gain sentience and have a humanoid form, they still treated them as trash and slaves, simply because of one reason, Fenrir's downfall. Afraid that someone like him would emerge once more, Odin's pantheon did their best to lower the beast's standing, to the point that they only have gods that could be counted in one hand. The other pantheons stayed silent in this treatment, giving a neutral stance to it. Though, there's also a few ones that took pity on them, such as the gods of death. That's why Fenrir became best friends with the king of underworld, Hades. No wonder I felt so familiar back then. When Shinji first used his spear arts, he somehow felt nostalgic for no reason. This problem is now solved after that. He stopped reminiscing and teleported nearby Haiden Pharmaceuticals' new company under the name of SIV's Pharmaceutical. With his 6 eyes, he saw their underground laboratory. In it, dozens of young children consisting of Sarkaz, Liberi, and Agir lied down on metal beds while strapped. Tisk. While Shiro doesn't consider himself as a hero of justice, he himself is biased in such situations. It's more apt to say that he's satisfying his self-interest, but his actions says so otherwise. Time to go with a bang. He murmured as he casted white shields on each children present in the laboratory. Then, he swept in many documents and the royal flame demon shards from afar by engulfing them in his dimensional storage. It can be opened anywhere, thus this happened. When he got a few documents stating Haiden's allegiance to Rhine Labs and the being involved with something called Project Diabolic, he soon began casting his hydrogen arts. At that moment, countless hydrogen atoms transformed into hydrogen isotopes. They might be different from each other, but their main characteristic is the same. They are the main components of a hydrogen bomb. These hydrogen atoms started fusing all in under a second. The energy produced by their nuclear fusion naturally didn't escape the laboratory's scanning equipment. What did just? Large amount of energy, in this laboratory. It grew even stronger as time passed. When he was about to detonate it, one of them somehow noticed its similarities with hydrogen bombs. His pupils grew smaller as he exclaimed, "Run! We have to run!" Boom! Nonetheless, he's too late to notice it as a huge explosion occurred. Hollow flames appeared before it slowly spread out, filling in the hollow parts. The entire building got scorched as many fragments of it flew high in the sky. Soon, its entire surroundings became burned ground. Flames crackled as they marked the sudden destruction of a company in the capital of Colombia. Not far away from it, a mechanical man wearing a pair of brown overcoat and pants stared at the explosion from the distance. Someone beat us to it. This person is none other than Tin Man. The reason why he's called like that is due to his robotic body. Unlike Kaltzit and the other Farinwoods, some managed to find immortality in their own ways. One of them is just like what Kaiba Akihiko did, which is the transfer of consciousness. In Tin Man's case, he transferred it to a specially created mechanical body. In the surface, he's the chairman of Maylanders Association, a non-government organization that advocates children's rights to improve their living conditions. But, the said organization is actually the vigilante organization that destroys laboratories dealing with human experimentations and saves the subjects there. Their information network is wide, having infiltrated each of Colombia's major organizations within. As to why he paid a visit in the capital, their radar caught whiff of another pharmaceutical company that is related to Haiden, to Rhine Labs, to be exact. They dealt with Haiden and many more in the past few years, thus it became a basic operation to them. Notably, it is also the time when Colombia decided to start Project Diabolic for military purposes. If they succeeds, they'll break the power balance of Terra. Then, it's not impossible if things become too chaotic to the point that the slumbering Farinwoods would join in the war themselves. Of course, the reason why he opposes the said project is due to another matter. A pyrokinetic art that used hydrogen atoms? The times had caught up to us, I see. In the past, only the Sarkaz in the royal court can achieve such fine control with pyrokinetic arts, but it seems like everything would evolve given time. Lowering his brown fedora hat, he silently left amidst the panicked civilians. Sigh. Looking at the peacefully sleeping children, Shiro calmed down his boiling rage. It's much worse than he assumed when he saw them personally due to all three of his memories reacting as such. Fenrir has a huge hatred with child experimentation. Whitehair's judgment also shares the same sentiment either because of him being a hero or his good side. Shakikan is someone who also dealt with Kansens, ship girls, in a child form many times. All three of them converged, causing the amount of rage that he felt to an all-time high. Since I saved them, it's my responsibility to take care of them. Shiro muttered as he wore his augmented glasses after removing his blindfold. He didn't mind the expenditure of his mind and mana as he did so. Just on time, Cardinal emerged on her usual librarian clothing. So you're weak against kids? She said. It depends on their circumstances. Originally, he doesn't get affected by his memories. Only when all three of them emerged did this happen. There's also his Fenrir bloodline, though there's also the other one gave him thirst for more knowledge. I assume you need my help. You're right on that one. Shiro said helplessly. He can actually do it on his own, but he prefers to be more laid back. Should I make you as my secretary and give salaries and vacations? Hearing this, Cardinal acted confused and replied, aren't I one already? Hey! Did you forget? I am willing to help you in any way possible when you took me out. Being your secretary is one of them. Essentially, I am yours. Shiro went silent for a moment. His eyes shook a little, an evidence that he got startled by the sudden teasing of this calm girl. You learned this from Kaujiki and Tuka, right? She only smiled and said, guess. Cardinal soon disappeared from his sights, though not without handling his problem earlier. Did my charm affect Ace too? He thought. Only now did Shiro realize that he's been suffering from too much success. A/N, Welp, the new world is now released on the PN. So, everyone can rest assured that it'll only take 9 chapters before it happens. As to what that anime is, you might get shocked by it. Personally, I haven't seen much of it in the fan fics that I've read. I don't know why, but it's unique, and it's a good one for me. Fact number 59, in the canon, Surtra is actually much weaker than anyone could have thought. Her physique, strength, and speed are at standard while her arts is labeled as flawed. She couldn't cast any arts at all. Only through her great sword can she be able to manipulate flames and do her S3, just Surtra it. Strange enough, she has a resistance towards oripathy to the point that her progress towards it is at 1%. Meaning, there's no visible originum crystals on her body. As to why I made her different from this, there's a plethora of reasons, such as her not absorbing that power remnant yet. I thought with the canon in mind, and since Doctor found her in a catastrophe-stricken area with messy memories, it only signified her state being much worse than depicted here. This will be explored more in the future chapters of this FIC. Chapter 106, Perfect Beauty. Big brother, look. A young Agir girl looked at Shiro with her scarlet red eyes. Her slightly long white hair swayed as she ran in his direction while holding a small canvas. There, a detailed drawing of Shiro is drawn. Unlike any other children out there, her skills in drawing is good enough to capture a hint of his perfection, something that is hard to do. Seeing this, he smiled at her and exclaimed, "Oh? It's me. This girl, Ri, is one of the few that he saved 2 days ago." Through Cardinal's help, they acquired a good property within a few million LMD as well as hire some caretakers from a trusted agency. Every day, Shiro never missed his visit as he interacted with the kids. Gaining their trust might have been hard for the others, but not for him. Not only did he save them, he also possessed the so-called max-level charm. Showing his sincerity is the final nail in the coffin. Shiro patted her head gently while he took the canvas and placed it to his dimensional storage. Of course, he created a tough carbon case for it using his carbon arts to ensure its protection. "I'll leave for today, so remember to finish your practice before you have fun. MK. Goodbye, big brother." Seeing her slightly teary eyes, he knew that there's still an insurmountable trauma in Ri. To her, he's the pillar of her life. While it sounds good on the paper, Shiro definitely doesn't prefer this as it'll only harm them in the future. He already experienced it a few times according to his memories, and those are the moments that he wouldn't want to happen again. That's why he trained them for their independence early on, something that applied on both Shinji and Sakura as well. Shiro sighed in melancholy as he left the premises before he saw Surtra waiting for him. Wordlessly, they blended into the crowd before the former used his aurora curtain that brought them back to their house. "You're really sure that you want to visit that world? You might get rejected by it or encounter someone stronger than you," he said. "I'm sure." Since that time when she knew about his otherworld escapades, Surtra asked him if she could come as well, in which he said that she could. Shiro underestimated her unsealed power, which led to this. "All right. Do you mind if I take off your disguise for now? I won't be able to supply it later." "MN." She nodded. In no time, the previous spells became undone as her feline ears disappeared, replacing that as her horns. Shiro took out a slightly hazy golden core made up of energy. Soon, golden particles appeared from it before forming a body identical to his. The spiritron dress that it has is also the same as his CCG uniform. Sitting on the sofa, Shiro summoned almost 100 spells to protect his real body while activating the mechanism he'd created days ago. Simply put, it'll force his consciousness back whenever there's a danger that exceeded the set level on it. "Cardinal, is Stria there?" Her figure appeared on his smartphone before she said, "No, she's busy playing with the kids. I'll leave this to you." "I understand." With a split second, his consciousness entered his astral projection. Then, he opened another aurora curtain that led to Chaldea before they stepped in. "That is quite bad, isn't it? Sheba designated you as a danger to humanity. What could be worse than that?" Shiro and Roman chatted as they went to the summoning room. In actuality, their summoning system still has flaws despite using Mash's shield as a core. The only reason why they now has such a stable summoning system is due to it serving as the place where heroes gather. Still, it would have taken them more time to fix the said flaws and summon heroic spirits with stronger saint graphs, if not for Roman intervening and giving them 5 round table fragments, SR, something that he got as a set from his special 10 times draw. These fragments temporarily bridged the gap, allowing Chaldea to summon stronger servants until the fragments break. Though, they would have fixed the flaws at that time, it wouldn't matter if it broke by then. A/N, remember Carrie's catalyst? It's like that. While they can't summon lost belt servants as of the moment, they could definitely aim for divine spirits, which will be of huge help considering what they would need to face in the later singularities. Right, you'll also see your father during the third singularity. Will he see through you? Shiro asked, making Roman pause for a second. Maybe. I mean, the Grail itself turned me into a normal human, so the chances are lower, I think. He also served as a king under God, just like you. So, chances are he would definitely notice you. Tough luck, but good luck nevertheless. Roman could only stare at him speechlessly. Just when he thought that no one could match up to his pessimism in Chaldea, this guy had done it. Soon, they arrived in the summoning room. The metal door slid automatically once it scanned Roman's ID card. They were greeted by a goddess. The first impression that one would get from her is simply beauty. Her pair of clear blue eyes curiously stared at the man beside Roman with inquisitive gaze. Though, it soon turned into interest as she circled around him swiftly. She patted Shiro's shoulders as she asked with a trembling voice. How did you have such beauty? It's perfect. Excuse me. Shiro stared at Roman, only to be met by the latter's helpless gaze. I've warned you before. He said while looking at Shiro. With no other choice, he confronted this excited woman in front of him. To be honest, I don't know. He wryly smiled as he continued, I'm an amnesiac, so the answers will have to wait until I regain my memories. Is that so? Knowing that he'll get grilled later on, Roman chose to introduce Shiro properly to her. Ahem. He is my good friend, Shiro. He came from another world. He's also the one who made those snacks, by the way. No wonder, those cookies are amazing. At this moment, someone called out to her. However, she focused her attention more on Mash's shield itself together with the round table fragments. Shiro, is it? Can we talk more about that matter later? Fine by me. With that settled, the beautiful woman, Da Vinci, activated the summoning circle underneath the shield. It started glowing with blue light, which is an indication of the summoning process beginning. Whoa! Seeing this in personal is nothing short of amazing. Shiro began comparing it to Kuroniko's experience of using her SQS to pull. Unlike the game, there's no cards that indicated the servant's class and their rarity. Instead, it's more similar to the summoning in Fate/0. That, minus the chance. Since Alea itself supported this world line wholeheartedly, there's no need for such formalities. A bright light blinded their vision as a heroic spirit responded to their call. Only Shiro is the one who could see the vague silhouette that's being formed by ether. Fact number 60, did you know that Siege, our knights, the cool lion, has the same VA as our Toria Pendragon, Ayako Kawasumi? What's more, her name is a reference to the Round Table, historically Siege Perilous, one of the vacant seats in the Round Table. It's reserved for the knight that would find success in their quest for the Holy Grail. With her Chinese name being play of words to the Advancing King, referencing many things from King Richard the Lionheart/King Arthur, and sharing the same VA as Artoria, I do wonder if it's just a coincidence. Chapter 107, Their Reunion. Due to his 6 eyes being attached in him, it still got carried on along with other SSR-rated abilities. It is the reason why he isn't blinded by such light now. Still, what he saw made him frozen. Torrents of emotion flooded his heart upon seeing the heroic spirit who responded to their call. Her pinkish-red pupils stared at him intently the instant she descended to Chaldea. She didn't even need a second before she came close to Shiro and hugged him, burying her face in his chest. By the time the lights died down, they were surprised to see that the servant that they've just summoned is intimate with him already. Shiro couldn't react at the sudden development that happened just now. Soon enough, he hugged her back instinctively. While confused, he sensed that she's tearing up, albeit not obviously. Private Shiro, I'll have to borrow your room for a section. After typing this in their private chat, Shiro left the scene together with her using an aurora curtain. Geez. Looks like your friend is popular, too. With women, that is. Da Vinci commented on the sidelines as she looked at the former king of mages. I cannot deny that. Just like usual, Roman replied with a helpless look. As soon as he heard her stifled sobs, the emotional turmoil that he's been experiencing worsened. Guilt, sadness, anger, helplessness. In the end, all of these ended up with, I'm sorry. Why apologize for something that he didn't even know doing? Others might be bewildered by such action, but he knows. Rather, his feelings know what to say. Even in the memories that he got, he didn't know why or how he ended up like this. He didn't know why he seemingly disappeared or perished. Only, he has the knowledge of the strongest power, the peak of his memories, so as to say. While his Shakikan memories ended at him gaining a state similar to a materialized soul, Fenrir and white hair are vastly stronger than that. One thought of them can erase an entire dimension out of existence. One of the memories that he got from the former is him throwing a kitchen knife on a god that has gained the 3 creator attributes, namely, omnipotence, omnipresence, and omniscience. These 3 makes up what is commonly known as creator gods. Simply put, they can rewrite the fabrics of reality onto a new one. They can even create new laws for the said reality, even, it's apt to say that it's the highest known level in every worlds. An example of that is Fenrir using his power to make the law, every sentient demonic beasts will have god level or above talent upon birth. With this, every single demonic beasts has the potential to reach godhood at the very least. As to why he didn't make it more ridiculous, it's because of the world's will restricting that. Fenrir had wanted to keep a status quo with it, thus he made an agreement with it. The other gods are different matter, however, since only he alone received the world will's cooperation in this ridiculousness. If others tried doing this, they're simply courting death. Even if they do not end up dying, they'll be expelled and banned by the world, leaving their race behind to fend off for themselves. That's not an acceptable outcome for them. There's also no need to make the said law even higher since this alone made the demon empire the strongest force in their world. Imagine fully grown demonic beasts, with them being gods at the very least. This is one of the reasons why Shiro kept being rejected by other worlds with strong and sentient world wills. Now, imagine the existences at those level being killed in one hit, with a kitchen knife nonetheless. This only signified that Fenrir is even above such beings. Leo. A clear voice rang out, muttering the true name of Fenrir. I've waited, for a long time. The woman, Altera, spoke once more. Her deep longing can be heard from it. You're the only one I have. Don't go. Hearing this, the guilt worsened in his heart. How could someone bear to leave a girl, Altera nonetheless? Knowing her from Grand Order, Altera is someone who doesn't have any will, even emotions. All she has is her ability to cause killings and destruction. Though, she also yearns for something else. Something that isn't related to any of those. I won't. Shiro said as he patted her head. With Altera being 10 centimeters shorter than him, it's possible. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. She separated her face from his face before tilting it upwards. Then, their lips met. Shiro felt her soft lips touching his, all the while when he was shocked. As if it wasn't enough, her tongue pried open his mouth. What's more strange is that, he loved that feeling. He tried to reciprocate it with his own deep kiss, only to be surprised at how proficient he is with it. Both of them are soon immersed in this feeling of warmth and sweetness. That is, until someone knocked on the door. Knock. Knock. Roman-san. The voice of a certain Cowherhay rang out from the outside. On her shoulders is a white-furred beast, which is something similar to a squirrel. Phew. It tilted its head upon sensing 2 foreign auras inside the director's office. Still, it dropped of its vigilance a moment later due to it feeling instinctively closer to the androgynous man inside. As if he'd done a huge merit to something related to it. He should be somewhere. She murmured before leaving. Meanwhile, the two inside stared at each other silently after their lips separated. It can be seen that Shiro's ears are in a shade of red, indicating his embarrassment internally. He tried to not make it show in his face, but he failed terribly. Then, his expression changed to a downcast one. I was about to say that. I forgot everything. I managed to recall some of my past memories, but I forgot about you. Shiro said in a sad tone. Hearing this, Altera is unfazed. She said, it doesn't matter. Leo is Leo. But Leo. No, Shiro. In contrast to her cold exterior before, she smiled brightly like a young maiden. I'll make you remember. Another round of wholesome kissing and hugging began. In each of them, Shiro is always being led by her. This didn't last long, however, as he took the initiative in the later stages. By the time Roman received a message and went back to his office, what he saw is Altera sitting on Shiro's lap. The latter hugged the former from behind while he placed his chin on her shoulder. Honestly, they now looked like a married couple. What did just happen in the span of 15 minutes? The confused Roman could only ponder as he sat on the edge of his desk. A/N, a quick announcement, I'll be rewriting the entirety of Chapter 1. It'll take 3 days or less and I'll inform here if it's finished. I'm deeply aware that it's confusing to others, more so when they haven't seen a part of our nights yet. I'm a newbie fanfic author at that time, though I'll not use this as an excuse to that flaw. So, feel free to point out some problems that you found out here. I'll be considering them seriously, well, except for the troll reviews that doesn't even point out what's wrong. Anyways, here's the brief fun fact of the day. Fact number 61, did you know that Tsukinogi, our knights, has the same VA as Iris Veal? Sadly, there are no references that link their character, unlike Siege's fun fact. Though, knowing this gave me an idea for a non-canon omake. Like, Milnar, Siege, and Tsukinogi being transported to Fate/Zero World and meeting Kiritsugu, Artoria, and Iri. Sounds good, right? Chapter 108, Shifted Stance. I won't ask about what happened, so. Would you like to live here, Altera-san? Roman asked in a casual tone. Nodding, she replied, that's fine. Roman sighed in relief after hearing this. At the very least, that's one less problem to think of. Just her ability to travel in singularities alone surprised him since it's not in the info that he'd painstakingly read. If even one evil servant has this ability, they might face more problems than before. That's why, he changed his stance to an active one, whereas he will actively steer Chaldea's future away from their destined one. They might face more challenges as a result, but lowering the amount of sacrifices is his responsibility as the acting director. That's great to hear. I'll arrange your lodging for now. You prefer the single-room ones, right? Altera only nodded wordlessly as a reply to that. All right. I'll be leaving you two for a while. He said so as he stared at Shiro behind her, with his looks saying, just tell me when you're done. Shiro saw through him and replied with a gaze of his own. He thought inwardly, much appreciated. Nothing beyond what you're thinking is going to happen, anyways. Roman left once more, but this time, he has to settle the dormitory of the White Titan who almost destroyed Earth. To do so, he has to check the empty dormitories in the record there. When one becomes an unimaginably strong entity, it is to be expected that their thinking are beyond the norm. No shackles would bind them as they live their lives freely. Or so the others thought. Unbeknownst to them, such entities has a concept of anchors that keep them the way they are. These anchors are the reason why they don't lose themselves to power or insanity. Truly, it is unbearable to live a lonely life in the peak. In this regard, both Whitehair, which is also known as the Supreme Magus, and Fenrir with the moniker of Demon God has such anchors. The former has his students and wives to accompany him in his pursuit of knowledge, while the latter also has his wives and subordinates together with him. As an anchor, they are deeply rooted to them, as they're the things that they care about the most. It is also why they have a connection with those two. Even when they die and reincarnate, the connection still exists, albeit faintly. Still, the said connection can grow stronger upon interacting with the anchors once more. This is what Shiro is experiencing right now. Interlocking hands, they visited several of Chaldea's facilities. Since she couldn't even leave to his world for long durations, they settled for meeting in Chaldea every day, in Roman's time. Of course, his looks had once again garnered attention, from the heroic spirits nonetheless. With a single look, all of them paused for a second. There's also the certain Satan, but his reaction is the opposite. His right eye twitched as he thought, that's the White Titan's incarnation, isn't it? Why did Alea designate her to the throne of heroes? Did it put me here to take care of humanity's problems or these servants instead? As a counter-guardian, he worked for Alea irrelevant of the time. His assignment might be before the modern age, but there's also a time where he went straight to the age of gods to decapitate an anomaly. That's why his experiences stacked up enough to form mind's eye, true, a testament of how many fights he'd gone through. In the end, he decided not to act if not ordered, thus he headed to the kitchen to relax instead. Meanwhile, the two reached the simulation room. With a few taps on its screen interface, the metallic door slid open. This is unlike the dormitories and other rooms since its only aim is for the masters to practice against phantasmal beasts and other worthy opponents. Inside, they saw a redhead fight against a wyvern, a monster similar to dragons, but with two legs. It has no breath attacks, but it has its claws, and their stinger that contains deadly poisons. However, the said phantasm beast has its chest struck with a dark crimson blade with blazing red flames. Upon taking it out, the monster disintegrated into golden particles. Sure. Surtur sensed his presence and is about to call his name when he saw an unfamiliar girl besides him. What's more, she acted intimately with him. Their hand-holding for heaven's sake. For a moment, her eyes widened in surprise before going back to her normal stoic self. Though, Altera kept looking straight at her. Beeb. Shiro's chat group panel rang out, prompting that someone messaged him once more. Opening it, his eyes turned serious for a while before going back to normal. I'll be gone for a section. MN. Surprisingly, both of them have the same response. Seeing this, he smiled before going to Roman's office with an aurora curtain. After he left, an unprecedented silence began between the two. It only ended when Altera smiled faintly as she said, "It should be fate that I met you." Surtur tilted her head in confusion. "You remind me of my former self," the white-haired girl said. She then added, confused. "With no purpose in life, being used only as a killing machine. How did you?" For the first time, Surtur's straight face was broken as she subconsciously summoned forth her flames, with the stone demon silhouette appearing behind her. Even so, Altera didn't seem bothered by it. She kept her calm expression, all the while she. "If you like him, don't hesitate to make a move. It's only a matter of time before the others arrive." "Others?" Surtur asked. "His other wives." Another round of silence started, but it's caused by Surtur's contemplation this time. Many thoughts passed through her mind. While she met Shiro not even a month ago, she considered the memories with him the most special, the one that stands out the most amidst her countless memories. Somehow, she couldn't confirm if what she's feeling is really love. That is, until Altera pointed it out. She got caught in a dilemma, a very complicated one. It didn't take long before Shiro came back. Whilst quite abashed, he initiated a kiss with Altera before he and Surtur went back to Terra. Thinking about his blushing appearance, which is in contrast to his past self whom is so used to it, another faint smile appeared on her lips as she wondered. How cute! Inside the director's room, Roman wore a serious expression. He talked with Shiro beforehand that he'll push forward with the plans, thus he made some adjustments to it. With a glance, he instantly casted several ninth circle spells that prevents anyone from seeing what he's about to bring out. This is the other way, hey. He mumbled as he took out the rated reward that he got from his special spins. From his dimensional storage, he took out a brightly glowing orange cube. Unlike its counterpart which is in the hands of a certain dedicated man, its limitations was removed after being rated as, you are. Roman knows how valuable this thing is on their fight against Beastie, Goetia. With the improved core inside it, the cube is no longer limited by various things. Its sentience also changed to one that could help him in his goal. Recalling the information inside it, he became determined to not let humanity here be extinct, just like how the others fought in the world where it came from. What a fitting name it has. Void Archives, you are, I hope you can help me. Fact number 62, from an interview, Gen Urobaki, Fate/Zero's director alongside Kaino Konasu, once stated that he planned to make Korea Mata suffer much more, to dedicate more pages and screen time to him, but it would only worsen the depressing theme of the anime, thus, he didn't. Chapter 109, Satagashima. All of a sudden, Shiro jolted from his sleep, making him assume a sitting posture while having his eyes closed. Once he lazily opened them, it revealed a hazy gaze. This stayed for a few seconds before he fully woke up from his dreams. After breathing deeply for a few seconds, he finally calmed down. This is troublesome. His ears became slightly reddish, a sign of his shyness. After all, he just dreamt of some explicit scenes, with Altera at that. Ever since he met her personally, he didn't stop dreaming of their memories together. 5 days had passed since their meeting, and it's been 25 days in Chaldea. Meaning, he accompanied her every time 4 hours had passed here in Terra. While her Saint Graph is attached to Chaldea, she can still visit other worlds, albeit she couldn't last long before she disintegrates. Still, he managed to have dates with her all around Columbia due to the fact that he recorded every single place when he rode with motored Quai Razor. Through it, their relationship became more familiar. His connection with her also helped, as it's the reason why he felt the unprecedented closeness with someone else. Shiro felt that if it's her, he can fully trust her. I wonder what'll happen if I met her earlier. He mumbled as he thought about this. If it really happened the moment he woke up, it's like finding light amidst darkness. Thinking about what he is about to do today, he soon got up and prepared. He wore his casual wear consisting of a black jacket and shorts with many pockets. Surtur went to Siesta, a coastal city, to find something related to her, thus it's only him living here for 2 days now. She has the interdimensional phone, that he gave from the store, so only one message of hers and he'll arrive. As for his matter today, he already told her about it 4 days ago. Opening the chat group interface, he selected world travel once again and chose Kaujiki's world as the destination. I finally have the chance to pilot that thing. Upon the thought of piloting GN001 Exia, SR, he became excited. While he has the strength to obliterate an entire hive of betas alone, it's a man's romance. Even when he couldn't use his weapon enhancement cards since he used it on another weapon, he felt that Exia is enough to breeze through Kaujiki's world. World travel initiating. Destination, Yokohama UN Base. Warping in 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. With a flash of white light, he soon arrived in a new world. However, he felt something repulsing him the moment he did so. Fuck. Shiro didn't expect that he would receive rejection this strong, if not stronger, from a seemingly normal world. Heck, there's not even a proper person who wielded supernatural powers here. Save for the fact that only 00 unit, Sumika, has the power. I should have expected this. Without any other choice, he went back to Terra. Then, he took out the spiritual core before transferring his consciousness to it. He opened another aurora curtain leading to that world. The moment he stepped into it, he arrived at that world once more. Using spiritron particles, he formed an outfit similar to the one he wore a moment ago. From what Shiro had seen, it seems like he landed on top of the base. Here, he could see the ruined Yokohama city from below as well as the coastline from beyond. Iron lattice fencings are situated in this rooftop, creating the high school ambience from other anime. Although, it doesn't change the fact that this is a military base, one that trained soldiers with the age of high school students. What's more, things turned darker real fast starting December 10, 2001, the date where betas attacked this base at one time. There's also December 29, 2001, the time when the said betas managed to infiltrate their base, causing bloodied hallways and ruined facilities. It's November 11th, alright. Just in time, then. He muttered before opening an aurora curtain connected near the stratosphere before he entered. Unknowingly, another person visited this rooftop. He wore the uniforms of Aishi recruits, a military outfit with a grey theme. Both his hair and eyes are brown-colored, yet his body underneath his uniform is well-toned, forming a sharp contrast as to how recruits are supposed to look like. A/N, Aishi are the term for TSF, a mecha, pilot. Was there no one here? When he arrived here, only the rustling of wind can be seen. With his sharp sixth sense that he acquired through deaths in countless failed world lines, he managed to see a person here. Soon, he tossed this matter in the back of his mind and focused on enjoying the view up here. Beings of extraterrestrial origin adverse to the human race, beta for short, are the carbon-based mining organisms that was first spotted from Mars in 1958. They entered the Moon in 1967 before entering conflict with the human race in 1973. Since then, the 7 billion population that Earth has is reduced to a mere 1 billion. Many countries fell, but the utmost limits of humanity got squeezed out as a result. TSFs, or also known as Tactical Surface Fighter, is the result of it. The complications that Shinos and Kuroniko's peaceful world when it comes to making it got solved decades in advance to fight for humanity, for the survival of their race. Still, it isn't sufficient as all it did is to buy more time for them. Henceforth, the alternative plans came into being. They are the plans that humanity made for their continued survival. Out of 5 of them, only 2 remains viable, namely, Alternative Plan 4 and Alternative Plan V. The former sought to use 00 unit to communicate with the betas while the latter planned to send 100,000 talented humans to another galaxy for the race's continued survival. While the former looks stupid, there's a number of reasons why it's still there. One of them is a finding, in which it's proven that betas saw humans as non-living. They thought that if they started communication, there's a chance that the betas will recognize them as living, which can promptly stop the war between them. Alas, only Shiro and Kaujiki knew that in less than 1.5 months, the fate of humanity will be decided. Will they choose the pacifist route, or will they choose the desperate route? The gears of fate started turning, making their future into a new one. Zoom. GN particles sure are convenient. With its help, Shiro used optical camouflage and other kinds of concealment that would hide him from any satellites above. Moreover, his energy tank remained at a constant rate since he didn't exceed the rate of which the GN drive produces GN particles. This is another advantage of the GN series, their mobility. It didn't take long before he stealthily arrived near Satagashima, the island/hive where the betas would initiate their attack. Shiro gained Takeru already informed Kaujiki and the latter already acted based on the canon, but this is a turning point. If Shiro alone manages to resolve it without the use of magic, he can cut off the opportunity of Sajiri Naya, the captain of the Capital Defense Division, who would start the coup d'état against the government for forsaking their independence, allowing them to be subjected under United Nations. To be more specifically, the United States. Landing in Niigata, the land opposed to the island from the distance, he began observing the future battlefield. Using his 6 eyes, Shiro saw through the ground and saw betas numbering thousands digging tunnels under the sea floor. As expected of these insects, it'll be impossible for them to go to Yokohama without going through here, thus they attacked Niigata. Simply put, this defense line is on their way, and they bulldozed everything here. Taking out the GN beam sabers on the back of Exia's shoulder armor, he headed to the place where a heavy laser class is located. BZZZT. With Exia's speed, the surrounding betas only noticed one of their highly valued personnel being cut into half by a strange TSF. Click. Shiro disabled the beam sabers and stashed it in its shoulder armor once more while his GN sword attached on Exia's right hand folded in a straight way. GN particles began coating the edges of the blade, amplifying their destructive power. Ring. Ring. Beep. Beep. They're late by a few seconds. Shiro commented as the alarms of the naval ships from the distance rang out. The soldiers inside the TSFs that arrived here under a strange order from their superiors now wore serious expressions. No one knew. This is the day where the fates of the many would change. A/N, to Muv-Love, we go. The memories of Muv-Love is blurry for me, actually, so I'll only try my best to recall the things after the coup arc and before the Yokohama base defense arc, where the chomp scene happened. Fact number 62, Hajime Izayama once said from an interview that one of the main inspirations of Attack on Titan is Muv-Love. If you played the game, or watched the bad anime adaptation, you'll notice that there are some scenes of AOT that is referenced to it. One of them is the colossal titan in the first EP being slightly above the wall. Another is Eren crying in the first chapter, which is the same as Takeru waking up in the first scene. There, it is shown that they both had visions of the future. Izayama played it during his high school years in a PS2, and is said to be heavily influenced by a shocking death scene, presumably the chomp scene. Quoting from him. I got the idea for AOT from the computer game, the whole universe was under attack from aliens, I thought if those monsters ate humans it could be very interesting, the cruelty of man-eating titans. There you have it, you can blame a certain sergeant's death being the main factor for all the deaths in Attack on Titan, I guess. P.S. That death is definitely in my top 3 most memorable deaths even after a few years had passed since I went through the story. The sheer shock that I had and that startling alarm BGM is an experience that is hard to replicate. Chapter 110, Overwhelming Specs. Beta. The equivalent of Zergs in Kaujiki's world. When they created TSFs and G-bombs, pollution-free nukes, they were supposed to push back these abominations, yet they couldn't. There are 2 reasons as to why this happened, laser/heavy laser class betas that prevented any kind of air support and their element of surprise. Out of all attacks that they did, they came as a surprise every single time. Coupled with the fact that they couldn't help the TSFs in the land, they are slowly getting pushed back. This is also the main reason why their mecha are called tactical surface fighters instead of mobile suits. However, this will all change, if there's a mobile suit that is specialized on one versus many scenarios. Whoosh! With the GN particles property to control inertia, Exia dodged the incoming thick laser from a laser class beta. Soon after, it threw a pair of GN beam daggers on its rear waist. Unsurprisingly, it managed to kill 2 laser class betas along with some unfortunate ones. If I knew that it'll be like this. Kaujiki, that's the advantage of being airborne. You'll only have to deal with the laser class ones and I'm sure you could avoid them with your reflexes. Shinji, so this is how you pilot a mecha. Roman, this is much better than the movies from before. Right now, Shiro turned on the video calling feature of the chat group, which can be called as live streaming as well. Since he promised them to stream his first flight of Exia, he did. Tuka, they look horrendous. Kuroniko, horrendous. I prefer their design, to be honest. Though, one of the issues that he thought is the looks of these betas, even among this world's experienced soldiers, it is enough to bring fear and PTSD. This is why the appearance of betas are kept highly confidential by the government. As to how they did, Shiro attributed it to their years of efforts. Looks like the optical camouflage can only last this long. He muttered as he sensed a few gazes coming inside the select TSFs. Shiro soon came to a decision and turned off the optical camouflage, revealing the strange design Exia has compared to the normal TSFs. He also made his intercoms open to public so that he can converse with the others. It didn't matter much before since it gets deactivated the moment he clashes with other betas, thus others can see him for a moment. It didn't take long before someone connected to it. An image of a dignified woman in a skin-tight attire that offsets the G-force. Her brown ponytail coupled with her side tails made a perfect match to her current dignified aura. State your affiliation. She asked calmly. Since she saw him help them defend Niigata, she didn't doubt his identity. Only, she merely wanted to know of his affiliation, whether he belongs to America's new set of TSFs or another force within the United Nations. Hearing this, Shiro smiled. He didn't turn on his visuals and casted a spell that changes the tone of his voice to be more deeper. Thinking of 00 Gundam's organization, he said. Celestial being. Celestial being. The dignified woman, captain of the Imperial Army's 12th Division, murmured in confusion. As far as she knows, there's not a single force that possesses a name like that. She became more confused after looking at the TSF that single-handedly went through the betas that numbered 1,000, brigade size, and targeted their laser class and heavy laser class. At this rate, air support is possible. She concluded with slight disbelief. After all, these laser-type betas are one, if not, the most protected personnel of them. If they had a way to eliminate them this easily, they would have used more air support during their fight against betas in the last 30 years. As for the annoying land types like the Grappler class, Destroyer class, and the likes, they wouldn't matter once they get continuously bombarded from above. In this situation, they're the prey. Clink! Exia's arm blade suddenly folded, revealing the twin muzzles hidden underneath it. Then, it shot a couple of energy beams made out of GN particles in the eyes of a Grappler class. Krua! With its sight gone, it couldn't use its pincers. Even when Exia arrived in front of it with a GN beam saber, it didn't react. Slash! In a single slash, it split into 2 before dying. Beep! Captain, what was that? That TSF. It's insane. A man's voice rang out from her comms. It is evident that he's in a state of excitement and shock. This is what men here dreamed of, to single-handedly annihilate these betas in such a cool way. Unfortunately, dreams can't be reality here. Even if their TSFs are more advanced than the one right now, he might not be able to use it properly. Piloting a mecha, a TSF in this world, also needs swift reflexes and fast reaction time. Without these, they'll simply die in a battle. Though, reality can be a nightmare to them. Don't mind it. For now, focus on clearing the remaining betas. We leave the fort class to the air support. Air support. The man on the other side is shocked once more. Copy that. Beeb. Just where did it come from? The captain briefly thought before refocusing on the ongoing onslaught. Clang. Thud. Using his GN shield, Shiro managed to block the ongoing charge of the destroyer class. It looked like a normal behemoth with a frontal carapace, which it uses to do charged attacks like a bull. You're dead. In a split second, GN particles ran through the GN beam saber in his hand before it activated. With it, he slashed down at its head, its body part that is protected by the armor that exceeded Diamond's toughness. A moment later, it split into two halves, just like the fate of over 100 betas that he fought in the span of 10 minutes. Deactivating the beam saber, he placed it back behind Exia's shoulder blades. Looking at the depleting energy gauge, Shiro didn't hesitate to use up the final GN condensers, a storage of GN particles that can be used to instantly refill a 00 mobile unit with GN particles. While the GN drive is semi-perpetual, its reserves can still get lower if the refill consumption rate breaks. It happens when the GN particles consumed is higher than its refill rate. GN condensers exist for this sole reason. It provides a Gundam Meister a greater range of GN particle reserves by storing the excess GN particles converted by the GN drive. There's only 4 heavy lasers left along with 5 Fort class. He muttered while maneuvering from the lasers and acid attacks spewed by the said Fort class betas. Suddenly, he asked, "What do you think should I use if this is a game, Shinji-kun?" "Shinji, a finisher." He saw Shinji's reply, which is very gamer-like. For some reason, the group found out that Shinji has a special talent in gaming. It became even more evident when Shinji came second to Shiro, with his level being at 115. It made them wonder if it's due to the only good Shinji, the one that died with a heroic sacrifice in extra CCC. Hehe, that's right. Shiro inputted a series of commands in the screen in front of him. Unlike the original Exia, he can activate its special state at will. On the screen, a series of words are displayed. Transam. A/N, alright, I'll start hinting more about the extra /CCC Shinji, so everyone can look forward to his meeting with her, you know who, after the Okaino's singularity. Fact number 63, the Gundam 00 and Gundam Seed anime existed in a different timeline from the OG-MS animes, Amuro Ray's Universal Century. Though, it's not without a reason as the Gundam here are too broken. Imagine Freedom massacring those Porzicos, or any of the 00 Gundams fighting against a dozen of them. Long story short, it's a one-sided massacre. Maybe Full Frontal with his Sinanju can handle those, however. P.S. Remember Full Frontal fighting against Banagher with his Sinanju? That's taking count of the latter using Unicorn, a broken Gundam, yet he managed to level the playing field with his experiences alone. Chapter 111, First Step. Transam, a special feature only available in the GN00 units. By undergoing a state whereas all GN particles accumulated in the Gundam is fully released, it enhances their speed and defensive capabilities for 3 times. Meaning, their GN fields alone could absorb dozens of lasers with ease. Moreover, their thrust capabilities will be so high to the point that every movement produces afterimages. However, this amazing state came with a cost, namely, its duration and the reduced performance post-usage. It is noted that 00 Razor, the prototype 00 unit that has 2 GN drives, can only last for 3 minutes in a non-combat state. Meanwhile, Exia only has a single GN drive, plus the fact that it's leagues lower than 00 Razor. That's when Shiro saw that it can only last for 30 seconds theoretically. With the buffer that he gave, it can only last 15 seconds at best. As for the post-usage problems, it'll reduce Exia's combat capabilities by 70%. That is, until the GN drive generates enough GN particles that could refill its body devoid of it. Though, this is enough for him to finish the fight. Exia appeared red in this state, signifying the release of all GN particles stored within it. The GN drive generated more particles in this state, further emphasizing this strange TSF in the battlefield. The G-force sure is intense. Shiro commented as he went to the rest of the high-value targets. Definitely not recommended if your physique isn't at Aura Knights. I see why wearing those suits are a must. Kaujiki, oh, those fan service skin suits. Kuroniko. Tuka. Kaltsit. Roman, you could have used a better wording. Kaltsit too. While he became dumbfounded over a completely unrelated thing, the massacre began. The moment he landed nearby 2 heavy laser class, dozens of grappler class and destroyer class beta swarmed at him. Unfortunately, Exia moved at an extremely high speed, soon arriving in front of his main targets. Fwoosh. Bzzzzzt. Holding a GN beam saber and the GN sword on its right, Shiro managed to behead them in one go. Then, dozens of tank-class beta tried to climb over Exia, only to fail once it became airborne once more. Swoosh! Swoosh! Using the GN Vulcan, basically a pair of cannons located in its forearms, he shot the fort class that is about to spew out more annoying poison. Throwing the GN short swords and beam daggers, he managed to kill 6 targets that he has. Coupled with them being preoccupied, he eliminated 2 more laser and heavy laser class using his GN sword. Clank! Right now, only 3 heavy laser class and a single fort class remained in the battlefield. Fwoosh! Fwoosh! Shiro spammed the GN rifle mode in the face of a heavy laser class, all the while the other 2 attacked him with their lasers. A translucent semi-spherical field made out of GN particles manifested, effectively blocking their attacks. This is the GN field, one of the greatest defensive capabilities of every 00 Gundams. Simply put, it manifests a shield made out of GN particles, blocking any energy-based attacks effectively. Though, it has 2 downsides. They can't block weapons coated with GN particles, or something equivalent to it, and shooting beam attacks at a single place continuously can also break this GN field. Shinji, this is a mecha. So cool. Shino, I understand how those Gunpla collector feels. Wait until I pilot Exia during space battles. It'll feel more amazing, I believe. He chatted while he clasped the GN beam daggers that came back naturally a second after their contact. This is one of the convenient abilities bestowed upon this mecha, which is something that allowed more options for combat. Gundam Exia is dubbed as Gundam 7 Swords for a reason. Its main combat style is close combat. Unlike the other 00 Gundams, all Exia has for long range are his physical GN short swords and the GN beam daggers, excluding the GN Vulcans and the beam shooters that he has in the GN sword. A/N, those Vulcans and beam shooters can serve as a cover fire at best, thus Setsuna used his GN beam daggers to cut through most enemies from afar. This is why many close combat battles happened in the anime, such as his fights with Graham Aker and Ribbons Allmark. Shiro threw those daggers once more, effectively ending the lives of every laser/heavy laser class in this fight. Fwoosh! A neat cutting sound was made after he cut down the final fort class. Along with it is the deactivation of its Trans-Am state. The originally glowing red Gundam turned back to normal, albeit Shiro personally saw its drop in performance. It's time to say goodbye. Gundam Exia flew farther from the battlefield before it disappeared in its place, surprising the ones who are monitoring the situation through the radars that they have. That light of hope. After Shiro finished off every single laser class, they were cleared for air support. The carriers in the sea didn't hesitate to send their bombers. With no hesitation, they sent their strategic bombers. Unsurprisingly, this entire beta fiasco ended in less than an hour. This is the might of humanity's air support. With them, they would have been able to push back these betas. Alas, reality isn't this simple. Kaiku, did you know who's that person? The man from before quickly approached her and asked enthusiastically. This made sense, however, since this is his first time winning against betas in such an overwhelming manner. No, but he did state his organization. She replied. Beeb. Seeing her superior summon her personally, she knew it has something to do with the TSF that crushed the betas thoroughly. Is this the start of a change? Kaujiki couldn't help but hum happily as she finished her papers related to the 5 billion superconductors that'll serve as 00 Unit's central processor. Thanks to the information that she partially saw from Roman's Void Archive, creating this superconductors became easy. After 5 days, she succeeded in her theory. Heck, it's even stronger than the original plan that she has, with it having 10 billion superconductors. This only meant that 00 Unit's psychic capabilities had doubled. It also allowed Kaujiki to place another function, which is the blockage of the beta's connection with it. In the first place, they learned humanity's tactics through her. If this espionage function of theirs are to be removed, they'll have more advantage on the upcoming battles. Meanwhile, Yashiro Kazumi, a young girl, stared at her with a bit of confusion. Her sky-blue eyes glanced at her silently until the door to her office opened. A man wearing formal clothing appeared in her sights. From the looks of it alone, she found that its design is much more detailed, making her wonder if it came from the future. Though, what caught her attention is his appearance rather, his eyes underneath the black blindfold he's wearing. Just now, she sensed his gaze. She felt that it saw through her, something that made her shocked for a second. She's the strongest Esper produced by Alternative Plan 3 up to date, yet this newcomer made her feel unfathomable. For the first time, she felt something not out of someone else's memories, but to her own accord. Fact number 64, F/Go's timeline is actually interesting. When the main story, Singularity F, began, MASH is only 15 years old. But, she's already 16 by the time of Babylonia Singularity, basically halfway through it. This meant that Chaldea took a year to progress through 7 singularities. That's why you'll see this side of theirs in this FIC, such as their breaks, vacations, etc. Chapter 112, Kaojiki's helplessness. So she's with her. Shiro briefly thought as the silent girl behind Kaojiki looked at him. Having gone through the entire Muv-Love franchise, which consisted of 3 parts, he knew most, if not all information about this world. Yashiro Kazumi, a byproduct of the alternative Plan 3 Earth's plan to create artificially grown espers. While it was deemed as failure, the girl in front of him is the strongest esper in this world. She only had one purpose, to communicate with the 00 unit. To be more precise, Kagami Sumika's brain. Hence, she acquired bit of the latter's memory. In a sense, she's very much like him. How does it feel to achieve one of men's dreams? Kaojiki asked with a smile, a teasing tone hidden in it. Feels so damn great. He sat down in one of the chairs in front of her desk. How about your progress? Roman's item is too insane. Both of them inevitably thought of Roman's Void Archive. Not only did it store extremely high-level technology, it also allowed its user to replicate anything as long as they know the said item extensively. While it's bound by a rule that it can't be a 100% replication, preventing them from using that item's strongest function, it possessed a limited time ability that removed those restrictions. Though, the stronger the original item, the shorter their duration would be. Its only consequences is the complete depletion of all energy and the inability of its core to produce them for a month. I did get something from it, but... Kaojiki sighed in defeat as she continued, almost every single item required Honkai energy and hers chair cores. It's different from the monocrystals in the store, so I could only concede. For now. She placed an emphasis on for now. As a genius, there's only a few that served as a challenge. That's why she felt motivated instead of being frustrated, unlike her desperate past self. Recalling the moment when the 3 of them had studied it, Shiro said, Honkai energy is powerful, yet volatile. Though, what intrigued me the most is that I sensed someone powerful controlling it. A whirlpool of sorts. That's the problem. Honkai energy is too powerful, far outclassing the highest grade monocrystal in the store. Maybe the true ether or the higher origin crystal can match it. Based on what Roman's Void Archive, Honkai energy is the energy used generated by the Hearst chair cores. As to what it can do? Create anything you understand? Check. Manipulate the void to its utmost limit? Check. Possess the ability to control the concept of death itself and impose it to another? Check. There's way too many things that it can do, and every single one of them is outstanding. Though, these so-called Hearst chairs might still lose out to Romans and Shinji's gods due to the latter having boundless powers. Meanwhile, these Hearst chairs had only descended in human body. They doesn't conform to a human's weak body, but it's still different from a true god. Perhaps, only the 14th and final Hearst chair of the end can pose a great threat to the chief gods here. However, this doesn't mean that Hearst chairs are weak. They don't have divinities, yes, but they have the ability to control a set of law in the world to near its full limits, something that can only be rivaled by chief gods. Even so, there's still beings such as Amaterasu, Yaat, Odin, and many other more in that universe. Fate universe is simply that beefed up. Anyways, what's next? Shiro asked. Hearing this, Kaojiki went silent for a while, thinking about their next move. In the original timeline, Captain Naya should have gathered enough forces after the Satagashima hive attack. Then, that'll lead to a civil war in opposition to the Imperial House's decision to give up their independence. The next notable events would be the assault of the leftover beta from the previous incident. They'll head to the Yokohama base, to the beta reactor underneath it, to replenish their strength. This will cause massive casualties due to the unexpected attack. Her best friend, Jingwuji Marimo, also died in that event. After that, their base would suffer yet another attack, but it'll be dozens of times worse than the last attack. Once they're thorough with all of those, the final operation, one that would determine humanity's next action, would begin. If it succeeds, humanity wouldn't need to initiate Alternative Plan V, and instead fight against these monstrosities. We'll accelerate Operation Uka once I release the new generation TSFs that I developed. Kaojiki decided to do this in the end. Roman. Honkai? Monocrystal. Meanwhile, Kazumi is left in a deep thought. She knew that her connection with her was blocked once Shiro had entered this room, thus she remained silent all this time. Since neither Shiro nor Kaojiki asked her to leave, she didn't. Ahem. Little girl, you must have figured out the general grasp of things right now. Kazumi wordlessly nodded at him. You must have seen many other worlds at Shiro Gain Takeru, am I correct? Shiro asked her once more. You're right. A soft-spoken voice resounded in the room. Kaojiki faced her with her usual interested gaze. Albeit, it now contains a hint of determination. I already know how we failed countless times. How I ended up failing the remaining hope of humanity, forcing us to leave our home. One can hear her insurmountable determination within her voice, determination not to end up as the self who failed, or herself who sacrificed far too much. But it's different now. That, I assure. She proclaimed with confidence. Just her findings alone can accomplish this, and there's also Shiro who offered his help to make an already possible thing even easier to accomplish. Kazumi stared at Kaujiki's purple pupils intently. As if feeling her confidence that far surpassed the previous Kaujikis, she heaved a sigh and said, "It's not like I have any other choice." It might be interpreted as her being forced, but Shiro, who saw her in the eyes, knew that she agreed to join in their plans willingly. "I have one request." She spoke. "What is it?" "Can I see his eyes?" Kaujiki's mouth twitched visibly. She knew that Shiro's charm centered not on his appearance, but his eyes. Once someone looks at them, they'll get hooked by him. If Shiro and a girl develops their relationship more, there's only a single end to it: the girl falls in love. That's why he's lucky enough to wear blindfold, SSR, or special sunglasses, SR, when he entered society, else it'll be more troublesome for him. "Well, there's no problem," Shiro said before he paused. He saw Kaujiki's peculiar looks, and he knew that she's pertaining about his charm. "Kaujiki. Sigh. Don't blame me for this." "Kazumi?" While she looked at Kaujiki with a puzzled stare, Shiro undid his black blindfold, revealing his captivating eyes that seemed to contain countless stars. His clear orange pupils reflected Kazumi in it. The room fell into a silence before a helpless sigh came from Kaujiki. A/N, after the short Muv-Love arc, the next arc would be the New World. In 2 chapters, to be exact. It's an anime that focused more on the story development, but there'll be more fight scenes in this FIC. Also, it might be shorter than SAO, probably. Furthermore, I plan for this arc's climax to be hype/intense. After all, what they'll be fighting is something above their levels as of the moment. Fact number 65, in late Reino, our knights, one of their canon lore is that, it's fine to have a collateral damage whilst fighting. Meaning, they can explode their schools, buildings, and so on. It is included in Exage's file, whereas she blew up her school 3 times in the past. Then there's also the late Reino wheelchair contest. As to what contest it is, it involved a shooting contest, with people on a wheelchair. What's hilarious is that Exage's sister, Limuan, managed to FCKNG parkour with it and got to a roof, courtesy to Guiding Ahead event. Really makes me wonder how the heck she did it. Chapter 113, Sympathy, Meeting. Fascinating. Beautiful. Vast. There are way too many descriptions that came to the duo's minds when they saw Shiro's calm eyes. Even Kaujiki didn't expect that its lethality increased greatly due to his 6 eyes. Fortunately, she is way too used to it, only getting surprised due to that increased charm of his. Though, the same couldn't be said for Kazumi. Having been mesmerized by those pair of eyes, her mind is greatly shaken, a faint blush appeared on her face. While the others would try to shift their faces away due to this, she merely stared at him, the bits of memories that she saw in him. This included bits of his early days up until the moment he regained a fraction of his memories. With her connection to Sumika, the strongest being here, she can see through him albeit little. After all, what made the entire Muv-Love Unlimited an alternative possible is due to Sumika's wills in countless parallel worlds converging, giving birth to something similar to a concept that acted as its world will. The said world will is strong, if not the same, as Fate's Alea and Gaia. Hence, the name Unlimited that pertains to the protagonist's unlimited attempts, and alternative, the sole parallel world where Takeru succeeded due to his accumulation in those unlimited attempts. He. Just like me. Based on the fragmented memories that she saw, Kazumi easily put everything into place. Confused. Lost. No sense of purpose. Waking up one day without any prior memory is scary to the many, yet the only reason why Shiro overcame it easily is due to his max-level willpower. Clearly, he's no ordinary. Still, he felt those emotions for a few moments when he is idling, looking at something in a daze. Thus, meeting someone that knew him very well, Altera, made him happy. These depressing emotions that he used to feel before? Gone. Though, Kazumi can understand him, even if not completely. As an artificially born clone, she has no self. Only, what existed is the directives, to communicate with the betas. If not for Kazumi forcing herself to stick into this purpose, she would have been lost. She won't have any purpose for living, so her ends will only be worse. 10 seconds had passed before Shiro stood up and confronted her, leaving a single sentence. Live for yourself. Kazumi's eyes widened, but before she could react, Shiro disappeared. Kaujiki looked at this girl who was left with complicated feelings and sighed. A single word of his affected her this much. As expected of him. A few hours later. Someone's trying to gather our information. Shiro murmured as a prompt appeared on his augmented glasses. Just when they've arrived here in Columbia, he created a makeshift app together with Cardinal. This app contained the cybersecurity measures that they set up, and one of them is an alarm whenever someone is spying on their private information. Since he and Surtur migrated here plus the house's registration, they left a lot of traces. Rhine Labs? Cardinal. Done. Right after Shiro broke through their first layer of defense, Cardinal did the rest and tracked down the main perpetrator of it. Energy Department. Under that Ferdinand guy? She's his favorite student. Urbika family. A major power in this country already contacted you. Urbika family is a former part of Gaul Empire. They're a branch of the astrological school, to be exact. Reading constellations and giving future predictions are part of their skill set. Way back then, Shiro saw the blue-haired girl who has the bearing of a seer. He felt her abnormality and looked at her indirectly, in which he saw more about that power of hers. Unlike Originum that has the traces of outer gods, hers is a pure one. As long as she doesn't contract oripathy, her divination powers will become even stronger. There's also a chance of her harnessing the power of the stars, granting her huge combat capabilities. I see. Might as well give her a visit now to settle things. Shiro is not the one to let things slowly develop to its peak, rather, he would face it right now and get it over with. This might have stemmed from both the Supreme Magus and Demon Emperor who settled things early on. Shiro. Are we going out today? Suddenly, a figure appeared from the corner of his sights. Wearing her outfit from Sword Art Online, Stria skipped cheerfully before she left the screen. Then, she appeared right beside the sofa. Thanks to his augmented glasses, they can interact with the real world. Cardinal also used this method to talk with Shiro. In fact, Cardinal sat in his lap all this time. A faint smile is drawn on her face as she sensed him in reality, even if not fully. We'll be leaving right now. He said. All right. A second later, they disconnected from their local network and transferred to the citywide network. Due to the special circumstances of Terra, they couldn't have any satellites in the sky, thus all they achieved is citywide internet. Still, these internets can also connect whenever two or more nomadic cities come closer to each other. It's also the reason for Surtur needing a special communicator that can contact him immediately. As for the local network, these are the servers that Shiro had bought from the store, something that he also installed in this house's basement. Of course, their security is nigh impenetrable, with dozens of ninth circle spells installed in this place. All they needed is an energy core, which is the origin crystals that Shiro had received from his crazy 120 pulls. He then wore a new outfit consisting of black overcoat, black tie, and black pants. Switching to his special sunglasses, Shiro opened an aurora curtain near Rhine Labs and left. Unsurprisingly, he appeared on a dim alleyway. Rhine Labs is only a few dozen steps away, but a trouble came to him. The cliché. Shiro mumbled as he sensed some presences nearby. Clang. Clang. Blades clashed from a distance, resounding in this empty alleyway. Assassins. Oh, there's also the girl from before. How lucky. He sarcastically thought while watching the battle that is about to come to an end. The black-cloaked figures fell down one by one, either clutching their throats or having their head detached from their body. 5 corpses littered the ground, their blood pooling in it. A sancta. The sword-wielding girl mumbled before staring at Shiro's direction. However, she froze right after seeing his appearance. You've gone through many troubles to find me, young miss. She went silent for a dozen seconds before she could speak once more. You're the cause of her blank future. Instead of outright confirming it, Shiro said with a smile. If you already saw that future, can you even consider it as the future or, a possibility? A/N, I forgot to mention this, but chapter 1 is already revised. Moving on, I'm kinda looking forward to your reactions in the next chapter. That world is something else, even in my own opinion. A final clue of mine would be, it'll be a roller coaster reading through that arc, or so I think. Anyways, I'll be skipping on the fact today, since I'm quite busy today, but do look forward to the one tomorrow since it's something that I thought a week ago. Chapter 114, The Deceived. MN. She only has standard level perimeters at best, yet her arts is insane. Shiro thought of its measurement used in Babel. From the lowest, it goes. Flawed, normal, standard, excellent, outstanding, exceptional. Strange enough, they corresponded to his power system. Those with standard surprisingly has grand knight level of stats of at least 100. It becomes even more ridiculous due to the Originum, a high-level energy, that is spread in the atmosphere. It's thanks to it that Terra's inhabitants have great strengths compared to Earth and other worlds. As for the ones that has excellent rating, they're the equivalent of demigods, with each having 500 or more stats. A certainty, or a possibility. The girl, Astesia, blankly murmured while dozens of thoughts ran in her mind. When she came in contact with astrology for the first time, she held great confidence with it. Even now, she trusted her divination skills with all her heart. Adding to that the advanced technology that her predecessors had designed, it further bolstered her confidence. My sister wouldn't be affected by this. In the end, she could only helplessly sigh, damage was dealt to her confidence. From the moment she saw a future change, it plagued her mind more so when it turned into a blank future. Shiro stood silently for a while before saying, just paid a visit so that you can stop what you're doing. Don't you know? What? Your family is tracking your daily activity. Being overprotective with their remaining obedient daughter is reasonable, I guess. Elena Urbika, Astesia's older sister. She's supposed to succeed their house of astrology, but chose to focus more on science instead. This made her parents angry, which led to her relationship with them straining. While she's still their daughter on paper, they focused more on Astesia instead. I understand. She said, agreeing to Shiro's intentions. Well then. In a blink of an eye, he disappeared. Delicious. Soon, Shiro finished eating the bento that Altera gave to him earlier. To his surprise, it's heavenly far more better than the ones he cook. Though, he attached more significance to the feelings rather than the taste. Shiro felt warm upon sensing her intimacy, as if there's someone who cares deeply for him. It's different from a friend's concern, maybe because of their status as lovers. Ding! In that moment, a new prompt appeared in the chat group's panel. Gullible Magical Girl joined the chat group. Gullible Magical Girl, R? What's this? A messaging app. Shiro, welcome. Before you get confused, this is a chat group that spans through other parallel worlds. You can think of it as a messaging app of sorts. Roman, welcome. Roman, a magical girl. Kaujiki, he's about to lose control. Anyways, welcome. Kuroniko, this reminds me of someone. Welcome. Gullible Magical Girl, ah. Hello, everyone. Nice meeting you. Roman, a real-life magical girl. Seeing this, a stifled laughter came out of his mouth. Shiro, what? You're about to betray your Oshi. Roman, no. Please, Mage Imari is my only idol. Virtual idols are the best. Hey. That's true, considering that virtual idols has the perfection in them, unlike real-life idols, or magical girls in this case. He murmured, giving out his honest opinion from their previous conversation before. Tuka, magical girl? Do they exist in your world? Gullible Magical Girl, no. They don't. Magical girls are fiction, right? Shino, so. A modern-day Earth. Gullible Magical Girl, that's right. Edo. What's this parallel worlds? Shiro, do you know its definition? Gullible Magical Girl, hi. It's the theory that many worlds exist simultaneously. They don't interfere with each other, but some might be similar to the others. My teacher mentioned about this, but I didn't understand it well. Shiro, that's it. In this case, however, parallel worlds points out other worlds with supernatural powers. The meaning itself is vast, but you can think of it as other worlds present aside from yours, and some of them can have magic. Basically what you consider as fiction is present here. Magical girl. Someone that exists in fiction in every morning time slot when children are most active. Using their flashy transformation sequences and their choice of colorful weapons, they rain down attacks to their enemies, becoming the heroes of justice in the end of the day. As a child who grew up in it, Kane Madoka loves them. Her child self would always think. They always help people when they needed it. Amazing. Now that she grew up, the admiration is still there, but this fantasy of hers to be one is no longer there. That is, until it happened. Magical girls are real. Just the thought of it excited the 14-year-old girl, someone who's immature and sought to follow her beliefs. Shiro, only if we can see your world's store. Madoka, it's fine, Shiro-san. Really? Fortunately, or unfortunately, the chat group has a function whereas new items would be added into the shop after completing the mission it gave. Meaning, they are completely blind in this world. What's worse, no one found her anime of sorts. Still, they didn't mind it much since it's a magical girl-oriented world. Right? Madoka. The girl beside her asked with concern. She has a pair of aqua blue hair and eyes, the latter shone brightly, showing her liveliness. Though, she's completely boyish as seen from her walking posture. It's nothing. Madoka replied. You really all right? You've been in a daze since yesterday. I'm okay, really. Be sure to tell me if you're sick. While they are walking to their middle school, a figure of a white fox with scarlet red eyes is observing the pink-haired girl from afar. Such causality. I see. Its confusion was cleared by some memories that he received from his other selves of different timelines. Soon, they arrived on their classroom, only to be surprised by the teacher's announcement. Their teacher, a woman with short brown hair, failed at her relationship once more. Should a sunny side up be hard or soft? Pointing her teaching stick at a student, she continued, what do you think, Nakazawa-san? Either is fine. That's right, either is fine. If you think. While the teacher is monologuing, Sayaka whispered to Madoka a seat behind her. It didn't work, hey. The latter could only smile helplessly at their unfortunate teacher. Okay. Akemi-san, come in. At the same time, a prompt appeared in her sights, distracting her for a while. If she's more attentive, she would notice how this girl looked at her briefly with complicated yet determined eyes. A/N, yup, it's Pula Magi Madoka Magica. That one anime that I really thought to be a normal magical girl anime, only to curb stomp me at episode 3, Mommy's Death. It's also the magical girl anime that changed the prototype of usual magical girls, inspiring magical girl Nanoha, Spec Ops Asuka, and more. To be honest, watching this without any prior knowledge gave me the best experience. Which is to surprise me with a dark theme concealed under a bright and childish tone. Anyways, here's the fun fact of the day. Fact number 66, Gen Urobuchi, the infamous guy who directed the depressing and heavy Fate/Zero anime along with Nasu, is also the director for Madoka Magica. It's a miracle that I didn't realize this fact, considering that his name is literally plastered right in the opening. Well, I can only blame myself that I haven't noticed it since I'm always vibing with it, Connect by Claris. If I'd realized that, however, I would have known that Madoka Magica isn't as simple as it seems. P.S. Definitely one of my most memorable anime. Chapter 115, A Peculiar Mission. Beeb. Finally. It has been a day since his meeting with Aesthesia. After it, he left for Casimir's, the so-called country of the knights. Only a few hours had passed when this notice popped up while driving his motored cuirassier. Stretching his arms, Shiro opened the mission panel. Quest, a selfless choice. Objective 1. Fulfill Kane Madoka's wish. Objective 2. Defeat the Valpurgisnacht. Participants, 3 members of the chat group. Reward/S, 100,000 points. Deadline, 12 hours after the quest is published. Note 1. The time in the participants' world will be stopped once the quest is accepted. Note 2. Various hidden quests are scattered throughout this mission. Note 3. Recommended party composition is with members that has peak combat power. Note 4. The participant/S of this quest would be randomly penalized upon failure. Upon seeing this, the first thing that he thought is strange. For some unknown reasons, he felt quite uneasy. Just the 100,000 point reward is enough to form a sharp contrast to their previous mission. Though, it came off as reasonable since they wouldn't die before. Roman, I'm in. Shiro, it's not unexpected. Shinji, +1. Shino, +1. Kaujiki, +1. Tuka, +1. Kaltsit, +1. Roman. Roman, I'm only curious about them. Shiro, alright. Since Roman's already participating, who else? Kaltsit, the third note. Kaltsit instantly pointed out that note 3, something that is crucial to the selection of the participants. It's also one of the reasons why Shiro and the rest felt its peculiarness. It's a magical girl-themed world, what would be the danger that it can hold? One has to know that in the end of the day, these magical girls win, or at least be put into a draw. Even if they're defeated, there's no deaths. Kaujiki, it's the first time. If it's asking for our strongest, wouldn't this be a dangerous mission? Tuka, magical girls? Dangerous? I can't see the connection between them. Roman, same. I'll be treating this mission as a vacation anyways. Shiro, you want to prolong your meeting date? Roman, nope. Shiro, I believe you, alright. What Shiro mentioned is the third singularity, Okayanos. There, his father, King David, will be summoned as a heroic spirit. Kuroniko, if it's the strongest, wouldn't it be Shiro, Tuka, and Roman? Kaujiki, that's right. Too bad my reward is a growth type 1. The main reason why Tuka is hailed as one of the strongest is due to her Tyrant's Eye. It's simply too broken, allowing her to rewrite reality at a certain distance, in her domain so as to speak. Even though it consumes her mind and mana, it's still broken. What's more, her mental power elevated to an all-time high the moment she received it. Though, her mind continued to grow gradually, empowering her even more. Right now, Shiro confirmed that Tuka has a near maxed out willpower stats while her mental power is comparable to a 5th stage demigod. Perhaps, it happened so that she can process the visual information from her eye, an adaptation of sorts. This made it possible for her to contend against servants and even divine spirits all because of her authorities through Tyrant's Eye. As for Roman, he has the Void Archives. It's enough. Kuroniko, it's not like I like magical girls. I'll pass this one. Kaujiki, same goes for me. Shinji, I'm still weak. Shino, it's also a pass for me. Shiro sat comfortably in his motored cuirassier as he asked Kaltsit. Shiro, how about you, Dr. Kaltsit? Kaltsit, pass. Roman, Tuka. Tuka, if there's no one else, I'm fine with joining. I'm also interested in meeting those magical girls. Shiro, it's settled then. Do we accept it right now? Roman, I'm fine with it. Tuka, me too. Shiro, alright. See y'all in a second. Kaltsit, good luck. Kuroniko, +1. Shinji, +1+. Kaujiki, +1. Shino, +1. Tapping the accept button, Shiro saw a timer go down. Unbeknownst to him and the other two, this mission will be full of twists and turns. A basement. Shiro muttered before continuing, another dimension? What the hell? He started venturing this dark and dreary basement. Old and slightly rusted chains are hanging in the ceiling, but the cemented pillars are as sturdy as it can get. Tap. Tap. Suddenly, his vision changed. A couple of butterfly wings adored this strange sight, all the while cardboard cutouts of sunflowers, iron cages, and people dressed in theatric costumes revolved around him. This is the enemies. With his 6 eyes, Shiro found out that these creepy things are the amalgamation of dark emotions. While he didn't personally see Ingramanu, he saw an altar servant during his visits on Chaldea. Through that findings, he connected it to this environment. How could dark emotions manifest such as this? Boom. 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 This time, he heard the sound of hundreds of guns firing. They made an explosive sound for a second before an earthquake occurred. The ground rumbled for a while before stopping. Just as he sensed being sent back to his previous location, the surface dimension, he smiled and said, "This thing's sentient?" Wait a minute. 3 ninth circle magics revolved in his right hand, with each glowing in light blue colors. Faint silhouettes of stars can be seen from it, the sign of it being space magic. More than a fourth of his mana reserves was depleted with this. Though, it soon got replenished a second later. Rumble. The entire space quaked for a moment before stabilizing itself once more. Then, a series of runes appeared in front of him. Das sind mir unbekannt Blumen. A second later, it vanished before being replaced by Kiendurkgang Zutrit. It also lasted for a second before disappearing. German. Shiro said as he translated those runes in his head. So. Unknown flower to me and no access. It really has sentience. Soon, he came to a decision. He undid his blindfold, revealing to the world his mesmerizing eyes once more. A glint passed onto it, which indicated him using its powers to the fullest. From the creepy place filled with scary flowers on conveyor belts, his view changed. Layers and layers of it were unfurled, making him see more unsightly things. This made his view towards this seemingly normal magical girl world turn for the worse. How is this world light-hearted? These are red flags. He said. Soon, he saw its deepest layer. There, he saw a black jewel with a pointy end, just like a bee's. This is not it. Urging it more, Shiro used up all his power, something that can match up a first-rank demigod, to see through that black jewel. Even when he saw it, he had a strange feeling that it isn't it. That something's inside it. Thanks to it, he managed to see through that deepest layer. In it, he saw. What the fuck? Shiro got visibly shocked, but he decided to release this being, cancelling his space magic. With his wisdom stat being at the mid-2000s due to 6 eyes, he can react fast enough to replenish his spent mana. If he'd wanted to, he would have trapped it despite spending all his mana a moment ago. But, the reason why he chose to let it go is because of what he'd seen. It's too terrible to the point that he spared it out of pity. He has a power related to holy which can eliminate this entity easily. He came back to the real world, still shocked, while having thousands of thoughts run inside his head. Since a second might be as well an entire minute inside his head, it took him 3 seconds to snap back to reality. Tap. Tap. Though, what greeted him is a girl with long black hair. A surprise can be seen on his black pupils as she stared back at his starry orange pupils. Who? Fact number 67, Pula Magi Madoka Magica translates to young girl, magician Madoka. But, if we bring in the context of it, the dark theme, it can be translated to, slave of the deceiver, magician Madoka. Pula, Latin, means young girl, but it's derived from puerulus, which can mean young slave. Meanwhile, magi can both mean deceiver or magician, the former in which is the closest derivation. Thus, we end up with slaves, magical girls, of the deceiver, Kyubei and incubators. That's also why 114 is titled as the deceived. Chapter 116, Who is he? Depression. Grief. Anger. Those are the few that Shiro saw the moment he stared at this young girl's eyes. If it's an ordinary human, they would have long left this world due to the sheer volume of it. With it, they would have been overwhelmed, which will lead to them giving up. What's more, he even felt that it surpassed the darkness in the so-called altar servants, the select heroic spirits that are inverse of their original. However, this young girl is strong, far too strong. If he can see her willpower stat, it'll be at max level just as his. No one could imagine just what she'd went through to have all of this. Using his 6 eyes, he determined her rough age. It isn't hard to do so as he only need to see her bone and body structure. Add to that his appraisal magic, a variant of several different magics, he obtained the accurate result. She's 13? Wait. Time magic. Judging from the thickness of that time magic around her, he found out that she's 12 years older, her soul, that is. Then, he decided to deduce more about this mysterious girl. All of his thoughts took a single second, showing the prowess of his 4430 wisdom stat. A/N, his wisdom stat is originally at 2140 but it became 4430 due to the plus 150 in magic circuits and plus 2140 due to the 2 buffs. Putting back his blindfold in place, he said. I'm lost. Where's the exit? The black-haired girl went silent after hearing this. Though, the other 3 girls not far away from them heard him. There. The girl pointed at the direction in front of her. Coincidentally, it's also in the location of the 3 girls. Looking at it, he saw the glowing exit sign and nodded. What's this uneven ground? This is dangerous. Tap. Shiro jumped down, his black rubber shoes making a very faint sound. With that, the other 3 saw his appearance in full view. In an instant, they are sent in a daze. Right now, he's wearing black long sleeves and a pair of belt shoulder straps. In the right holster, a silver pistol is stored. Paired to that his formal black pants, it further accentuated his godly looks. While his arm doesn't have thick muscles, it looked perfectly built from its outline on the long sleeves. Coupled to that his extremely attractive face, no one could escape his charm. Well, except for someone who barely resisted it. You better leave here, kids. It's not safe around here, considering these damaged floors. He said, passing them by. Just as Madoka is about to say the syllable she received a private message from the chat group. Private Shiro, let's talk about it later. In the end, she merely looked at him as he went to the exit. That is, until someone attacked him. Bang. 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 Shiro sensed time stopping before 9 consecutive bullets went straight into him. They have the speed of normal bullets, but he could only react once they are literally touching his hair. Fortunately, he's monstrous enough to deploy infinity, blocking the bullets with an invisible wall. Wordlessly, he took out his silver pistol from the holster and held it in his left hand. Then. Bang. Time Quagmire. Time Excel. Time Excel. Time Excel. The former was deployed on the black-haired girl while the latter is used to speed up the single bullet fired by the pistol. Unlike its previous magic bullets, it used a physical one, this time a physical originum bullet that also has imbued black lightning in it. Due to him fusing Intrinsic Reaper with AR 3070, customized AWM, and 10 more guns that are mostly A rank and 2 S ranks, it became a strong armament. With his 45 weapon upgrade cards that he earned in the span of a year, it became horrifying. The fusion time being 189 days is the proof of it. Cosmic Destroyer, SSS. Details, a modern armament capable of destroying anything under the cosmos. Fused from 13 special weapons, it possessed each of their abilities in return. Once used on full power, it can destroy the fabric of reality, the cosmos itself. It can switch between 5 forms, namely, sniper, assault rifle, SMG, shotgun, and handgun. Overload allows the armament to fire all of its rounds consecutively, with each having an additional 2500% damage. After use, the Cosmic Destroyer will be in an unusable state for 500 minutes. Charged shot enters a charging time with 10 seconds maximum. With each passing second, the power of the armament increases by 250%. After this state, its performance decreases by 20% for 60 minutes. It can be used until the overall performance was decreased by 80%. Elemental Compression charges the bullets loaded with pure elemental energies. These energies can be interchanged into all elements available, but it has a switching time of 2 seconds. While he only used a single ability of it, Elemental Compression, it's still powerful enough against a mortal. Bzzzt. A loud thunderclap was heard. However, the others couldn't react until it destroyed a stone pillar to bits. It went all the way to the ceiling, producing a rumble that threatened to collapse this basement if not for Shiro acting swiftly while using his earth magic to stabilize it. As for the young girl who attacked him, she's now 5 meters away from her previous position, staring at him with a cold gaze laced with bloodlust. You shouldn't attack a stranger that quickly, Aju-chan. Who are you? The girl said as she disregarded his previous easygoing statement. Shiro lowered his handgun before placing it to his holster. After that, he said, a mage. Definitely the one of a kind. Don't worry though, only 3 of us exist. Mage? Magic. Her cold voice resounded once more, but it sought more answers this time. That's right, magic. He smiled and added, why act surprised if there are magical girls such as yourself? At the same time, Shiro wondered about her peculiarity that he noticed before. Unlike any normal beings, she has no soul. That's why he got bewildered for a moment there. How can she live while it's only her shell moving? Only if he had more information. Beep. Hidden quest activated. Chain quest truth seeking is now available to the participants. The moment he heard this announcement, he manifested an aurora curtain right in front of him. Before stepping into it, he left 7 words to her. We'll meet again, controller of time. Soon, he disappeared on the spot, leaving the shocked Homura behind. He knows. Incubators? Kyubei? He's someone I never met before. To her who went through more than 100 iterations, reversing back time every 45 days, it's very shocking to see someone whom you never met before. Not even Kyubei escaped this, thus her reaction is understandable. In the end, only a single thought was left in her mind to someone who might hinder her goals. Who is he? Fact number 68, Madoka is average on her school. She hates English, science, and chemistry just like the normal students out there. It is noted that she also has a weak physical ability prior to her as a magical girl. Though, she's really strong as one. Even without Homura, it is noted that she's strong enough to take down Valpurgis Night, the witch that couldn't be taken down by 50+ magical girls, at the cost of her life. As for the sacrificial technique that I mentioned, it is shown by Kyoko before, when she finished off Sayaka's witch Octavia. She destroyed her soul gem herself, thus releasing enough power to one-hit it. It's not shown how Madoka defeated it, but it's most probably through this way. Chapter 117, Cooler, Coolest. Sitting in the corner of the cafe, Shiro sipped his iced Americano while internally sighing. This explains everything. He thought so as he looked at the window in front of him. Chain quest truth seeking. Details: due to the unique circumstances surrounding this world, a special quest has been designated. The participants has to investigate the said circumstances, and a completion percentage will be given that corresponds to their findings. Some other mission objectives will be given once the requirements are met. The rewards will be distributed once the mission ends. Investigation Akemi Homura, 5/50ths. Investigation Universal Truth, 1/40th. Investigation Witches, 10/30ths. Elimination Gertrude, Witch 0/1. Current total rewards, 250,000 points. Note 1, total rewards are distributed among the participants. However, the main contributor of each mission completion will receive more than the others. Shiro then looked at the chat group panel, sending a message to Roman and others. Shiro, I believe that everyone saw this chain quest, right? Roman, right. How the heck can a world of magical girls be this complex? Tuka, reality always exceeds the expectations. However, Madoka has a completely different reaction than them. Madoka, Akemi-san. Shiro, you know her. Madoka, Shiro-san. She's the one from before. Wait a minute. That black-haired girl. Shiro, I see. Roman, who is she? Shiro recalled their previous clash. He used triple time XL on the bullet before, yet she managed to avoid it, an inhumane feat, to be fair. This only signified that she either has extremely fast reaction time or she can stop time. That's the only explanation that he thought of upon analyzing that fight. While it only took a minute at best, it's enough for him to draw many deductions. Even him saying that final phrase is a calculated act to feel more information from her. Of course, he succeeded. The degree of shock that Homura had is at a high level, which cemented his conjectures. Shiro, a magical girl. I fought with her earlier. She came out unscathed with my slightly serious attack, though. Roman, unscathed. Shiro, 3 XLs in a single quagmire didn't make it. Roman knew about Shiro's strength that can rival a heroic spirit. That, and his high chances of winning against a divine spirit in his serious state. Tuka, magical girls. They're strong. Madoka, Akemi-san is a magical girl like Mommy-san. Shiro, anyways, I made some progress with the quest. Where are y'all right now? Roman, in a hospital. Tuka, what a coincidence. Just after Shiro finished his drink, he saw 3 familiar faces in the first floor. I don't know how they got the mood to go here right after that, but... Private Shiro, upstairs. The pink-haired girl with twin tails seemed perplexed at first until she looked up. When she saw Shiro, the latter only waved at her with a smile. Then, she smiled widely before pulling her friends in his table. They sat down, with Mommy sitting beside him while Madoka and Sayaka sat opposite of him. Greetings, he said. Hearing this, Madoka replied, Good afternoon. That's cool. Sayaka's pair of blue eyes twinkled with excitement as she suddenly jumped from her seat, both of her hands in the table. You're a mage, right? She asked. This is my first time seeing one. Sayaka-chan. When she heard Madoka, she calmed down and sat back in place. A mage. This is my first time hearing of one. The experienced magical girl, Tomo Mommy, commented at his side. She has a mature aura around her, giving the vibes of a reliable older sister. Though, she's only a year older than Madoka, 15 years old. There are 3 in the entire world. She added. That's right. Quite unbelievable, no? It is. Beeb. At this moment, Roman sent a message once more. Roman, I finally got out. Midakiyaracho General Hospital, hey. Tuka, Midakiyaracho? So we're in the same city. Shiro, I'm inside a mall right now, in the same city as well. Through his 6 eyes, he saw everything of 2,000 kilometer radius from him. He also saw the hospital where Roman went out. Roman, we can presume that this city will be the center of everything, then. Mommy-san. Do you perhaps know about Walpurgisnacht? Shiro spoke, which startled Mommy. It seems you do. Though, Madoka and Sayaka are confused when they heard it. They're not even official magical girls, after all. A mage, I see. Interesting. Suddenly, a fox-like being appeared on top of Madoka's head. It appeared way too fast, to the point that even Shiro with his current strength couldn't notice it. He squinted his eyes, initiating eye contact with it for a second. There, he saw its current emotions, apathy. It's like a machine, uncaring about what would happen around. It is similar to Shiro when it sees interesting things, however. Did someone create this new power, or is it? It paused for a few seconds before continuing, for what reason do you want to know about the strongest witch? The strongest witch? Shiro said while thinking about the one that he saw earlier. That horrendous thing. This being must be the magical girl's helper if I follow the normal cliché, but... To be honest, he's completely confused as to how to tackle this. If he hadn't seen the essence of the so-called witches, he might have thought that it's a completely normal and light-hearted world. As to what he saw earlier. What they... In the deepest essence of it, Shiro saw something beyond the gem. There, he saw a black silhouette in a fetus-like position. A vague outline of it can be seen that indicated its female gender. From her stature, she's not older than 16, a young girl. What's strange about her is the aura that she has, it felt as if she's a remnant of sorts. A dark side of a person, to be exact. She doesn't feel alive, either. Still, he saw the bleak emotions that she carried through his eyes. Despair is the most prevalent one, followed by sadness, depression, and hopelessness. It is so thick to the point that she rivaled half of what Homura has. This evil. Tell me, what the fuck did she experience in this magical girl-oriented world that she felt those feelings of despair? This question remained internally, making him not treat this world like the usual. Walpurgisnacht is a collection of many witches, thus killing every single one of them is needed to vanquish it and acquire its grief seeds. Kyubei explained while another prompt popped up in Shiro's sight. Elimination Kyubei, 0/1. Current total rewards, 400,000. Roman, holy. Shiro, what did you meet? It rose by 150,000 points in one go. Sighing inwardly, he captured his sight before sending it to the chat group. Shiro, image. Shiro, the white fox. Madoka, R. Shiro, please try your best to calm down, Madoka-chan. He advised, but it's too late. Madoka got startled that she jumped out of her seat all of a sudden. What's wrong? Sayaka asked her. Madoka smiled and said, "MN. It's nothing." Although, Shiro noticed Kyubei shifting its sights into him and Mommy. He felt its strong curiosity beneath that gaze, but there's also a faint killing intent hidden in it. So. Where are we? Right, Walpurgisnacht. It might or might not come to this city as a visit. Right after hearing that, Mommy turned silent with a serious expression. A/N, a special fact is needed for this number, I see. Fact number 69, did you know that the demonic BDSM, Buddhism, nun Kiara Sesoin shares the same voice actress, Ri Tanaka, as Major Heimko from Honkai, Lisa from Genshin Impact, Neptunia from Hyperdimensional Neptunia, and Duke of York from Azalane. Neptunia aside, we can see that each of her characters are the mature era ones. Chapter 118, Rendezvous. You're sure about it? The girl beside him asked seriously upon pondering about it for a while. 70%. It's not bad if we become prepared, no. Shiro replied. That's right. Seeing Mommy's seriousness diffuse into the surroundings, he decided to bring out the confectionaries. In a split second, an entire blueberry cheesecake, cupcakes and colorful macaroons appeared on top of the table. There's also the teapot that he got back in Crad, and it has a special function that it'll never run out of warm tea. Clap. After clapping, he said to the three, why don't we relax for a while? Shiro, when we meet, don't talk blatantly. The creature worth 150,000 points is horrifying. Roman, I'll assume that it's on the same level of magicians just to be sure. Tuka, I understand. I won't use Tyrant's Eye for now. Looking away at the chat group, Shiro sighed. It's been 5 hours since his meeting with the trio and he successfully created 3 identities thanks to Cardinal's intricate work. Since this world's technological advancements are even lower than hers, it's extremely easy to hack the government database without any traces and create detailed identities for them. Though, the real issue here is this world, the secret behind magical girls, to be exact. They all thought that it'll be similar to Cardcaptor Sakura and Stardust Witch Maruru, but Shiro knows that they're completely wrong. After all, why would there be depression-inducing elements in one? His basic operation whenever he visits another world is to have a lodging, so he decided to stay in a high-class hotel with the money that he converted from points. Sitting on the comfy bed, he began drawing his plans. Will it affect that fox? First of all, he thought of a broken power that he received from the random spins, Hell Flames Ignition. Hell Flames Ignition, SSR. Details, flames that originated from the Archangel of. With a single contact, it burns away all the evil found in the target. As for the judgment of Or, it falls down the jurisdiction of the flames. Note, a minimal amount of mana is required to sustain its appearance. It should be considered evil. He thought inwardly, but it didn't give him much needed answers. There's also the Heaven's Restraints, though I'm not sure if it'd work. It doesn't contain any divinities. As for his safety during that battle, he's even more confident about it now that he has a broken ability that is related to his life-saving means. Phoenix's Regeneration, SSR. Details, one of the most prominent abilities of the Phoenix clan. As long as the soul isn't completely obliterated, there will be a chance of survival. The rate of regeneration used is proportional to the mana spent. Note, the other innate traits of a Phoenix such as their weakness to holy attribute and their ability to create panacea from tears isn't included in this ability. Just from its name alone, Shiro guessed that these Phoenix clan is based from the phoenixes in Eastern and Western mythology. It feels weird seeing this, but parallel worlds, I guess. There are still dozens of armaments and abilities that he acquired, so he spent an hour in the real world to finish making his plans. However, he spent a total of 10 hours internally due to his high wisdom stat. Shutting down most of his computational abilities, he exhaled lightly before hearing a knock on the door. Knock. Shiro stood up and opened the door with a beep. You two are finally here. I can't wait to share what I've found out. He said in a frustrated tone. I doubt it'll be an ordinary thing. Is it related to the secret behind magical girls? Roman asked curiously while Tuka closed the door. Tuka and Roman sat down in the available chairs before listening to Shiro. It's been a tiring day. Shiro, I'll be putting here some information that can't be leaked. With my senses, I feel someone, no, a group of something eavesdropping. Roman, I thought it's only an illusion. Seeing this, Tuka mumbled, synapse, break. Within a split second, her irises turned golden. She entered the state where she can see many destiny lines, allowing her to see the ones unknown in the void. Not long after, her eyes returned to normal. Is there something? Shiro asked. Shiro, you used it. How many? Tuka only replied with a disinterested gaze. Nothing. Tuka, Shiro's right. Around 22 beings are all watching us from the void. They're terrifying, too. If I hadn't awakened my eyes partially, they might have noticed. Similar to the Arya in Fate, Tuka's power followed the same rule. Reciting the phrases partially would awaken a select power of hers for a short time, while reciting everything results to a full-blown awakening. The phrases correspond to the following. Reality, be rent. Unlocks her authority to rewrite and bend reality. Synapse, break. Awakens the authority of her right eye to see through destiny. Lastly, banishment, this world. Awakens both, albeit it'll become much obvious. This partial awakening became possible thanks to her, Shiro, Roman, and Kaujiki studying her power thoroughly. It also gave more advantage to her, which is the ability to conserve her reserves more. So, The experienced magical girl knew about Walpurgisnacht and is extremely wary against it. Shiro, Walpurgisnacht is the strongest boss that we'll face. It's a conglomerate of many different witches, so killing it would mean killing hundreds of those. Shiro continued explaining things in this manner. Witches. Based on what he knew and Mommy's explanation, they are the main enemies of magical girls. While magical girls are born out of hope and wishes, witches are their antithesis. They spread the seeds of despair. To be exact, they induce anxiety, suspicion, excessive rage, and hatred to other humans. The latter is unable to be seen by the common populace, thus they cause murder and suicide without clear motives while remaining unknown to others. In Mommy's words, they're a formless malice that slowly eat humans. This is the duty of magical girls. In exchange for their wish being granted by Kyubei, it's their responsibility to fend off such dangerous beings. It has to be noted that she explained it to the two, Madoka and Sayaka, as they were chosen by Kyubei to grant a single wish of theirs. Sounds familiar? Roman commented. Roman, it's similar to the wish-granting attribute of the Holy Grail. Still, where could it get that power? The Grail has huge amounts of magical energy to pierce through the root. It's quite confusing. Tuka, what got you frustrated, Shiro? All of a sudden, Roman paid more attention here instead of mulling over that feat of Kyubei's. Nothing much. I encountered a strange girl today. Shiro said. Shiro, the moment I arrived, I got lucky to observe a witch up close. Using my 6 eyes, I saw a vague black silhouette in the center of it. Roman, what's strange about it? Shiro went silent for a while, thinking that this discovery of his would prove that this world's not what it seems once proven correct. Shiro, I can feel that these so-called witches, they're humans, or formerly one. Fact number 70, Gen Urobuchi once stated that they had a plan to hide the scriptwriters of Madoka Magica until episode 3, Mamai's death, but they didn't even have the chance to implement it since the list of staff got leaked. So, Urobuchi emphasized the wholesome and fun moments in the first 2 episodes in an attempt to mislead the viewers, only to fail horrendously. This is because of his name being synonymous to depressing anime, Fate/Zero. Hence, the reason why they tried to hide his name. Even he stated that they would have known the general direction of the plot, from wholesome to dark, just by having his name written there. Chapter 119, Punishment. They all went silent once they saw his message. Roman, this seems plausible. They cause despair, but the reason behind them isn't explained. Rather, they chose not to explain. Tuka, half-truths, the special skills of adults. If that mommy doesn't know, poor girl. Madoka, this. Shiro-san, is it true? That witches are former humans. Shiro, it's only a possibility, but I wouldn't recommend you taking up its offer. Earlier, he knew that Kyubei chose both Sayaka and Madoka, with the two of them helping it escape the pursuit of Akemi Homura. The latter's hate towards it is unknown, but Shiro can tell that her intent to kill it is very strong. Roman, there's still the chain quest, Madoka-chan. It's better if you don't get involved too much with her. Chain quest truth-seeking. Details, due to the unique circumstances surrounding this world, a special quest has been designated. The participants has to investigate the said circumstances, and a completion percentage will be given that corresponds to their findings. Some other mission objectives will be given once the requirements are met. The rewards will be distributed once the mission ends. Investigation Akemi Homura, 9/50. Investigation Universal Truth, 3/40. Investigation Witches, 24/30. Elimination Gertrude, Witch 0/1. Elimination Kyubei, 0/1. Current total rewards, 400,000 points. Note 1, total rewards are distributed among the participants. However, the main contributor of each mission completion will receive more than the others. Homura's investigation going up is expected, but what about this universal truth? Does it mean the general truth about this world, or the truth about the universe? Shiro had a sudden thought, but the talks went further. MN. Shiro's eyelid twitched as he looked at an abandoned yellow building not far away from him. Upon digging deeper, he saw a fold of pocket dimension. It is a labyrinth, the place where witches reside. Since they can't come to the outside world, they stay inside it most of the time. However, they can still come in contact with a person nearby, marking them with a kiss of a witch, the sign that someone is mentally corrupted by a witch. It's only been a night, yet I already encountered another one. A night had passed since their meeting, and they decided to split up to search for these witches. That, and their desire to know more information about this world's unique circumstances. It also helped that they're strong enough to escape from such labyrinths. Madoka, finding witches is like using a GPS. Seeing this chat of hers, he murmured with a helpless expression, this girl. Madoka's decision to join in the first-hand magical girl experience truly baffled everyone within the mission. Even when they deliberately discussed everything with her, her choice remained unchanged. I bet they're going here. With a single seventh circle space jump that allowed him to jump short distances, he appeared in the rooftop. As to why he chose to do so. Creak. A woman in a business attire opened the rusty steel door. Her eyes is in a daze, showing that she's under a mental manipulation spell. Fortunately, he wore his concealment mask half-form, effectively reducing his dazzling presence. Unlike the plain mask form that it has before, it now looked like a ninja's mask that covered up to his ears, though it's not reduced in any capabilities, thus it's like wearing nothing at all. Coupled with his special sunglasses, SR, he looked more casual than him wearing a blindfold, which definitely garnered many attention up until now. If he went to Madoka's school, no one could guess just how much chaos he would bring with his appearance. You're here. Suddenly, a voice resounded a few meters from his left. There, he saw the shield-wielding Homura looking at him with a strong gaze. It sounds like you're expecting me here. He replied. Let's get straight to it, what do you want from me? Hearing this, she didn't react strongly and asked, who are you? Me? I'm. Just as he is about to do his self-introduction, Jidas Hukai, he saw the business attire lady going over the iron fences. With this action of hers, it takes nothing to understand that she's about to meet death, through her own means. Then, he noticed the three girls, one experienced magical girl and two in training, just below them. Truly a coincidence. If that's the case. Since he's wearing his jacket right now, he pulled out his cosmic destroyer inside an inner pocket. The silver gun shone under the sunset, giving off an ethereal vibe around it. Mental placation, 9th circle. Dispel curse, 8th circle. Rejuvenate, 7th circle. Float, 3rd circle. In a split second, he casted 3 high-level spells and 1 low-level spell successfully. Since he used a mana bullet instead of a physical one, it wouldn't be harmful to the target. Bang! A white bullet passed through her body before its effects took place. Crack! A sound of something cracking down came from her. The curse that the witch had implanted to her disappeared, the mark on her neck disappeared. Still, she began free-falling to the ground. Thanks to the float spell, it's considerably slow, and Shiro could remotely control it if mommy doesn't make it. And she did. Transforming to her magical girl form, she created dozens of ribbons that caught the woman. There, it's settled. Shiro shifted his sights to Homura once more and continued, my name's Shiro, a magus. I don't know how old am I, but I'm not one of your enemies. So you won't admit anything? She coldly replied. What? While confused, he suddenly felt that the flow of time is disorganized. Then, he saw more than 5 hand grenades thrown at him. At the same time, the front of Homura's shield opened up, revealing gears of clock that's active, it rotates counterclockwise when time stops. Space imprisonment. This time, Shiro casted the spell himself. It resulted to a cubical space that contained the hand grenades. Boom! With ease, he remained unscathed from Homura's probing attack. A second later, his mana fully recovered. You're not present before. She murmured before appearing in front of him with double M4S beneath her shoulder. A cacophony of bullet rounds rained in his face. Without even the chance to explain, Homura attacked him fiercely. If not for the fact that they're not inside a witch's labyrinth right now, she would have brought out the heavy explosives inside her specialized storage. Just as the bullets are about to touch Shiro's skin, Infinity did its job and fended them off. Using a space jump, he created some distance with her, not like it mattered, however. Stopping time. The moment he realized Akemi Homura's true power, the chain quest went up. Investigation Akemi Homura, 25/50ths. Fortunately, his reaction time is insane enough to be able to react to her time stop. Based on their fight, he deduced that she's able to move around objects, but not living beings. That, or she needs to touch an object before she can use it in frozen time. This is the reason why more than half a dozen's worth of bullets flew at his face when it's humanly impossible. Ju-chan, that's a bad manner, isn't it? Why attack the clueless me? Shiro said lightheartedly, but he determined that she has a strong killing intent, which showed how she killed others. This girl, not older than 13, killed dozens to achieve this. You're still pretending. Are you an incubator? She coldly said. Incubator. Seeing his perplexed eyes under his glasses and his tone of genuine confusion, she doubted if he's not a part of them. You're not. No. What are incubators, anyways? Investigation Universal Truth, 5/40ths. Shiro looked at the prompt before realizing that just the mention of incubators alone made it rise. If you're not one of them, I apologize. Homura said, walking to the rusty metal door to leave. She knew that she wouldn't get something from him right now, so she decided to leave. After all, she's confident in her ability to disappear all of a sudden. Ahem. You ought to have some punishment. You know, you would have killed me if not for my strength. She paused upon hearing that. Her intuition sent out warning bells before she looked back, only to see Shiro with a strange aura around him. Time Excel! Time Excel! Time Excel! Time Excel! Time Excel! It's not strange, considering him casting 5 XLs consecutively, that his reaction time and speed rose to an all-time high. Before she even realized, he disappeared from the spot like a ghost. Homura then found out that she's been carried by him under his arms. A/N, thinking about Urobuchi, I remember my brother freaking out along with others online when he saw his name in the RWBY, Ice Queendom. Man, those reactions are fun to look at. Fact number 72, each of Homura's regressions all consist of 45 days, which ranged from her first meeting with Madoka up until the Valpurgis night. Since Urobuchi stated that she regressed back more than 100 times, it's safe to say that she kept going back for 12 years, 45 days 100 equals 4,500 days equals 12.32 years. With this, her attitude became more reasonable, as well as her decisions to give up saving those girls as she's truly tired of failing to save them in Madoka. Imagine failing continuously for 12 straight years, watching all of your friends die or worse, become witches, and it's a 13-year-old girl to boot. Urobuchi really made her suffer too much. Chapter 120, loaded with holy intent. In the 150 years worth of memories, Shiro saw many things which changed the present him. Before, he would have already killed this young girl in front of him without any hesitation due to her attempting to kill him. But now, he'll just let her go without doing so once he'd learned that everything's a misunderstanding. Still, he's not the type to let go of any formerly hostile enemies of his. That's why he thought of the punishment that he could admonish to her. Until he recalled one of Fenrir's memories. Turns out, he has a daughter named Mana, the previous S-ranked grimoire that he got from before belonged to her. There's a single reason as to why he named her as such. In contrast to his self that symbolized death and destruction, Mana means life. Therefore, he wanted for his daughter of his to live a different life than him. As for the punishment, he recalled Fenrir spanking her butt back when she did something mischievous as a child. Since Homura is considered as one, he decided on it. Space constraint, 9th circle. Mental destabilization, 9th circle. Mind lock, 9th circle. After casting 3 9th circle magic with more than 85% of his reserves, Shiro successfully stunned her. From the fight before, he realized that she has to send out her thoughts whenever he feels the disarray in time. Her shield also changed right after he sensed it. That's why he thought that if he prevented her from contacting that power, she won't be able to use her time stop. In fact, Homura is strong, to the point that her physique reached thousands. If not for him using more than 60% of what he'd used for space constraint, this will fail. Together with the latter two that restricted her mind, he restrained her perfectly. Taking off his sunglasses, he said, "This is a punishment, Chu-chan." While she couldn't speak, her eyes went wide in surprise. Just as Homura is about to use her final trump card, the said punishment descended. Clap. A slightly loud thunderclap resounded in the rooftop, a result of Shiro spanking her. There are no other intentions in his eyes, however, as what it revealed is similar to a parent punishing their child for doing something wrong. Ka. Homura stared at his clear orange pupils with resentment, only to be surprised by his said intent. Since she endured pain worse than this, she only let out a faint whimper. After 10 or so strikes, Shiro undid the restrictions placed upon her. As expected, he felt the dissonance in time once more before he saw Homura in front of the rusty metal door. A tinge of red could be seen from her cheeks, showing her embarrassment from being punished in such a way. A couple of teardrops fell in the edge of her eyes whilst staring at him with anger and indignation. Still, she knew that she's the one in the wrong this time, thus she chose to leave silently. At least she matured well enough. He murmured. Judging from her soul's age, which is 25, 12 years older than her physical self, it left him with two possibilities: either she's older than she looks or she somehow regressed back in time. Beeb. Investigation Akimi Homura, 28/50. When Shiro arrived at this train of thought, the investigation's progress went up once more. Though, it became more evident that it's harder to make it rise unless it aimed at the core of the problem. Just what had she gone through for the mission to assign this? While he's deep in thought, he used space jump to appear right in front of the labyrinth's entrance. It has a shape of a flower while emitting an ominous aura from within. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. The same thing, then. His surroundings is similar to the one that he let go yesterday. Its theme revolved around flowers, or garden to be exact. A thick evil aura surrounded him, before a set of German runes manifested in front of him. Bekompfashad like Insekten. Fight the evil insects. Suddenly, 4 grotesque butterflies appeared not far away from him. They looked more like eldritch-like jellyfishes with 6 eyes and a mustache in it. More and more came from below the bridge in front of him, swarming him with numbers. Though, he stood still and focused more on casting magic in his cosmic destroyer in his right. Shiro further imbued it with hell flames ignition before shooting it off. Bang! The physical bullet passed through this swarm easily, forming a trail of white flames in its wake. Then, a huge hole is pierced from them as the flames had spread more in their combined swarm. Without a sound, they silently died. Plus 10,000 soul points. Plus 12,000 soul points. Plus 4,000. Beep. As they died, a window appeared in his sights that came from his system. Official quest initiated. Changing destinies, rewriting the world is now active. Official quest, defeat the witch, Gertrude. Details, a former human-turned-abomination, the witch Gertrude had existed for years while using the abandoned apartment as its base. To prevent the further spread of mental contamination, it must be defeated. Objective, apprehend the witch Gertrude. Reward, 1M soul points, 1 weapon enhancement card, 2 random spell cards, 1 item upgrader, A. Seeing this, his eyes glinted with an interested gaze before he smiled. Apprehend, hey? That's what I'm thinking too. Tap. Tap. Shiro walked slowly in the white bridge. In its background are flowers with mustaches moving strangely. He didn't hesitate to shoot off the holy rounds, burning them to death. Prompts started stacking one by one, but he didn't care as he focused on going deeper to this labyrinth. Just as he'd expected, the witch existed in its core layer. Initiating another space jump, he appeared on top of the labyrinth's core, free-falling a moment later. Shiro didn't mind this as he activated charged shot, elemental compression, and overload. 2 seconds later, the damage multiplier had already reached 30-fold. Tap. Landing softly on the ground, he focused on the silver gun in his hand. Meanwhile, the strange monster with a hybrid of gooey tree, flowers, and a butterfly wing summoned a black tentacle underground before entangling Mommy with it. Though, she remained calm under it until she saw Shiro on the ground. Why are you here? She asked in a calm tone. At the same time, golden strings came from the ground, cutting off the tentacle and freeing her from its grasp. Shiro didn't answer her, however, as he pointed the cosmic destroyer in the direction of the monster. While he waited for 10 seconds, those strange butterflies and a couple of black tentacles came for them, but Mommy fended it off with her projected muskets. While curious, she silently watched him as she thought that he's preparing his finisher. Eliminating witches came first from her priorities, thus she didn't care much about its incentives. Once 10 seconds had passed, a blinding white light illuminated the entire area as 9 consecutive gunshots resounded. The moment the light died down, all they saw is the resplendent, holy, and pure white flames crackling in the ground. Fact number 73, Mommy's theme is titled Credens Justitium, meaning believe in justice. It is a mix of Latin, Italian, Spanish, and many other language. It is played as a background music whenever Mommy fights. This symbolized her belief as a magical girl. That is, to be someone who enacts justice and helps the others. P.S. Thinking of Emi Yashiro and these magical girls is interesting. Chapter 121, Shocking Confirmation, Divine Keys. While the Cosmic Destroyer has illimitable power, it followed the concept of normal guns, not because it is restricted, but it's the most optimal way to bring out its power. With it being in its handgun form, each bullet's power is perfectly balanced. But, if its 13 skills are added into the mix, its destructive power can reach another level altogether. Quest completed. Reward settlement. Plus 1 million soul points. Plus 1 weapon enhancement card. 2 windows popped up, informing him of his finished quest. This counted, all right. He murmured as he noticed his surroundings going back to normal. Without the witch that serves as the anchor, the labyrinth naturally disappeared. What replaced it is a black jewel that resembled an egg. Eerie. That's the only thought that Shiro has upon seeing it, simply because of one reason, it resembled a magical girl's soul gem. Though, its color is dark in this case. Thanks to Madoka that kept them informed about these basic things, which is something that he learned from Mommy, the group has a more complete picture on the magical girl system. Tilting his head down, Shiro's 6 eyes went full throttle as he tried to pry more about it. The witch's core, the so-called grief seed, floated in his right hand before closely examining it. Beep. Official quest updated. Changing Destinies, Rewriting the World, Part 2, is now active. Official quest, Purify the Witch. Details, witches, whom are once magical girls, fell and transformed into an evil entity due to varying reasons. In this universe, there hasn't been a single case whereas witches can return to their former form. As the one whose destiny isn't clear, influencing others is but a simple matter. Objective, remove the evil deeply rooted into S existence. Reward/S, 3M soul points, 5 random ability card, 1 ability upgrader, SS, 1 buff upgrader, SS. I see. With this, Shiro confirmed that this system of his, it follows his will. Back when he received his first mission in Terra, he would have met that convoy eventually, considering how he's in the same route as them. The mission only shortened the said meeting time and gave him a general objective. Then there's the SAR-related things, in which it pops up every time he gets a new quest in the game. Even the healing of Kano Yuaki is already planned by him to spice things more, of course. Lastly is this quest. He wondered if Hell Flame's ignition has an effect to these grief seeds due to a single phrase. With a single contact, it burns away all the evil found in the target. At first, he thought that it'll continue burning the target the more evil that they has, something that brought him confidence when fighting against heroic spirits with evil affiliation. Only a bit of his mana is needed to maintain it, thus it would keep burning in proportion to their evil. However, this all changed when he encountered corrupted things. If it's corrupted, would it burn the corruption instead of the entire target? He thought at that time. Thus, Shiro thought of a very plausible way to convert these witches back to their human forms. Though, he never expected the revelation that came with this. Magical girls really are. Investigation Witches, 28/30. Investigation Universal Truth, 12/40. While I do appreciate your help, can you tell why you're here? Mommy suddenly interrupted his thoughts and spoke. Right. I found out about a spatial fold here, only to find out a couple of surprises. He replied. Surprises? Mommy asked. MN. The witch and another magical girl. Homura, is it? The atmosphere shifted upon hearing this. Mommy became more serious, while Sayaka remembered that student. That transfer student? She's here. Homura-chan. Madoka called out when she saw the familiar black-haired girl. Unlike the other two, Homura spoke to her during the first day. Along it is her advice with the lines of, never think about something like changing from your current self. It sounded strange to others, but not for Shiro. Now that he knew about the secret behind magical girls, he understood more about her intentions. Investigation Akimi Homura, 30/50. Using the mental link, 5th circle, spell, Shiro asked Homura mentally, are these grief seeds formed due to the impurities on the soul gems? Whilst shocked at the method of communication that he employed, she wordlessly nodded to him. I see. Thanks. Shiro cancelled the spell and said, since you four might talk about something, I'll excuse myself. Though, he sent a private message to Madoka before he left. Private Shiro, can we talk in your house later? Private Madoka, sure, but what is it for, Shiro-san? Private Shiro, something very important to you. Private Madoka, I understand. With an aurora curtain, he left the scene. Private Shiro, it's confirmed. Witches are previous magical girls. Closing the chat group panel, Roman sighed. He had the mindset of taking a vacation to see new things at first, but never had he expected that underneath this world's romanticization of magical girls is a cruel truth. Just the thought of these horrendous being in front of him as a young girl in the past made him feel bitter and mad. While it may be hypocritical of him, with Chaldea relying on a 15-year-old girl to fight for humanity's future, Roman understood humans are like this. He further confirmed it once he felt it himself as a human. Private Shiro, I might have a way to bring them back, though. Private Roman, that's good. I'm fighting against one right now. Private Shiro, you, what? A golden sword is constructed in his right hand. While in midair, he struck it down to the caterpillar-like monster with a cartoonish face. https://www.pixf.net/n/artworks/949938882/ Flames set ablaze in a wide area, all the while it centered mostly on the caterpillar monster, burning it intensively. Roman managed to slash it off entirely, but it seemingly regenerated as another smaller caterpillar popped up from its mouth. Unfazed by it, Roman decided to cancel the formation of Judgment of Shamash and chose the Oath of Judah instead. He held it using the chains in its center before running off. Golden chains were summoned from the ground, entangling the monster through it. Then, he jumped on top of its head with a reinforcement and a couple of 9th circle spells. He pointed the head of Oath of Judah in its head, and like a pile bunker, a dozen golden nails came out of it, piercing the monster completely. Thanks to that attack, it died off completely, leaving the small figure behind, which is also the true boss of this labyrinth. Private Shiro, you can kill of the monsters, but their drops, the grief seeds, must remain unharmed for my method to work. Private Roman, all right. The Oath of Judah disintegrated in his hands, in which it is replaced by Black Abyss, a black lance. Charging straight through the small figure, he pierced it completely, making it disintegrate using this weapon's special ability. By the time it turned into ashes, the surroundings went back to normal, and all that's left is a single grief seed in the floor. A/N, turns out, I forgot to mention about those two abilities' origins. Hellflame Ignition came from Omniscient Reader's viewpoint. To be more exact, it came from Muriel, the Fujoshi angel. On the other hand, if I still need to say this, Phoenix's regeneration came from high school DxD. Fact number 73, out of all magical girls in Pula Magi Madoka Magica, only Mommy acted out as one. Naming her attacks, changing her hairstyle, and acting as a true senpai are one of those. As for the other magical girls? They don't have that and fight silently, and practically. Chapter 122, Conundrum. On top of a cell tower, Tuka with her tyrant's eye fully active is overlooking the entire Mitakiera city. She saw countless white lines, each signifying a destiny of someone. They are too many to the point that she can still see them over the horizon. It's even more noticeable during the night. Her casual attire, a slightly oversized white t-shirt, fluttered due to the wind. Coincidentally, she also wore blue jeans. Though, her thoughts is in another matter altogether. Too bright. Putting her right hand in front of her tyrant's eye, she did a hand gesture that stopped its activation. Still, she saw that blinding light, which made her too exhausted. Who can possess such huge destiny? It's as if she's the center of this world. She murmured. What she saw just before she turned off her irradiated ability are countless destiny lines intertwined in a spherical shape like a ball of yarn. Its base destiny line formed a very thick pillar of white light that encompassed a large area, plus the destiny lines of a few others who entangled with it. It became like this due to the other destiny lines splitting apart of themselves before connecting with the said light. In short, she saw a blinding light that perhaps illuminated the entirety of Earth. Private Tuka, I discovered something important. Looking at the message that Tuka had sent, Shiro briefly replied before focusing back in what he's doing right now. Looks like she wouldn't agree with this, Shiro. Besides him is Cardinal, whom he is able to interact with thanks to his augmented glasses. Since everyone can see his pair of charming eyes, it caused a fatal damage to the girl in his left. Madoka. He called out. Hi? Shiro-san. Are you alright? You're in a daze. Me? In a daze. Seeing this, Cardinal could only say, another one. Shiro became speechless and didn't defend himself because, she's completely right. At first, he didn't mind this appearance of his, but the moment he got a portion of his memories back, he became more conscious towards it. Heck, one of the reasons why is the experience of the Supreme Magus. Due to a system reward of his, he attained the perfection concept, but it affected his appearance the most. From his extremely handsome self, he became more androgynous. It followed the concept of mortals that gods looked androgynous. While he may have gotten immense potential and power, he lost his prided handsomeness back in his hero days. This is also the reason behind his max level control and charm stat. As for his max level willpower stat, it should have came from Fenrir who overcame countless ordeals, tempering his will as a result. Shiro took a sip from the orange juice that Madoka prepared for him. Clank. Clank. The spherical-shaped ice made a clanking sound as he drank it. Do you remember what Homura had mentioned to you a few days ago? At that time, the mission was published. Due to the time difference between other worlds, 3 days had passed in Madoka's world before the three of them participated in it. That's also the time when she went to the clinic together with Homura, though, what's strange is that the latter led the former when she's a transfer student. It's as if she's already familiar with the place. She told me to not change. Madoka said. To be more specific, she must have wanted you to not become a magical girl. When Madoka's expression became confused, Shiro continued explaining. You know about grief seeds, right? That's right. Since you've already seen one. Do you have any thoughts about it? Hearing this question, she began thinking about grief seeds and the likes. She didn't delve deeper in this, actually, as she dismissed that thought of hers as a coincidence. However, Shiro asked her specifically about this, thus she said it with uncertainty. It looks similar to a soul gem. That's right. He then added, because they are one and same. What? Grief seeds are former soul gems. Without waiting for her to process this, he took out the witch Gertrude's grief seed from his dimensional storage. The moment it appeared on top of his palm, it has white flames surrounding it like a garland. What's more surprising is that unlike its previous appearance, half of the black color faded, leaving a ruby-like color in it. Also, the white flame seemed alive as it revolved continuously on the grief seed, serving as the eraser that reduced the black parts bit by bit. Madoka looked mesmerized upon seeing it, but the sudden realization in Shiro's words brought her back to reality. Does it mean that witches are previous magical girls? She asked. Yup. But how? With a complex look in her eyes, she further asked, does Mommy-san know of this? No, or so I believe. That Kyubei must have withheld this information to others. This explains why Homura-chan is hostile against Kyubei. During her and Sayaka's first meeting with Kyubei, it's badly wounded and is being chased by Homura. If not for the fact that a witch and Mommy had arrived, perhaps Homura would have forced her way through them and killed Kyubei. As to how they became witches, it might be due to the impurities that you've mentioned earlier. Shiro explained. It looks similar to this, right? He pointed out to the half-purified grief seed, to which she nodded. After Shiro disappeared earlier, another confrontation between Homura, Mommy, and Sayaka occurred. The latter two believed that Homura isn't to be trusted, a sharp contrast to Madoka's thinking that Homura is a kind person. When she left, Mommy briefly explained things about soul gems. When they use more power during their magical girl forms, impurities would appear in their soul gems, something that can only be cleansed by grief seeds as it absorbs such impurities from the gems, making them clean. Of course, there's a limit as to how many times it could be used to cleanse soul gems, thus they break when they reach the said limit. With all this, it's evident that Homura truly cared for you, Madoka-chan. Shiro said. Homura-chan. Thanks to this explanation of his, Madoka now understood Homura better than her original fates. At first, her instincts told her that Homura is truly a kind person, but only now did she understand why. Under her cold but melancholic gaze is her good intention towards her. Madoka-chan. Knowing all these, will you still consider it? He asked. Mommy told her about the cons of a magical girl before. Still, both she and Sayaka never lost the desire to become one. Kaname Madoka, are you still willing to become a magical girl? A/N, holy. I didn't expect to see such a roller coaster plot in Integrated Strategies number 3, our Knights. Man, it almost looked like Honkai with the deaths of in-game operators alone. Fact number 74, it recently revealed that Kaltsit didn't live through thousands of years in one go. Rather, she died and reincarnated continuously. Every time she gets reincarnated, she only remembers her name, Kaltsit, before she gradually remembers her past. One of the purposes that she has is something big, which is the survival of all Terrans. It is also stated that she existed way back when Originum-powered industries is not yet a thing. Though, the most interesting lore that got revealed is that, she was afraid that once Terrans masters Originum technology, they would be able to go beyond the starry sky, the veil, and pierce through the sky, truth. As to what it is? There are many headcanons related to it, such as Terra being a simulated world or the outer gods similar to Ishur-MLA, Seaborns, and the eldritch abominations aforementioned before. Chapter 123, Unlimited Response. Sigh. She's really... Shiro murmured after walking away from Madoka's house. Helplessness could be heard from his voice before his eyes sported a sharp look. In a carefree manner, he called out. We're not playing hide-and-seek, or are we? All right. Not far from him, a one-tailed white fox with scarlet eyes sat beside the road. It didn't open its mouth, but it spoke out to him like a normal person. Suddenly, Shiro said, your next line will be. What an interesting human. What an interesting the fox, Kyubei, paused just before it could finish its words. Do you have the ability to read minds, foreigner? Foreigner? He asked. You might not admit about this, but I saw through your strange aura the moment we met. It was during the time Shiro clashed with Homura for the first time, and Kyubei was badly wounded. As a special race whose goal is to preserve and prevent the end of the universe, each of their powers are immense, thus, seeing through his real identity is not impossible for it. Most importantly, you three weren't supposed to be here. Kyubei added. Hearing this, Shiro's eyebrows rose as he tilted his head, looking at Kyubei with his 6 eyes fully visible. Beeb. Investigation Universal Truth, 10/40. Beeb. Official Quest, Midnight Encounter. Details, Kyubei, the incubator overseeing this world, sensed your peculiarity and decided to meet you. Based from your responses, a set of appropriate actions will be dealt by him. Objective, state your side firmly. Reward /S, 200,000 soul points, 1 appraisal attempt, S. 2 consecutive notifications rang out, causing Shiro to pay attention here for a split second. This was caught by Kyubei, however, as it drew some sorts of conclusion based on his reactions. Truly, high-level fights are mostly made out of 70% deducing, analyzing, and planning, while the remaining 30% is the actual fight, which wouldn't last long if it's an even match. Shiro also used this tactic on Homura and successfully drew many inferences and information based from her reactions alone. Though, it became possible due to his high wisdom stats. Realizing this mistake, he went back to his previous expression. About witches and magical girls, I want to ask you about one thing. What is it? Kyubei disappeared from the side of the road and reappeared on top of a lamp post. You're the one who contracted magical girls by offering witches. If so, is the thing about magical girls being witches your plans too? Tap. Tap. Raindrops fell from the sky. With each passing second, it grew stronger. Though, what's strange is that neither Shiro nor Kyubei got wet, with the former using a spell to ward off the raindrops on him. That's right. Without hesitation, Shiro drew his cosmic destroyer from his dimensional storage and pointed it at Kyubei. Time Excel! Time Excel! Time Excel! Time Excel! Time Excel! Thanks to 5 XLs that he casted simultaneously, Shiro managed to move his body faster than before. It can now follow with his superb perception that made his feeling of the world slow down. In this slow world, only he and his silver gun moved swiftly. Then, bang! 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 The bullets fired with the help of overload streaked to Kyubei, turning its body into one with bloodied holes in a matter of a second. Plus 100,000 soul points. Is he? Nope. He thought as he saw the chat group panel, in which it showed his progress with the chain quest. Elimination Kyubei, 0/1. Beeb. Quest completed. Reward settlement. Plus 200,000 soul points. Plus 1 appraisal attempt, S. Few more notices popped up, but Shiro chose to pay attention to the one-tailed fox that appeared not far from him once more. You're just like her. Kyubei said while sitting right beside him. It looked at its body filled with blood as it fell to the ground, tainting it with the color of red. Fortunately, it's raining right now, thus the blood is soon washed over to the drainages. MN. While I'm not considered a sane person in this society, I won't stoop so low as to turn young girls into those abominations. Shiro said while looking down, both literally and figuratively, at it. They wished for something, I gave it at them. Isn't it fair? Fair? More like, you're asking a child to sign up for a black company contract. Right after saying this, he went silent. Unlike the other hot-blooded anime protagonists that he binged, he's aware that there are more things to do if he wants to prevent the birth of witches from happening again. Even now, he's drawing his plan, all the while he decided to use the appraisal attempt that he got just now. S-ranked appraisal attempt used. Showing information of the entity Kyubei. Name, Kyubei. Age, greater than 5 million. Species? Modified. Affiliation, incubators. Physique, 50, greater than 4 million. Dexterity, 50, greater than 4 million. Stamina, 50, greater than 4 million. Wisdom, greater than 5 million. Authority, causality. Level, Ascendant God. Authority, partial omnipresence. Level, Ascendant God. More authorities. Abilities. Contract creation. Telepathy. Karmic eyes. Energy conversion. Parallel self-summoning. More authorities. Current thoughts, someone not bound by the karma in this universe. He might be a key to our preservation. FCKing. He exclaimed inwardly upon seeing Kyubei's stats. He became more surprised when he saw it having 2 or more authorities. Just like in Fate universe, authorities are the one that makes up a god. If someone ascended with an authority related to fire, they would have more control over it. As for Kyubei, just the partial omnipresence alone is enough to shock him. Basically, one of the 3 requirements to surpass the realm of chief gods, which is main gods in his power system, is to have the 3 creator attributes, omniscience, omnipotence and omnipresence. Roman, who possessed one of them through his clairvoyance, X, can be hailed as the king of mages. Furthermore, it allowed him to prepare for a failsafe for Goetia, in which it really worked when he was summoned by Chaldea. Strange enough, true magic covered everything about this. The 2nd and the 5th for omnipresence. The 4th for omniscience. The 1st and 3rd for omnipotence. Even if that authority is only a partial one, something that can be compared to a fake, it still possessed huge amounts of power that his current self couldn't handle. As for its stats, it reached Ascendant God level at the very least, which is also the lowest realm for a god in Shiro's power system. Up there is the main/chief god. While the lowest, an Ascendant God could possess an attribute no lower than 1 million, with 5 million being a threshold for the main/chief gods. Seeing this creature that matched a chief god, it's a miracle that Shiro could act nonchalantly. The 5 time cards and the tail gear is my only insurance now. Anyways, why did you come here? Shiro asked this terrifying creature besides him. To check on you. Had. Check on me? More like, check on someone else. Earlier, Shiro chatted with Tuka and knew that the latter saw a boundless light when her tyrant's eye is active. Since it involved destiny plus Kyubei's authority that is related to causality and the fact that Kyubei seemed close to her, he reached an unimaginable conclusion. Madoka-chan is not simple as she seems. A/N, take note that out of 5 true magics, only 3 had been confirmed. The 1st and 4th can be considered as non-canon until further information is released. Said this to not confuse the readers who saw something from other FICS. Fact number 75, did you know that perfumer, R-Knights, Mashu, FGO, and Megaman, Konosuba, has the same voice actress? I felt that Mash and Megaman sounded kind of similar when I rewatched Agataram yesterday, plus perfumer's voice lines when I'm playing. P.S. Really loved Mashu's meeting with Lancelot. That Ota-san of hers really killed Lancelot's heart out of fluff LMAO. Chapter 124, Another Magical Girl. Setting those thoughts aside, Shiro probed Kyubei once more. Mind telling me who Akimi Homura is? Hearing this, it tilted its head and said, wouldn't it be more interesting to find it out yourself? Unlike the times when it's together with the magical girls, Kyubei revealed a bit of his true nature, one that's much similar to a cold-blooded scientist. Wordlessly, Shiro used projection magecraft and called forth one of the great swords recorded in his Library of the End, an Aegir mechanical blade called Avenger's Wrath. Its color in entirety is blood red, with a red sheen that can be seen on its sharp edge. Having the similar design as his quasi-mechanical blade, it looked more like an advanced technology instead of a primitive cold weapon. Bam! With it weighing 10 ton, the great sword easily sunk deep into the ground, turning Kyubei into a bloodied mush of flesh. Plus 100,000 soul points. I can see why you sported the same look as her. Suddenly, it reappeared on top of his head as Shiro recalled the projection of the mechanical blade from Terra. Then, he used Earth Restoration, 4th Circle, to repair the more than 100m narrow and deep sword crater that he made. In no time, everything's back to normal under the rain. Unbothered by Kyubei's current position, he asked, Why create magical girls though? I imagine you wouldn't do so without a purpose. To maintain the natural order. It replied. Surprised, he is about to ask Kyubei about something when it left with, it's nice meeting you. Natural order. To be honest, he truly got caught off guard when he received this response from Kyubei. As for the natural order that it mentioned, it can pertain to many things, thus Shiro is left under the rain, thinking about the possible conclusions from this. Slurp. After slurping the buckwheat noodles, Roman commented, it's not as good as yours, but it's still better than mine. Becoming a picky eater, are we? Tuka added as she finished another bowl of soba. Why wouldn't we? It's Shiro's fault that we became like this. Shiro, who got attacked from nothing, could only focus on the large bowl that he's eating in one sitting. Once he's done with it, he placed the bowl into the table before laying down the chopsticks on top of it. I only noticed this now. I think Roman infected me with his overthinking. He said. Why me? I can't stop thinking about the natural order a few hours ago. It's been a few hours since Shiro and Kyubei met, and the three decided to meet up again in a noodle restaurant due to the cold weather that suited it. Finishing his bowl, Roman spoke out his thoughts. Natural order? Hey. That's way too vague to draw answers from. Life, death, destruction, creation. Even karma and destiny is included to it. There's no use overthinking for now, Shiro. Tuka, who is silent besides Shiro, said. Just as Tuka had mentioned, they are bound to clash with Kyubei and its affiliation, the incubators. That time, they would naturally know more, which will answer their current questions. About our current mission. Madoka-chan's wish. Roman replied to Shiro. Right. Things are inevitable. Madoka-chan, her wish is to help others. He paused for a while before continuing, to help others as a magical girl. I would like to be the same as Mommy-san. Ah. Hearing this, Shiro became dumbfounded. Even after all of these dangers, you'd still choose to become one. Madoka, who couldn't look at Shiro straight in the eyes before, now looked at him with resolve. If there's a way that I could help someone, I would like to do it. She declared with a strong gaze, determination oozing out from her eyes. Seeing this, Shiro couldn't help but recall the black-haired girl whom he considered as one of his first students. Her looks and tone when she declared that she'll become a strong magus overlapped with the current image of Madoka. You can't be persuaded now, right? He asked. And no. This can also help Shiro-san, Tuka-san, and Roman-san, too. As a new member of the chat group, she saw the mission requirements, with one of the objectives all about fulfilling her wish. Since she couldn't think of any other wish than this, Madoka thought that this might help them complete one of the objectives. Don't make your choice first. Ah. This time, Madoka is the one who is surprised. Try becoming a magus first. If you can become one, you might not need to rely on this shady deal. After explaining what they talked about, both Roman and Tuka went silent. While the latter is shocked that a little girl almost the same age as her little sister can decide that firmly, the former is silent due to something else. Shiro broke the silence as he said, Did she remind you about yourself? Yes. Being selfless isn't something that I could understand. Though, she's your spitting image, I dare say. As a person who acted due to his interests, Shiro couldn't understand Roman at first. Only when he received his partial memories did he understand him, albeit a little. That's why he decided not to forcefully prevent Roman from using First Noble Phantasm, Ars Nova. Ring. The bell attached on top of the door rang, indicating that someone entered to the restaurant. However, what made them pay attention to the new arrival is her identity. Magical girl. Shiro murmured. Due to their nature, it's fairly easy to discern the magical girls from the common populace. The three of them discovered that these magical girls doesn't have their soul housed in their body, rather, it is stored inside their soul gems. Thus, they concluded that magical girls wouldn't be able to feel pain, which is similar to Zukin's zombie-like state. After all, it is necessary for the soul to live inside the body for them to feel like normal humans. This young girl has her long red hair tied in a ponytail. She wears a plain blue-green jacket, something that's similar to what Shiro has. Though, his jacket has more details in it. Sensing the gaze of them, her golden pupils looked back at them to be more specific, at Shiro. Thanks to this sacrifice of his, only he is left looking at her, with Roman and Tuka shifting their sights quickly. Left with no choice, Shiro looked away with her, aware that he formed a strange impression with her. You two left me behind. What a nice bunch. He deadpanned. Sacrifices are necessary, Shiro. It wouldn't matter with your charm, anyways. Right, right. You far surpass me during my time as a king, so it's no big deal. As expected, they did hear the young girl's comments directed at him. Tisk. What does he want from me? I've heard that there are quite a few handsome but suspicious individuals nowadays. Hearing this, Shiro declared. Y'all owe me on this one. Since they did feel bad, they agreed. Once they finished eating, they soon headed to their lodgings. With this, a few days had passed. Unbeknownst to them, it's the start of the storm that is about to come. Fact number 76, a magical girl has her own special ability. This is related to their wish, thus if they wish for someone to heal someone, they would receive a regenerative/healing ability. Though, it's proven in Kyoko's case that if there comes a time when they regret their own wish, their special ability would be lost. Mommy's specialty are her ribbons, to live, Sayaka's specialty is her super regenerative ability, to heal that bastard, and Kyoko has her own charm illusion ability, for people to believe her father whom is a preacher, before she lost it. Chapter 125, Monstrous Magical Girls. Inside a witch's labyrinth, only darkness propagated. In the midst of it, a dark red swirl is present on the background. Though, what's more important is the two people not far away from each other. One of them, a girl with red hair and golden eyes, thrusted her long yellow spear towards the other person. Unlike the traditional spear, it is 2 times longer, making its reach extremely large. Clang! Fortunately, he managed to block the spear tip using a silver handgun in his right hand by turning it sideways. With a blink of an eye, he disappeared on the spot, reappearing a few meters on his south. This is really a misunderstanding. He shouted while he channeled his mana to the gun, allowing it to charge the bullet with the lightning element. Bang! The man, Shiro, pressed the trigger in an attempt to buy more time. Yes, buy more time. As if on cue, the long spear separated, with chains connecting each part of it up to the spear blade. With a single flick, she managed to destroy the bullet using the blade. Bam! I knew it. You are really stalking me since that day. A voice of a young girl resounded in this space, but it is one filled with irritation. Her strength became more evident as she traveled the distance between them in a single leap. It's no longer the time to play around. Shiro thought as he stored the cosmic destroyer in his dimensional storage. Then, he summoned forth his trusty light armor before taking out his unknown black sword and fragrant olive sword. How laughable it is that the moment I became serious, it's against a magical girl. At this moment, the young girl, Kyoko Sakura, manipulated her spear in a chain-like state, and like a snake, the spearhead went straight towards him. Reinforcement. Aura enhancement. Space barrier. Infinity. Shiro casted 4 spells consecutively, with the infinity serving as the one in the surface. Bam! Crack! In a single confrontation, his infinity was broken and the space barrier, which froze the surrounding space that worked similar to infinity, also broke. Left with no choice, Shiro took the attack directly. Boom! A sonic boom is created when he met her attack with 80% of her power in it. As a result, a huge and strong shockwave was generated by it, prompting Kyoko to close her eyes for a moment. Though, it went well as Shiro's plans as he teleported right behind her using the space jump spell. Enhance armament. With his absurd calculation abilities, he managed to chant the necessary syntaxes in less than 1/10 of a second, prompting the command circles to pop up in the golden blade. Then, it turned into countless osmanthus flowers that bore down a heavy weight. Having no time to react, Kyoko met the attack head-on, creating a transparent barrier out from nothingness. Buzz. Crack. The osmanthus flower soon proved that Shiro's 735 mana stat can't be shrugged easily, even if his opponent is someone akin to a demigod. What's more, he sensed that Kyoko's mana stat had reached 10,000 at the very least, the pinnacle of demigod level. The only reason why the barrier broke down is due to her unable to react faster than him, thus the barrier she made is hastily created. This indicated that a magical girl's stats is not as balanced as it is. Shiro pressed further on the flaws that he saw. Crack. Crack. In less than 3 seconds, the flowers broke through and continued their descent with a loud thud. To the ground. However, Kyoko is nowhere to be seen. That is, until he sensed her presence not far away from him. Her outfit, a maroon dress with white frills in its ends, is riddled with cuts along with her arms. Blood continued to drip to the ground, yet she looked unfazed by it. Magical girls are really monstrous. Shiro murmured. You're strange. Suddenly, she spoke with a frown in her childish face. She then continued, you're not contracted to Kyubei, but you can use magic. You're weaker than me in some aspects, but you surpassed me in some. Surprisingly, she immediately noticed the difference between them. While her strength far outclassed Shiro in terms of magical abilities, his reaction time is simply monstrous. Shiro responded to each of her attacks perfectly, making it look as if it's a battle of equals when in fact it's not. His pale face, which is the result of completely depleting his soul of mana twice, defending and attacking, soon regained color once he recovered it fully in a matter of a second. As for Kyoko, her wounds closed itself after a while. She chewed on the taiyaki in her left hand while she asked, are you the one mentioned by her? Her? You mean, Mommy-chan? Hearing him speak with familiarity, Kyoko created a disgusted expression as she said. You creep. What? I'm older than 30. How should I address her? Since Shiro is more familiar with the formality of Terra, he never actually followed the formalities in Japan. That's why he's very casual on addressing a person, unlike the traditions in Japan where they say suffixes such as san and kun. You're older than 30. She replied with disbelief. Looking at her, Shiro thought, just how did this start? A few minutes ago, Mommy found another witch through the traces of its minion, Dola. In contrast to the flower-themed labyrinth from before, its entrance is simply a rectangular portal with darkness within it. Casting the mental link spell, Shiro said to Mommy telepathically. I'll be guarding from the back. Thank you. She replied. Even if she casted one of her enhancement magic on Sayaka's metal rod, it might not be enough to fend off the minions in the labyrinth. It only allowed her to react automatically to attacks and counter them, not initiate the attack herself. Private Shiro, I'll be guarding your backs. Feel free to try fighting with your magic circuits. Private Madoka, thank you, Shiro-san. When Shiro and the rest tried to help Madoka to different power systems, the only thing that worked is her magic circuit awakening. Moreover, she'd awakened around 38 magic circuits of high class, which is just a little bit behind Rin. For a few days, they taught her the basics of the magecraft and how to proper utilize the 3 magecraft that she learned as a hidden quest reward. Luckily to her, one of them is the most needed fundamental, reinforcement. While she's not a proper match to the monstrous magical girls here, she can stand on her own ground given her power. Of course, Sayaka and Mommy knew about it, which is why they were surprised that someone can really become a magus. Right after they stepped inside, they were separated into group of 2s. Coincidentally, Kyoko decided to tail Mommy and verify the veracity between her message, thus resulting in her being paired up with Shiro. As a veteran magical girl, someone who's formerly Mommy's apprentice, she immediately noticed his gaze and presence even if he's wearing the concealment mask, thus leading to the events now. Never mind. So the thing about Walpurgis Nacht is true. She said after finishing the taiyaki in her hands. Why would I lie? Why would I trust a stalker like you? Shiro became speechless at this girl who have a sharp tongue. It is evident that her self-centeredness shot through the roof, yet he saw through her and knew that it's only a facade, something done by someone who'd gone through a lot of things. Just as Kyoko is about to create another taiyaki using her magical power, Shiro took out something similar to it and threw it to her direction. Hey! What if it fell? As someone who experienced extreme hunger, food became very valuable in her eyes. That's why she valued it very much, to the point that she'll beat up someone who dared to waste food. I swear, it wouldn't fall even if you wanted to. After hearing this, she stopped paying attention to him and tasted it. As if it is poisoned? It wouldn't matter with her soul being in her soul gem, even her sense of pain is dulled thanks to it. With it, someone fell down to Shiro's godly cooking. Fact number 76, through rewatching some clips, I found out a very interesting thing about magical girls. The moment they contract with Kyubei, they gain a soul gem. Inside that soul gem lies none other than the grief seed itself. It'll be small at first, but the soul gem would be more overwhelmed if a magical girl experiences despair and other dark emotions, therefore corrupting the soul gem black. Once the soul gem couldn't take it anymore, it'll break, which also signifies that the girl had transformed into a witch. The despair that the girl had felt will manifest physically, forming a labyrinth while the small grief seed becomes larger until it has the size of a soul gem. For short, everything is planted to them from the start. The grief seed doesn't come out of nowhere, it's hidden and only grows stronger the more the dark emotions there are. Chapter 126, Taiyaki Supplier Shiro. Taiyaki, a fish-shaped cake that has a filling of red bean paste. During his time in Inkrad, Shiro naturally had the time to cook countless dishes, and one of them is this traditional Japanese snack. With the help of his skill, all he has to do is to create the filling and batter before molding it. After that, all he has to do is to wait for it to be baked under the special flame that he personally controlled. Even when he cooked it 4 months ago, it stayed as akin to being fresh out of the oven. One of the functions that the dimensional storage has, which is to freeze time inside of it. As to why it's only an SR-rated item? It's due to its major restriction that prevented any living beings from entering it. Furthermore, it can only be used on items without any interference, and its range is limited to 5 meters around him. There's also an SSR-rated dimensional storage, but Shiro and the rest didn't mind it since the SR1 is enough for them. In fact, the members that had enough luck to reach 50,000 points in the previous mission's daily logins bought it as their first priority. Crunch! In a single bite, Kyoko ate a part of the taiyaki. Though, she became silent a moment later. That's something that I cooked up. How is it? He asked. Hello. That's it. Kyoko mumbled as she pointed her long spear at him. You're now my taiyaki supplier. Excuse me. While speechless, Shiro checked his stock of taiyaki, only to see more than 999 plus of it sitting in a corner of his storage. This isn't surprising, however, as he grinned his skill by cooking many dishes. The majority of these dishes are confectionaries, taiyaki included. Other than that, there's still the cupcakes, macaroons, and the cakes that he whipped up when he's bored. Shiro also has a few proper meals like roasted and baked ragdoll rabbits, but it's something that he reserved when he's camping to desolate areas. This is good. This'll happen only when we meet. He said. Fine by me, still what's your name again? Shiro. Pfft. Kyoko started laughing upon hearing it. Shiro. I never thought that I'll hear someone with a single character, kanji, as a name. Well, that's what I thought too. Shiro thought. Shikikan, Whitey, Magus, and Blackie, Fenrir, should have their own names. Shiro might be more like a nickname that soon evolved into a true name since no one's using his real name. While browsing through the 150-year memories, he drew some conclusions from them. Leo is the true name of Fenrir, but the name of the Supreme Magus and Shikikan is unknown. Considering that the name Shiro is associated to the Magus name, he assumed that it's his real name, or at least a part of it. He didn't even have his surname, thus he assumed that his name Shiro is incomplete. Alright, Shiro. I'm very sure that. Crack. Just as she spoke, the surroundings cracked before it turned to normal, which is a park where kids play. The witch, Dula, specifically targeted kids and tried to make them off by themselves. If not for their timely intervention, their lives would have been forfeited. Not far away from the two, Mommy, Sayaka, and Madoka appeared. When Mommy noticed Kyoko, she sent out a complicated gaze to her. In the end, Kyoko is the one who initiated the conversation. Long time no see. It is a long time, indeed. It has been years since the last time they met. When everything got messed up for Kyoko that made her regret her wish, she lost her enhancement magic, her specialty as a magical girl. Shiro-san, Madoka, Sayaka, we'll make our leave first. Mommy said as she cancelled her magical girl transformation. In no time, both she and Kyoko is already far away from them. Meanwhile, Sayaka is still surprised at Madoka's current power. A few days ago, she's the one who's protecting her. But now, their roles had reversed. Just by using her reinforcement on the metal rod that Sayaka has, she had an easier time fending the labyrinth's minions, more so when Madoka casted reinforcement to herself. It allowed her to finish off the minions in a couple of hits. Seeing her like this, Shiro chose to help this young girl that has a pure heart of justice. Sayaka-chan, you want to become a mage too? Yes. She responded with enthusiasm. It'll gonna be painful. Are you alright with that? Yes. As long as I can have the power to help others, it's fine. At this moment, the image of a certain redhead overlapped with Sayaka's. Their will to help others are just the same as well as their resolves. He didn't imagine that with her spending time with Mommy and seeing her kind heart, she'll inherit the same mindset as hers. Even Shiro noticed how Mommy strived to rid of witches to help others, not for their hot commodity known as grief seeds. He didn't knew the other magical girls, but his intuition told him that she's one of a kind. Shiro-san, here. Thanks. He replied. Madoka picked the object in her palms, which is the grief seed that was dropped by the witch. This time, it looked like a jewel embedded on a rectangular hairpin. A few days ago, Shiro experimented with Mommy's soul gem to use his hell flame ignition to wipe the impurities in it. In the end, it turned out to be successful. There was a powerful law imposed to soul gems, something that makes it so that it generates impurities by using their magical girl abilities. Though, these impurities are considered evil by the flames. While she doesn't know about his attempts of purifying the grief seeds yet, Shiro will personally tell her once he succeeds. If he fails, there's nothing he can do about it. While he wanted to help these children, he can't guarantee his successes unless he uses his precious time cards, his strongest trump cards that can save his life in the future. Storing the grief seed in the storage, Shiro summoned an aurora curtain connected directly to Sayaka's house. Then, he manipulated it, engulfing them three in the transparent aurora wall. Soon, the two noticed what he'd done. They knew that he can disappear from his place, but they didn't know that it worked similar to teleportation. Surprised, Sayaka could only word out. That's awesome. Coupled with the calm aura that he has, Shiro looked like a cool adult in her eyes. Ahem, let's sit down. You can also prepare a towel if you can't bear the pain. A towel? Wait a moment. Sayaka went to the bathroom to get her bathroom towel. Since her parents are both working and arrives at night, he and Madoka are the ones left here. Shiro-san, is it really all right? Madoka asked. You know her more than I do. I saw that she's that determined, and I think that you wouldn't be able to persuade her. That's how she is. A minute later, Sayaka came back with a towel, but she has a confused expression as if asking what to do with it. That, you can bite it if you can't bear the pain. Pain? It's that really painful, Madoka? Hearing this, Madoka nodded and said, it is. It felt very hot and uncomfortable, like I'm boiling on a hot spring. It's that bad. She paused for a while before continuing, never mind. If Madoka did it, then it's possible for me to do it too. Nice optimism. Shiro casually commented. When Sayaka sat down sideways in the sofa, Shiro touched her back. He didn't mind that she's still wearing her school uniform since his max-level control stat allowed him to control his mana even outside him. That's how he awakened his and the others' magic circuits that easily. I'll be starting. After he said that, translucent strings of mana came out of his fingertips before it entered her back. Then, he proceeded to go through her body and soul in an attempt to find her own circuits between his body and soul. Fact number 77, magical girls can create items out of nowhere. This can be seen when Kyoko creates her never-ending taiyaki, or when she created her spear out of nothing. It is also stated that they can do this even without transforming, based on Kyoko's spear creation and a Twitter question to the official staff. Meaning, these soul gems are somehow comparable to true magic, albeit they pay the consequences by having more impurities on their gems. Chapter 127, Are you his little sister? Magic circuits are acquired at birth. Though, they are not present in most humans. In Shinji's world, only a select few has it, which is good since it'll be detrimental to the remaining mysteries for the magi to grow in huge numbers. Since it's located right between the body and the soul, it is termed as a pseudo-nervous system, hence its other name, nerve circuits. As for the methods of awakening, there are quite a few. But, what Shiro had used is inputting mana inside the circuit, which will cause it to start producing OD. With it, they can now be classified as a magus. By using mana, the environment's energy, and OD, the innate magical energy produced by the circuits, it allows a magus to cast their mage craft. Hot. The method that Shiro used is to stimulate the circuits using his mana, making them think that they're already producing OD, thus the mana production was kick-started. Meanwhile, Sayaka truly felt like dipping herself on a boiling hot water, but the hotness that she felt is inside her entire body. Her skin became reddish and hot to touch while thin white smoke came out of it. Buckets of sweat made her school uniform stick in her skin. Kuh. She gritted her teeth, not allowing her painful grunts to be fully heard. On the side, Madoka looked at her best friend worriedly. She experienced the awakening of magic circuits firsthand, so she knows how painful it is. Her unbelievably strong resolve to help others is the only reason why she managed to withstand it. As for Sayaka, it is her heart of justice. Her willingness to help others is just as strong as Madoka's. What's more, Sayaka prioritized Madoka's safety first. With this power, she would be able to help one of her best friends at crucial moments. Light green circuits glowed beneath her clothes, in which it extended from her right hand up to her neck. How is this semblance possible? Shiro inwardly complained. A justice head that has her own magic circuits awakened. She's the same as him. In the end, he could only ask, are you his little sister? Hearing this, Sayaka forgot the pain that she's feeling. That's how dumbfounded she is. Shiro only shook her head and urged her to focus. Never mind. Focus in this first. You'll have to deactivate your circuits first. How? She replied while gritting her teeth. A few drops of tears came from her eyes signifying how this awakening isn't for normal girls like her. You have to imagine something. A gun being fired, a glass shattering into pieces. Anything would do. At that moment, her eyes shone brightly as a mental image came into her mind. Clink. Coincidentally, it is the image of a katana being sheathed. If Shiro knew about this, he wouldn't know how to react and instead bring her to Chaldea. I wonder what'll happen if these two meets. This will be really interesting. After a while, her circuits stopped glowing while her body temperature slowly returned back to normal. Still, the sticky and uncomfortable feeling is there. You should go take a bath first. We'll talk about the future training later. Just as he talked with Madoka and acknowledged her resolve, he decided to train them in his free time. He taught Madoka some combat styles as a magus while he taught Sayaka how to wield a sword properly. The rod that she's been using has the same reach as a normal sword, so he decided to go with it. This is also the reason why he's close enough to be considered as their friend. Alright, sensei. Sayaka cheerfully said. Chuckling, he replied, I guess you two can be my students too. In a large city like Mitakiera, there's only a few witches present, numbering less than 150. They either started off as the witch's minion or, they're a magical girl that turned into one. Hence, the reason why a veteran magical girl is responsible for overseeing a large territory such as this city. Tomomomi, one of the few veteran magical girls with more than 3 years' worth of experience of belt, is widely respected by them. After all, most magical girls can't survive for 6 months due to lack of grief seeds or caving into despair, the eventual realization that a magical girl's end is not a good one. Unfortunately, she doesn't know much things despite being a veteran. She's left in the dark in regards to the truth behind witches, the real purpose of magical girls, and much more. In fact, most magical girls are like this, except for a select few who got the confirmation from Kyubei's mouth. Mommy having such a strong mindset is a given. As for her trying to persuade Sayaka and Madoka for the first few days, it's because of her trust to Kyubei. Since they're specifically chosen by it, she thought that they have enough talent as one. Though, she also knew about the dangers of being one, so she decided on letting them have a trial magical girl experience until they decide. That is the case a few days after their fight with Yola. Bam! A sound of a blunt hammer being bashed to something is made when Madoka casted Elemental Magecraft, Wind King's hammer at a flying traditional television with wings. Crash! It came crashing down from the air, sending it to the place where Mommy prepared her strongest attack. Pulling out the ribbon in her upper chest, it became larger and rotated before it turned into a huge silver handgun that has a huge barrel in the center. Tyro Finale! A bright golden beam came out of it before engulfing the witch in midair. Shiro, who is watching this, complimented the powers of magical girls once more. It can be compared to an anti-fortress at the very least. But, there's something else in it. He thought about the something that made her attack more lethal. It's a conceptual attack. How terrifying. It didn't take long for the labyrinth to collapse, returning the surroundings back to the normal factory. Meanwhile, Sayaka, who is fighting with dozens of its minions, got surprised. It's already over, she said. With no targets left, Sayaka cancelled her projection. For some unknown reason, she is very compatible with swords, something that made Shiro think if she and the other Emiya is related with each other. Though, it made her projection of swords stronger and easier than the usual. Heck, she only took a few hours to replicate AD and Noble Phantasm. Its structure, materials, and memories are understood by her. If she has Shiro's Broken Reality Marble Unlimited Blade Works, she would have been able to perfectly replicate it despite the world's suppression. While this is a different world, it instinctively rejected her creations the way Fate's world did. Crap! Sayaka-chan. Madoka asked. I'm late for today. I'm sorry, but let's meet again tomorrow. She didn't even hesitate to cast her newly learnt reinforcement with beginner's proficiency to rush straight to Mitakiera General Hospital. Shiro removed his concealment mask and looked at Sayaka's disappearing figure on the distance. He commented, it's a good thing that she didn't choose to become a magical girl. Why? Madoka asked him with a confused expression. Didn't you know? That Kyusuke. They shouldn't have a chance together. Shocked by what she'd heard, Madoka froze in place while Shiro took out something from his storage. It is none other than the grief seed surrounded by bright white flames. The remaining impurities on the grief seed is pitifully small that he's confident that the purification will be done today. Seeing this, Mommy's complex gaze turned into that of anger, looking like she'd been betrayed by the one she trusted the most. In the end, she could only word out. Are you done with it? Yab. Shiro replied as he started using up more of his mana to make the flames stronger. And there we go. A moment later, all of the dark spots in the gem disappeared, leaving an unblemished crimson sheen on it. Then, it glowed with bright red light that illuminated the dark factory. A/N, beep beep, MC was misled on that one. Shiro's little sister resides in that certain parallel world where there are Lolas doing mana transfer through kissing. Man, Shiro is so buffed there to the point that he can summon hundreds of thousands of swords when he fought against Angelica in Oath Under Snow. Fact number 78, based on the anime, it is shown that Mitakiera City has a very high witch magical girl ratio. In the past, there are actually a balanced ratio between them, but it is due to mommy that most magical girls left the city. She's usually hostile to other magical girls, except for Sayaka and Madoka who has pure intentions, thus she's left alone to hold the fort. On the other hand, mommy is dubbed as God of Battle due to her extremely high rate of exterminating witches. That's how she managed to handle the entire city alone. Chapter 128, Magical Girl, Kaede Kino. Who am I? Unsurprisingly, the soul inside the soul gem woke up from her slumber. Though, her long-term sleep made her memories blurry, to the point that she couldn't even remember about herself. When she first opened her eyes, she saw a blinding red light. It's too bright that she subconsciousness closed her eyes. Where am I? It didn't take long for her to smell the rusty and old scent of the factory. She caught wind of another smell, however it's very attractive to her. It didn't seem like the scent of a perfume or a cologne, but something natural instead. It feels warm. Soon, she felt the existence when the natural scent originated. She found it very comfortable, making her relax just by being here. It served to calm down her tense nerves and stop her from panicking. That is, until her memories came flooding at her. I'm a magical girl. Her first meeting with the cute white fox called Kyubei. A tall building for future apartments was suddenly being constructed right in front of her house, which would have threatened her family's garden due to lack of sunlight. Their pets became more wary, too. This made her, a 14-year-old, resentful towards it. Do you want your wish to come true? The white fox appeared right in front of their house. Yes. You'll have to become a special existence, a magical girl to make it come true. Are you willing? Believing that this is some kind of joke, or her imagination perhaps, she declared. I wish for the construction of those apartments. I wish it never started. Suddenly, the white fox disappeared on the spot, leaving with your wish is granted. The next day, she was surprised to find out that the construction of the apartments really stopped, with it being demolished slowly. She found it very surreal and dreamy at first until she sensed something that she can summon, and that is her soul gem. Am I still dreaming? She believed that everything's fine, but she found out that she can see the supernaturals of her world, the witches. It's also the time when Kyubei reappeared besides her and told that she has to fight those witches as a magical girl. What if? What if I don't fight? She asked it. It will only make the spread of the impurities slower. Even in a disabled state, you are still a magical girl. That's why magical girls has to fight against those who spread despair. It benefits them, too. Kyubei added. As a rookie magical girl who didn't have any teachers except Kyubei who occasionally gave out information, she made many mistakes during her first battle. If not for the fact that her magical girl ability is plant manipulation that allowed her to fight from the distance along with her barriers, her life would have been claimed during that time. Still, she sustained an injury that broke her arm due to a moment's carelessness. She didn't know about shutting off her pain receptors at that time, forcing her to suffer in silence. Even when she healed it using healing magic, the pain that she experienced is engraved in her mind. Fortunately, she met new friends who are also magical girls, thus cancelling out some of the despair that she's constantly feeling. Until when would this dream continue? Although, it only allowed her to cope with it better, the state of mind had barely improved. By being in a brighter persona, which is something suggested by her friends, she managed to prolong her fall. 6 months had passed since then, and her family decided to go on a vacation. In it, they visited Mitakiera City, which led to her meeting Tomomomi and Kyoko Sakura. They became a magical girl more than half a year before her, but she discovered that the two are faring better than her friends, even. Seeing them, she realized the disparity between them, and the only end of someone weak like her. As if waiting for it, her darkness within her resurfaced. Slowly, it consumed her until she could no longer wake up. Ah! A girl's scream originated from the red soul gem before a sudden change happened. The unblemished red gem swiftly became filled with darkness. Despair, which is the origin of it, is experienced by her once more. Add to that fact her confusion from before, she would soon turn into a witch once more. Fortunately, the person who can handle mental problems is here. Mental placation. Mental placation. Mental placation. Mental placation. Mental placation. In the span of 10 seconds, Shiro spammed mental placation by reabsorbing the mana from the environment. Along with his max level control as 6 eyes, his ability that helped him control the world's energies even better. This resulted in him being able to regenerate his entire mana reserves in a span of a second. It should work. Mental Placation. Details: a spell created by the Supreme Magus, the Librarian of the End, in his early days. It calms down the target and inhibits their movements. While this spell is casted, the target would have a clearer mind suited for rational thoughts. Duration: 5 seconds. Note: the spells can be overlapped with each other to have a stronger effect and longer duration. When he became a circle magician, he unlocked a huge bank of magic spells, each made out of runes that he used in the prior stage. Thanks to the help of his enormous wisdom stat, he managed to read through everything in less than a week. This made his combat power even stronger than before. Add to that his ability to spam such spells for a long time, Shiro became someone suited for both short and long battles, covering most of his weaknesses. Right now, he casted a total of 52 mental placation spells, which showed its effect immediately. Albeit pale, he focused on the soul gem that almost got corrupted. The spread of the impurities came to a halt while the soul inside of the gem gained serenity. She saw the outside world once more, but her attention went to the man who's at the epitome of handsomeness. His amber-like pupils were revealed once he took off his blindfold during those 10 seconds, showing her a pair of mystifying eyes that can capture anyone's heart. "Looks like I disturbed your sleep," he said while smiling. "But you wouldn't mind it, right?" And no. Unsurprisingly, she got dazed by his smile, making her momentarily forget the fiasco she's in. Meanwhile, Shiro wrapped her soul gem in his hell flame's ignition, ridding the impurities that were slowly spreading every single second. It's not like impurities are caused by anything bad in the environment. Mommy, despite having a clear mind, also has those. Then, this should be a rule. Shiro thought. Whenever a magical girl spends her magical power, impurities would appear. It's closer to a law, but why would Kyubei and the incubators do this? When he thought about this, some doubts were cleared. But, more doubts replaced them, one of them being the reason behind this law. If they assist magical girls, then why create something detrimental to them? Ding! Investigation Universal Truth, 30/40. Thanks to their investigation for more than 8 days, this universal truth rose up to 15. Though, it surprised Shiro that discovering this hidden aspect behind impurities caused it to jump by more than 15. "Before we talk more, care to tell about your name?" he asked. My name is Kaed Aquino. You can call me Kaed. A/N, no fun fact for today since I'm too tired to think of one. Chapter 129, Strong Front, Fragile Heart. So. Aquino-san. Please call me Kaed. Seeing that Shiro is an adult who's older than her, she asked him to call him by her first name. Furthermore, she has a vague feeling that the reason why she's awake is all thanks to him. As in, autumn, Aki, and field, no. Shiro asked. He knows that each of their name are composed of different jukugos, combination of kanji, and that those meanings mean a lot for them. That's correct. With the naming stuff gone out of their way, they can begin talking properly. "MN, Kaed-chan. How do you feel right now?" "Feel? It's strange," she replied. Without her body, her soul had no choice but to reside in the gem. It felt very foreign for her to see, hear, and smell using her magical energy. This also explained why impurities kept piling up constantly. The energy that she consumed to sustain her current state and emulate her senses is far higher than maintaining the magic on her physical body. If not for the fact that the white flames that surrounded her like a garland eliminated those black spots and infused her with mana every second, she would have reverted back to being a grief seed. That voice, it's somewhat familiar. On his side, Mommy murmured. Wait. The senior magical girl in Mitaki era. While she became a witch more than 2 years ago, she didn't have much memories of it. Though, her meeting with Mommy and Kyoko is still fresh in her mind as if it happened just yesterday. You are the girl that controls plants? The one that came with her family? I see. A pitiful look appeared in Mommy's face. No one knows if it's directed towards the girl or her. Seeing this, he immediately asked, Mommy-chan, do you know her? That's right. This girl, she's reported missing few days after we met her. Factoring with her magical girl identity, we thought that she died in a labyrinth. After saying this, she went into a long silence. Right. My parents. I need to go see them. Kaed shouted anxiously from the soul gem, agitating the impurities once more. Fortunately, the stacked mental placation spells are still active and will last for more than 2 minutes, thus she quickly calmed down. My parents would be sad. While Shiro listened to Kaed, his extremely sharp senses heard something. It sounded more like a stifled sob. Mommy. With his fully activated 6 eyes, it didn't take him much trouble to see her expression in greater details. Tears silently flowed down from her eyes as she clenched her teeth. Mommy-senpai, what's the matter? Madoka asked with a heavy heart, clearly shocked about Shiro's revelation about Kyusuk's situation. She knew how much he matters for Sayaka, but if all she gets is a bitter rejection, Madoka doesn't know what will happen. Strangely enough, Mommy didn't respond to her question and instead said while crying. I'm glad. That is, before she summoned forth one of her muskets that pointed to her orange soul gem attached to her flower ornament. Shit. Shiro didn't expect that Mommy would suddenly attempt to commit suicide, thus he could only activate his six eyes to make his perception faster. He did so until he hit his utmost limit. With it, time became very slow to him. What did just FCKNG happen? A day ago, he decided to share the bitter truth with Mommy that witches are former magical girls. He did it due to it being able to be used against Kyubei against her. By knowing it in advance, she would be less prone to the corruption that might happen to her. Moreover, he told this since she trusted Kyubei, the amount of disbelief and despair that she'll experience will be stronger than when he told it himself. Since he saw through her sturdy mental state, he thought that she can handle it, more so when it's already been a day since she knew about it. But it seems like she's very fragile inside, but she hid it very well. Perhaps by fooling herself. Shiro is not an omniscient being, or at least not yet. But, he didn't think that she would react like this. He saw through her with his six eyes before and what he saw is her strong will. At the very least, it looks like she isn't pretending. The sudden situation is one of the most difficult ones that he'd faced. It would only take Mommy a split second to shoot the trigger, and he has to save her under that time. Infinity won't work since it takes under 1 second, other spells won't, too. Damn it. Usually, his fastest casting speed is 0.52 seconds. Although, it won't be enough to shield her properly. Moreover, she clearly targeted her soul gem, the most fragile part of a magical girl. It leaves me with that. While Shiro's perception is monstrous, his body couldn't move properly with it. Only his mind is free to think while his body is stagnant. It's similar to temporal distortion, whereas a person's perception of time gets skewed. Except for a few means, each related to manipulation of time, he couldn't move. Time to go Kiritsugu. He sighed inwardly as he used his S-rated ability time control. Shiro thought about his actions in the next second before he made himself determined on that one action. Time skip. By the time his perception went back to normal, he found himself holding his black sword while hugging Mommy with his left arm from the back. Shiro brought her a few steps back from the musket, but it's not enough to fend the magical energy that was shot from it. Armament convergence. Fortunately, he's also done using his signature move due to his physical distortion of time. The black light cut the magical energy in half, effectively dissipating it into nothingness. Good. Shiro muttered blankly before spewing out huge amounts of blood, staining Mommy's magical girl outfit with it. C.A.S.T. Shackles. H-high. While shocked and in a panic, Madoka employed a bind rune, typing them both with invisible bindings. Shiro, keep this until the others come. Once Shiro wrote it in the chat group, he really couldn't stop himself from losing consciousness anymore. If not for the bindings holding him and Mommy together, he would have collapsed down to the ground. Due to it, he couldn't see the concerned messages from the other two. As blood continuously flowed down from his mouth, only the horrified Madoka and an extremely confused Mommy is left. Shiro. Savior-san. Madoka and Kaed yelled at the same time. The former started hyperventilating as her knees gave into the ground while the latter is only being restrained by the mental placation spells, or else she would have turned back into a witch this instant and finished off Mommy. While she couldn't comprehend what had happened just now, it was Mommy's attack that caused her savior to be like this. The feeling of helplessness was reignited within her once more. It's a very unpleasant feeling, however. Right. Roman-san is a doctor. Thankfully, Madoka reorganized herself after a dozen seconds had passed, prompting her to message Roman and Tuka on the chat group. While she did so, she casted heal runes on him, though it only slowed down his internal bleeding. Shiro did teach her a noble phantasm class rune that originated from the clock tower which can heal internal organs thoroughly, but she hasn't fully learned that yet. Knowing that a failed spell is more lethal to an injured person, she didn't cast it despite learning more than 70% of it. Madoka, Roman-san. Shiro is in danger. He's bleeding a lot and I can't stop it. Roman, danger. What did just happen? Where are you? Madoka sent a map along with their locations before she got a reply from Roman and Tuka that they're coming. At this moment, she could only hope that they can arrive faster. Fact number 79, in the Pula Magi Madoka Magica Movie 1, The Beginnings, Kyubei stated that, even Mommy never knew until the end. Meaning, she didn't even know what's the truth behind what she's fighting for. She trusted Kyubei blindly until the end. Then there's also it asking Homura how she got so many information. This could only mean that even Kyubei didn't know about her regression ability until some time had passed. As to why the Kyubei here knew? It has something to do with the trio's intervention. P.S. Megyoka mommy suffering within the next 2 chapters. I hope that what I did is enough to show her despair. Chapter 130, Tomo Mommy. Mommy Tomo. An ordinary 15-year-old girl. 3 years ago, she and her family got into an accident. While her parents took the brunt force of it that caused them to die immediately, the young girl on the back seat has only sustained injuries enough to keep her barely alive. Barely, because she's about to die soon. Do you want to live? Like her last light of hope, a white fox appeared just above the tilted car. Its voice seemed specially cleared for her, leading her will to survive to burn fiercer. The internal hemorrhage that she's experiencing made breathing laborious, which hindered her speech organs as well. Blood tricked down from her mouth, her body feeling in severe pain as if she's burning in lava. Still, her will to live surpassed anything else. I want to live. Just as she said that, her pain disappeared like a dream. Her injuries were healed very thoroughly thanks to the regenerative abilities of a Mahu Xiaozhou, or simply magical girl. She thought that she was dreaming at first, but she instinctively knew that everything is real. The accident happened, her parents died, and she's the only one alive. What she didn't know back then is that, everything is no longer the same as before. What? Mommy's mind went blank upon witnessing the shocking turn of events. She couldn't handle it anymore. I. Years of fighting against witches. Years of exercising justice and helping others, just as an ideal magical girl would. She made it her entire purpose in life. No, it is her life. She no longer has family to return to, nor any friends in her school. She lost her chance in society once she accepted Kyubei's offer. As her way of coping, she made credence justitium, believing in justice, her way of life. She helped when needed. She eliminates witches before they cause harm. She guides newer magical girls. She serves as the ideal senpai, the idol of many magical girls. But this time, she gives up. What is happening? At one moment, she was about to shoot herself, her soul gem to be exact. She wanted to free herself from this miserable fate that she got forced into. She didn't have a choice. Either, she'll live and become a magical girl or die at that time. With her strong desire to live, she became one. Her magical power, the ribbons, symbolized life. Shiro-san. Mommy tried recalling what happened. She summoned forth her one-time use muskets, Shiro appeared right behind her, and then, as he hugged her, he slashed down his sword that shone with black light before being tied by Madoka's bindings. What? She thought. A second later, he spurted out blood from his mouth before he became unconscious. However, blood dripped down in huge amounts even after that, which stained her magical girl outfit. It didn't take long before half of her white outfit got tainted in red. Hi. She muttered in a cracked voice. Tears started to flow down once more from her face. She didn't notice Madoka panicking and Kaed shouting angrily as she's locked in her own thoughts. The only thing that remained in her mind is the events that happened just now. All this time, she's alone. If not for the fact that she immersed herself into that philosophy of hers, she would have long turned into a witch. If not for her pride as a magical girl, she's nothing. She fought battles both physically and mentally in the span of years. It might not look that long in the eyes of the others, but hovering between life and death for a long time is exhausting. More so, she found out yesterday that she did face one of the biggest dangers without her knowing. A/N, triple dots symbolizes a flashback, 5 asterisks signifies a scene change. Just to make it less confusing. Kyubei, the one who she trusted the most, lied to her. Witches are former magical girls. She kept murmuring it mentally after her meeting with Shiro, and only when she's alone in her apartment did she said it out loud. Kyubei. She called out before the white fox appeared right beside her. Is it true? While it kept its silence, she asked once more. Is it true? That magical girls become witches. This time, she isn't met with silence. That? It's true. 3 words. 3 words. Yet she hadn't expected those 3 words were enough to devastate her. Anger first overcame her. Turning one of her ribbons into a musket, she fired it at Kyubei, turning it to a bloodied mush of flesh as it plopped down the floor. The musket turned back into a ribbon before dissipating. Plop. Like a broken doll with its string cut, Mommy fell down to the floor. The puppeteer is no longer here, leaving its broken puppet alone. The silence in this room is soon filled with her despair-filled sobs. Hick. Hick. Is it a lie? Her life, whom she dedicated as a magical girl, is a lie. The moment she took that contract, her fate became inevitable. That is, dying without having a grave. She would become a witch that will be hunted by others for her grief seed. She would be killed inside a labyrinth by one of the witches in this city. These are her only possible ends, which answered her question. It is. No. No. It isn't. Despite the obvious answers in front of her, she ignored it. Mommy thought that everything is just a dream, that everything would turn back to normal soon. She, just like her past, deluded herself to live. With this, she lived another day. She acted normally, hunting down another witch with Sayaka and Madoka's help. While their powers are below a magical girl's, it's a pleasant surprise for her. Though, she didn't expect to see another surprise after asking about Shiro's experiment. This is a flaw in her thinking. A part of her wanted for everything to end, and it only got stronger after seeing Kaed's situation. She's tired of it. Slowly, her delusions crumbled. I'm glad. She muttered, thinking about Madoka and Sayaka's fate if they did become like her. One of the reasons why her mentality hasn't crumbled is due to this relief. If she did push them into becoming one and knew about this, only Maidokami and Homura knows what would have happened. That thought is so terrible that her relief became greater due to it. Now that they, Sayaka and Madoka, didn't become a magical girl, they wouldn't have to suffer the same fate as hers. She only has to end it and. Why? Mommy asked once more in a low voice. Alas, the one that she's asking to couldn't answer her right now. She felt his body temperature, which is insanely high as of the moment. He became even hotter once Madoka casted her heal runes. No. She couldn't accept that someone is dying, because of her. The guilt started flowing from her heart, making her already disoriented eyes even more lost. Suddenly, her hand touched Shiro's, breaking her out from this. No. She is still lost, depressed, and suicidal, but she won't allow Shiro to lose his life after saving her. Even if she plans to kill herself after Shiro answers her question, her mind was brought back to reality to heal Shiro with her power. That's how she is, a responsible person. Holding his left hand while bound, Mommy's regeneration power kicked in. It served to empower Shiro's Phoenix's regeneration, healing his severe internal damage faster. Though, what Mommy didn't expect is that, she'll feel warmth from him both literally and figuratively. Somehow, she had an image of him patting her head as he mouthed some words to her. Not knowing what to do, she remained standing in a daze while her surroundings became chaotic. A/N, I tried to keep it heavy or dark for this chapter. I saw Suicide Hunter's writing style, and I saw how it can easily invoke the reader's emotions. Though, I don't know if I succeeded or not. Fact number 80, Miki Sayaka's story is referenced to Hans Christian Andersen's work, The Little Mermaid. She did everything for her love, only to not meet him again. In Sayaka's case, it happened once she became a witch. In the first place, the reason why she took the form of a mermaid, hence her mermaid witch nickname, is due to this. Chapter 131, Advent to the Past. A/N, the italicized parts can be considered as the thoughts of the said character. It is partly a first POV under the third POV that I usually use to write chapters. Time skip. A derivative ability that Shiro made from time control. Unlike his Time Excel or Time Quagmire, two simple applications on manipulating time, time skip has many factors involved in it. First of all, it's in the domain of causality control. Instead of doing a cause to achieve the effect, time skip goes straight to the effect. Though, its backlash would be higher the farther he goes in time. It's not like there aren't any overpowered abilities without backlashes. Its backlash is severe, however. Similar to Kiritsugu, the time that he skipped would be placed onto the user, his body to be exact, all at once. The heartbeats, blood flow, energy consumption, perception, and thoughts will form a stack before stuffing it all at once to the user. Forget about the mental fatigue that Shiro experienced, just the physical aspects is enough to wreck him. Due to the sudden increase of heartbeats and inconsistency in his blood flow, his veins ruptured while his cells got overwhelmed, causing his internal organs a very severe damage. It is unlike Kiritsugu's backlash as he only slows down time. Shiro skipped time itself. Fortunately, he has his own Avalon equivalent lest he ends up death and use up the revival effect of his A Foreigner's buff. The said equivalent is none other than Phoenix's regeneration. With the godly regenerative abilities on it, he barely managed to live, his injuries were too severe for the ability to heal him up all at once, even with his mana constantly spent. Moreover, there's still a very tiny damage to his soul due to his mana being involved to it. The latter took the most out of Phoenix's regeneration that he's not yet fully healed even with Roman helping him. That's with Roman being paranoid that made him buy many restorative items. Thanks to his help, Shiro's situation was stabilized after a day had passed. MN. Grunting, he slowly opened his heavy eyelids. An unfamiliar ceiling. He thought. I've long wanted to say this. Thinking about the classic isekai cliché made him distracted for a while, which made him forget about his current predicament. Shiro tried moving a part of his body, but is met with pain instead. FCK. My entire body is wrecked. It is not wrong to say that his every single cell is damaged from the action that he did yesterday. Even if they started healing themselves, his ability couldn't fully dedicate it to them and instead heal his broken soul. Ugh. Feeling a slight migraine, he finally realized what happened to it. Soul damage. Just like the one in the memories. In his memories as hero, there's a time that he went beyond his current capabilities, absorbing mana that far surpassed his limits to use an ultimate technique. As a result, his soul, the vessel of mana, got damaged. Since armament convergence required 10,000 mana, his self who acted during the time skip took in greater amounts of mana to reach 10,000. Moreover, time skip required even more mana, which is around 30,000 mana. Meaning, he overexerted himself by intaking more than 54 times that what he could handle. All at once, to add on. If not for the fact that everything came from his energy box, that stored mana in an independent space, the injuries would have been worse than now. It is almost fully healed. I should focus on this first. He thought as he manually redirected his mana to the golden red flames inside him. It is faster than automatically injecting it with mana. Just like a person who haven't eaten for days, the flames became stronger as it enveloped the broken part of his soul. Once his mana got depleted, he gently absorbed the surrounding mana, fully replenishing it in 10 seconds. Since then, it is a rinse and repeat. In the end, it only took him 9 minutes to heal it, showcasing the monstrosity of his max level control and 6 eyes. In another 10 minutes, his body is as good as new. If Roman saw this, he would definitely yell out, "What a cheat character!" Now that his focus is out of it, he used his 6 eyes to scan his surroundings. Wait a minute. His surroundings looks a tad bit familiar. The room that he's in right now has a full body mirror along with some sort of women's stuff like lip glints, lipsticks, and so on. There's quite a few stuffed toys sitting in some corners, with each having a fox motif. There's also a small bookshelf not far away from the bed. Though, it is enough for Shiro to arrive at a conclusion. A girl's room. Then, everything clicked. He recalled that he used time skip to save Mommy from her almost unsalvageable suicide attempt before blacking out. Since he trusted the others, he's confident enough to stop her other actions with the help of Tuka, Roman, and most importantly, Madoka. Even though they've known each other for only a week, Mommy is her idol, the senpai that she aspires to be. Her own beliefs overlapped with Mommy's, thus it's not that strange for them to be very close to each other. Still, he didn't expect that this house in none other than Mommy's. She's there. With his 6 eyes, he instantly saw Mommy on the floor beside the sofa. Her head is hidden between her knees while a depressing aura is present around her. The soul gem not far away from her turned black except for a select few spots, a sign that she's barely holding onto herself before her dark feelings devours her. She wore a one-piece orange dress, something part of her casual wear. If it was before, it would have been a perfect match given her mature personality. Alas! Everything is crumbling apart. A part of his memories flashed in his mind before Shiro sighed. Then, he used space jump to appear right beside her as he sat on the sofa. Hey! Startled, Mommy's body shook for a moment before she went silent once more. Seeing this, Shiro sensed her horrendous mental state thanks to his max-level willpower. He sensed her scattered dark thoughts once every few seconds, making him surprised and sympathetic at the same time. It is completely different from her strong self. The silence between them ensued until Mommy asked him the question that she withheld since that day. Why, did you save me? Her voice is dry and cracked up due to the hellish mental state that she has right now. Shiro thought of Fenrir's memories once more. His heart got heavier as he recalled the similar situation that he faced. Instead of directly answering her question, he replied. We don't have a choice. He paused for a moment before continuing, life is truly unfair, forcing the so-called fate in one's throat even if we don't want to. You reminded me of my past. Having come to a decision, Shiro casted a mental link on Mommy as he said, don't resist it. Mommy didn't resist it as she lost all her will to live, only waiting for the answer behind her doubts before she passes on. Once the connection is established, he pulled out a particularly strong memory from the depths of his mind. He didn't hesitate to reveal a part of himself, all for the sake of this 15-year-old girl whom had inadvertently resonated with his past experience, therefore earning his sympathy at first. When he got to know more about this strong yet weak girl, he somehow felt really bad to her. Shiro isn't someone who would go to such lengths to help others, but Mommy is something else. As a confirmation, his feelings of sympathy became even stronger as the time went by. What? She mumbled as her vision changed. In a literal sense, blood flowed like a river. Thousands of corpses were beheaded, impaled, and cut, all lied down to the ground, forming a mountain. On top of this is someone with a short stature. He bathed on blood, staining his wolfish ears and tail dark red. His dull crimson eyes shone with strong killing intent. On both of his hands are a dagger and a sword that was acquired from one of the corpses below. There's not a single part of him that didn't reek out of blood, thus it formed a horrifying image. Although, this didn't scare Mommy as she is more confused instead. Complex emotions shone on her now dead orange eyes, with the corners of her eyes red. Welcome to my past. Shiro said. A/N, damn, setting up real Tenua is harder than I thought. Well, I can at least play the game now. We'll be going through Saber route first to understand her better, smiley face. Fact number 81, it has been stated by Kyubei one time that Madoka switch form, Creamhild Gretchen, can destroy Earth in a little less than 10 days. Moreover, it was stated by it dozens of timelines away from the current timeline, the anime timeline, thus it is safe to assume that which Madoka can possibly destroy the entire universe unless the incubators act, since Madoka becomes stronger the more timeline Homura goes through. Still, even the incubators aren't showed with much power, such as that time when Madoka became a concept that broke down their method of energy collection, for everywhere, in the past, present, and future, to have no witches. Heck, it even said, at this point, there's nothing that we can do. All that's left is to watch this entity called Kaname Madoka. This explains the reason why they didn't act even when their self-interests got compromised. Chapter 132, Unbroken Will. Blood. Corpses. Weapons. These are the only things that littered the battlefield. Due to the overwhelming power of the boy on top of the corpse mountain, it formed a blood river that has a depth of a toe. Splash. Splash. The armored men rushed on top of the mountain, feeling the wet and iron blood on their boots. They were unfazed as they stared at the young boy with their dazed eyes, a result of this laboratory's experimentation towards them. They swung their long swords consecutively, forming a crescent-shaped aura blades of different elements. As a response to this, the boy utilized his technique to form a tornado purely made of aura blades, which acted as a barrier that shredded those to nothingness. The men didn't have any visibility of the boy, and only when their artificially implanted danger senses tingled did they react. Unfortunately, it is too late. Su. The boy threw the small dagger on his left, creating a sonic boom as it approached the armored men. It shone with a black light, imbuing it with different kinds of weapon intents. The heaviness of a hammer, the piercing power of a rapier, the sharpness of a sword, and the speed of an arrow is imbued into it. Splat! 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 3 heads popped like a balloon before their bodies plopped down to the corpse mountain, adding more bodies to it. The remaining men finally reacted by forming a hastily made defensive formation that looked like the tip of an arrowhead. Bam! The dagger shone while it sped through the formation, blasting every man that made contact away. Their fates are unknown. Only after 4 layers of the defense were broken did it stop before disintegrating into particles. Then, they looked at the direction of the boy from before, but they didn't see anything. Zoom! Their bones creaked as they responded to the thick malice, his killing intent, that spread to their ranks. Weakened by it, the boy made his move one by one, he slaughtered them. All of this happened under the watchful eyes of 2 people. It's you. Strangely enough, Mommy didn't feel anything as she watched this bloody massacre. After all, how would she be able to react if her mind is already broken? Her doubts are the only thing that made her alive. She stared at the perfect figure not far away from her. Besides his hair having a tinge of black, she never saw any resemblances from Shiro. Ahem. Even I found it hard to believe when I first saw this. He paused for a while before continuing, that's right, this is me. Thanks to something bad, fate forced upon this hellhole into my life. Guess how old I am at this time? 12? She replied with a bit of uncertainty. 6. 6 years old. Hearing this, she got shocked before more doubts plagued her. For instance, what happened for him to be like this? How did he survive it? Most importantly, how did you accept this? Since Shiro stood right in front of her, this meant that he'd gone through this already, and that he accepted it. Because if he didn't, she knew that he would have died already either by his or his enemy's hands. Chuckling, he replied, I didn't. You didn't? Well. I am not fond with fate and its machinations, there blsht. So. I defied it. By fighting continuously and not forfeiting my life, I gained more power. Hearing this, she understood a part of it. Perhaps, a part of her felt anger and indignation in this fate of hers that this thought did come across her mind. Sadly, she isn't strong enough to realize it. Mommy lost everything after the accident and lived a meaningless purpose for the rest of her life. She thought before that living her life now is better than dying. But, now that she knew her impending bad end, it isn't like this anymore. Knowing that she'll just suffer until the end, dying seemed like a better option right now. Did you succeed? She asked. Shiro smiled at her and said, Succeed? I did. I went through hell countless times literally and succeeded. He added. A friend of mine once said this. Life is a pilgrimage in which we stockpile suffering. However, it is by no means a tale of death and partings. I met many amazing people, discovered my hope, and gathered all my strength to defy fate. I did suffer much, yes, but life also has many other things to offer. Of course, it is not as simple as that, but you can get the gist, right? By the time he's finished speaking, Mommy fell silent as she stared at him. Shiro realized that he just said something similar to a protagonist, but he didn't feel embarrassed or anything like that. This simply came from his true feelings, so what's wrong with saying something from it? Meanwhile, Mommy's previously chaotic thoughts came to a halt. Her suicidal thoughts ceased when she realized something. Is it worth fighting? Is it worth it to suffer for so long just to see a bit of hope? I am aware that I'm not as strong as him, but... She looked at the figure of a boy below, his eyes gleaming with determination, his will to see through the end of everything. Then, she stared at the current Shiro's eyes, showing her the depth within it. While she couldn't comprehend everything from it, she's sure of one thing. Shiro, he's someone who wouldn't yield to his opponents. Like a massive sun in the starry sky, she couldn't help but be mesmerized by his presence. Can I be as bright as him? Crack. Like an illusion, her extremely dark psyche changed in an instant. Her dark feelings vanished as she arrived at her own conclusion, to the answer she didn't expect that would ignite her will to live, nay, fight once more. All because of a single man. Beeb. Beeb. Hidden quest complete. Help Tomomomi form her own unbroken will. Reward settlement. Hidden quest complete. Fully save Tomomomi from her destiny. Reward settlement. Two different prompts that came from his system and chat group popped up, though Shiro paid it no heed as he swiped it to the sidelines. Right now, he's amazed at what he saw. Unlike her previous dead eyes that looks like she gave up, it now came off as lively yet determined, her brightness overshadowed her dark self as she saw her ideal white the future that she wants to have. Albeit unclear, she knew that she'll be happier by then. I want to live. A strong voice resounded in this realm created by their minds. Mommy's had matured more compared to her in the past. This time, she'll be living her own purpose, her own life which is not made up of lies. Hearing that, Shiro heaved a sigh of relief which didn't escape from her eyes. She thought, he's that concerned to me. To be honest, I would have kept you alive while healing your broken mind gradually had you not succeeded in one go. Is that so? She replied. Yab. You're very strong, Mommy-chan. Shiro said with a smile that genuinely appreciated her strong will. Given enough time, she would gain the corresponding power with her current mentality. Outwardly, she smiled back in response to him, but her mind became chaotic instead. Her heart, mentally, began beating faster as she got flustered by him. Coupled with the fact that she felt relief and satisfaction after that praise, she's currently on cloud 9. Still, she didn't forget the other thing that she wanted to ask just now. Keeping a straight face, she asked, "Are you still accepting students?" Ah. Unfortunately, Shiro couldn't see through her inner feelings because of her strong will that should have reached a very high level. He could have done so if he exerts more of his mental power in his 6 eyes, but he respects others and their secrets. Unless it's a stranger or an enemy, he maintained this basic approach. You want to become my student? Is it possible? Well, yes. Beeb. Hidden quest completed. Have 10 students. Reward settlement. Mentorship system has been unlocked. This day, he gained a unique student that would follow him wherever he goes. Fact number 82, Zelrich, the wielder of second true magic and the multiversal troll, is actually a student of King Solomon himself. This is canon, and it is confirmed when Type/Moon released the manuscript this August 2022. Meaning, Zelrich is alive for at least 1,000 years. On top of it, he helped with the establishment of the Mage Association, as well as the modern magecraft itself. Solomon created magecraft, making it possible for ordinary humans to do miracles without connections to gods. Hence, his King of Magecraft title. Chapter 133, Luck doing its part. After Mommy became his student, Shiro tried to awaken her circuits, however, it all went according to his theory. Rather than the body, magic circuits are attached to the soul. This is the reason why he didn't succeed with Mommy's awakening. Her soul is stored inside the soul gem, thus it couldn't manifest as a pseudo-nervous system, she needs to have a connection between the body and the soul. After all, its usage involved the conversion of physical nerves into the metaphysical magic circuits, turning the body into a container for magecraft. Still, he gave her the basic magecraft books that were written and printed out by him. The use of her soul gem can completely substitute magic circuits, so she's able to use them. With all that, Shiro left and went to eat his breakfast. Thankfully, he spotted another restaurant in which he ordered an omuras. As he waited, he took out a pair of wireless earphones and wore it. Buzz. Shiro. Are you all right? He hadn't forgotten the two on the light cube. Knowing that they connected to the outside world, they must have seen him getting out of the factory all bloodied. I'm fine. Really? Stria asked with a huge doubt in her tone. Ever since they got together with him, that is the first time they saw Shiro being that injured. Even when he fought off against Heathcliff, he's really chill about it. I'll trust you this time. Unexpectedly, Cardinal said helplessly as she added, though, I can see your favoritism with young girls. Shiro deadpanned upon hearing this. He'd already realized how tough it would be to accompany someone with Tuka's personality. They'll take a jab every now and then. Of course, this made his life more fun and interesting, so he didn't mind playing with Cardinal. Shiro. Don't get arrested. Stria said with genuine concern. She knew many things thanks to the internet, and one of them are laws. I wouldn't, because I didn't do anything wrong. Seeing that Shiro gave her no chance to make a jab, Cardinal went to her normal self. What do you plan to do here? She asked. Here? We'll finish the mission first. Maybe there's something useful in the store that can help Madoka-chan to avoid being a witch. The store section is undeniably luxurious, but each item in it are miraculous. An example of that is the Magic Circuit Enhancement, Quantity, and Magic Circuit Enhancement, Quality. They both costed 5,000 points, which gave someone a certain chance to enhance his/her circuits. This success rate depends on the amount and quality of the magic circuits, so it's the same as gambling in the random spin. The point here is that magic circuits are fixed at birth, and only by doing some painful procedures, such as how Shiro Emiya forcefully converted his own nerves to magic circuits due to Kiritsugu's stupid machinations. Well, let's focus on the rewards first. He murmured. Oh right. Your own game system. The innocent Stria became excited along with Shiro. The latter didn't mind telling them about his system since they already knew about his world travel shenanigans, and he trusted them enough based on what he saw. Both of these souls didn't conceal anything, unlike Mommy, laying bare their true feelings at him. That's why he sensed Cardinal slowly changing feelings towards him. Shiro called forth the previous prompts like a system log. It all started from the notifications when he completed Kaed's mission. Official quest complete. Reward settlement. Plus 3 million soul points. Plus 5 random ability card. Plus 1 ability upgrader, SS. Plus 1 buff upgrader, SS. Hidden quest complete. Help Tomo Mommy from her own unbroken will. Reward settlement. Plus 5 million soul points. Plus 5 weapon enhancement cards. Plus 1 future gauging card. Plus 1 ability upgrader, SSS. Plus 1 time card. Hidden quest complete. Fully save Tomo Mommy from her destiny. Reward settlement. Plus 50,000 points. Plus 1 random ticket, SSR. Plus 1 50% discount coupon, SR. Hidden quest completed. Have 10 students. Reward settlement. Plus 3 million soul points. Plus 3 ability upgrader, S. Plus 2 starter packs, students. Plus 3 enlightenment chances, students. Mentorship system has been unlocked. Once he's done scrolling through everything, only one word is left out of him. Wow. When he went through the ranks of Aura Knight and Circle Magician, he's quite stumped on how they required millions upon millions of soul points to upgrade. Back in the previous realm, he needed a few 100,000 soul points at best, so how did this happen? Shiro got his answer once he finished going through many light novels and games. His path seems to go through the path of maximizing benefit, usurping every single beneficial thing to him before going to the next level. This held true once he reached the peak of his current realm, whereas they gave him stats similar to a Grand Magician/Knight. Looking at his current soul points. Soul points, 51,002,900. Finally. This is the result of a year of farming on Enkrad. While he received quests there, the rewards weren't as lucrative as today's. A single week netted him more than 15M soul points, which is more than a fifth of what's needed to upgrade his jobs to the next realm. I'll settle this later. For now. Shiro opened the abilities tab besides his status tab. There, his abilities from the system are showcased. Abilities. Energy Box, S stores 75,000, current mana stat 100, mana in an independent space. The stored energy can be freely taken out by the user. Counter, SS whenever you block or counter an enemy's attack, there will be a 60%-70% chance to send the attack back with 80% of its power. Time Control, SS allows the manipulation of time. Endless applications can be done, but the energy spent will be greater. Critical Strike, A gives a 50% increment to the attack damage once activated. Swift Stride, B once activated, the user's speed will be increased by 15%. Danger Sense Passive, S gives the user heightened senses when dangers far above his current level is/are met. Thanks to those time in Enkrad, he still managed to gain 3 more random abilities. Though, it can be seen here that the more dangerous the mission is, the greater the rewards that he'll get. Pinching the 5 cards made out of white light, Shiro gained new abilities as 5 streaks of light entered his body. Abilities. Swordmaster Passive, S, new, grants an additional 50% in physical and elemental damage when wielding a sword. Blacksmith Passive, SS, new, increases mastery in terms of smithing. There's a chance of gaining stat points whenever a successful masterpiece is made. Ocular Enhancement, S, new, when activated, all eye-related abilities will be increased by 30%. Identity Theft, A, new, allows the user to replicate an attack that they witnessed and understood. However, only a maximum of 20% of the attack can be replicated. The understanding is in proportion to it. Smile More. S, new, when this ability is activated, your smile can charm whoever sees it for a period of time. Effects are proportional to the charm stat. Seeing the abilities that he got, he could only say, "My luck overdid it again." A/N, he also got dozens of abilities from the crazy random spins that he got, but it won't be mentioned for now since I'm still deciding some of them. One more thing, this reward unraveling chapter would last for another chapter or two before we move on to the next scenario, which I can hopefully execute well enough. Happy reading! Fact number 82, Fuyaki City is divided into two towns, Miyama Town and Shinto Town. Miyama Town is where the traditional and foreign houses are built. This includes Tosaka's mansion and Mata's household. On the other hand, Shinto Town is where the Fuyaki fire had happened. Due to it, many buildings are rebuilt, causing it to usher in modern development. The Ryuado Temple is also present in the Shinto Town, as well as the place where the destruction of Holy Grail had occurred. It's now a gloomy park. Chapter 134, A Step Closer. So I got a 50% increase out of nothing. Neat. Shiro thought dryly as he didn't expect that he would receive these gifts out of nothing. The 3S ranked upgraders is enough to power him up, but the SS and SSS ones can bring an ability of his to new heights. I'll keep those two for now and use those two first. Veeb. Confirm the usage of ability upgrader, S, on critical strike, A. Confirm the usage of ability upgrader, S, on identity theft, A. Confirm. The moment he mentally confirmed it, the cards made out of golden light submerged into him. Then, he saw another set of prompts appearing. The ability critical strike, A, evolves into critical strike, S. The ability identity theft, A, evolves into faker's replica, S. What? Dumbfounded, he could only check their descriptions. Critical strike, S gives a 100% increment to the attack damage once activated. Faker's replica, S allows the user to replicate an attack that they witnessed and understood. However, it won't truly be the same as the user's understanding will be taken into factor, giving the replicated attack a different route from the originals. The replicated attack can surpass the original, but its power can match 60% of the original attack. The duration to copy the attack once seen is 12 hours. Upon reading the description of the funny name that he saw, Shiro inevitably thought of the other Shiro's quote in the visual novel. Similar to this, his new ability can replicate the attacks of the opponent, albeit they can't surpass the original. Still, Shiro looked at it with great interest since that 60% cap didn't matter. To him, what made this ability valuable is that it'll allow him to counter some of his opponents. An example of that would be Shiro copying a servant's noble phantasm. Let's say he copied Inkiju's Chain of Heavens. With it forming a combo to his rip-off Heaven's Restraint, he can fight gods more easily than before. There's also Reality Marbles, Age of Gods Magecraft, and more. Though, it has a limitation of him seeing and understanding the attack, and that once 12 hours had passed upon seeing it, he wouldn't be able to replicate it again. What did you get? Just like a child unboxing her gifts on Christmas, Stria couldn't wait to hear the rewards that he got. After telling them of it, she became very excited while Cardinal congratulated him. Clapping, she said, "Wow, you are now officially a faker." Of course, Cardinal meant about the other Shiro. Not only do they have very similar names, their abilities also involved replicating others. If that's not coincidental, she can only be amazed at the wonders of his luck. It doesn't mean that a fake. Before he could finish quoting it, Cardinal interrupted him. Can't surpass the original, is it? Shrugging, he teased, "Well, that's what internet does to someone. Working while being a hikikomori is one of my abilities I'm thankful for." "Since when did you start watching anime?" Shiro asked. "The moment you brought us out. That makes it a total of 34 days, 12 hours, 53 minutes, and 19 seconds. Hearing this, Shiro subconsciously smiled as he said, "I'm glad you found something you like." Aside from his friends in Altera, Cardinal and Stria are the only ones he trusted deeply. He directly interacted with the former while he's with the latter all throughout the Incrad mission. While he wouldn't care much about strangers, he treasures the ones closer to him. "You idiot!" she retorted, mimicking the ones that she saw in some anime. Yes, she watched many anime, but she'd done so for Shiro's sake. She knew that some other worlds must have been written in formats such as that, thus she decided to gather information beforehand. Shiro could only smile helplessly after hearing that. Unlike some dense people that can bend light around them, Shiro is more sensitive to emotions due to his max-level willpower. One of its extra abilities is to convey his will properly, just like what Mommy saw yesterday. There's also another one that allows him to sense emotions more clearly either by a person's tone or by looking at them in their eyes. Thus, he's aware about her budding feelings. Still, he also couldn't bear to reject her properly since he knew that Cardinal's the way she is right now due to him. If she loses him, it would only harm her. Thankfully, he accepted the polygamous mindset from his previous selves or else he would have felt guiltier than now. Though, an innocent girl had to ruin their stalemate. Is this what it is? Stria said with a squeal before continuing, did Cardinal fall for Shiro? Ahem. Coincidentally, they both choked on air at the same time. As a result of this, the atmosphere turned awkward for a while. Shiro didn't know what to do while he waited for his food, so he decided on doing something productive for now. He took out the Hidden Heaven Concealment Array, SSR, that he got from the random spins. It looked like an oriental trigram, though it didn't have the 8 characters in the usual trigrams. Still, it can be spun in 4 different sets that signified the level of concealment that it can offer. It wasn't stated on its description its limits, so he assumed that it can work against the main gods in his power system at the very least. Furthermore, it can also serve as an illusion while he conceals himself. However, it also needed a power source, namely, origin crystals. Fortunately, he has a bunch of SR and SSR rated origin crystals which made him filthy rich, or else this would have been a painful expenditure to him. Placing a crystal on the slot in its middle, the characters inscribed into it began glowing before Shiro spun it in a set of pattern for the first level. He started moving it from the outermost disc to the 4th disc, making it release a mysterious aura that enveloped him. Alright, this should be enough. Shiro called out his current status panel. Shiro. Realm, 9th rank Circle Magician, plus, /9th rank Winged Knight, plus. Soul Points, 51,002,900. Attributes. Physique, 128, plus 128. Dexterity, 132, plus 132. Wisdom, 2,140, plus 2,270. Unlock special attributes. Aura, 378, plus 158. Mana, 515, plus 478. Originum, 300. Charm, 100, max, plus 5. Luck, 90, plus 9. Control, 100, max. Willpower, 100, max. Acquired masteries. Arts Mastery, Expert 99%, Gun Mastery, Master 15%, Apothecary, Expert 80%, Writing, Expert 99%, Cooking, Master 99%, Blade Mastery, Expert 99%, Tech Master, Master 19%, Bow Mastery, Expert 99%, Explosions Master, Master 35%, Mechanic, Expert 55%, Surgeon, Proficient 89%, Shield Mastery, Expert 99%, Negotiation Master, Expert 70%, Demonic Arts, Master 1%, Investment Master, Master 79%, Assassination, Master 50%, Trap Master, Expert 84%, Painting, Expert 50%. Hunting, Master 9%. His mana and aura stat had increased tremendously due to his originum stat while his wisdom stat being in the thousands is the work of his 6 eyes. Time to level up. Without hesitation, he clicked on the plus button besides his 2 jobs. Suddenly, he felt a wave of comfort go through his entire being. His body became way lighter than what he's used to, feeling as if he went from a cramped space to a wider space. On the other hand, his mind went blank as he received a huge upgrade all at once. His 6 eyes adapted to his current life level, causing its boost to increase from 2,000 to 5,000. Adding the enhancement that he received from 2 of his buffs plus his base stats, his current wisdom stat increased all the way to 10,420. His thoughts ran wild at this point to the point that he started to become quite dizzy due to the sudden increase. With his max level control stat, he made this under control a second later. For now, he would keep it the way it is before. Once these changes stopped, Shiro exhaled lightly as he checked his current realm. Realm, 1st rank Grand Magician, plus, /1st rank Grand Knight, plus. He's now at the 3rd realm, being only 2 realms away from being a god. A/N, it's time for the start of his power UPS. Not only that, y'all might be surprised on how strong he will be by the end of this arc. After all, he has to catch up with the reality-bending monsters in this series. Fact number 83, did you know that Connect, PMMM's intro, has a hidden meaning? To be exact, it hinted on Homura's attempts on saving Madoka. When translated in English, you'll see that context. An example of that is the first verse of the opening, from Madoka's close-up to the title. I'll never forget the promise we made, Kawashita Yaku so Kawajarina yo. I close my eyes and remember each detail. Miwotoji Tashikamaru. I'll dispel the encroaching darkness and forge onward. Ashiozita Yami Fury Haratsu Sumu. From the first line, it references to Madoka's wish to her, which is to stop the silly me from contracting to Kyubei. Meanwhile, the second line meant Homura not forgetting each of their memories as she regresses again and again. Lastly, the third line shows Homura's belief that there will be light, dispelling the darkness, by the end of her struggles, darkness. She doesn't hesitate to move forward, regress through time, just to save Madoka. P.S. Interesting, right? This also reminded me of, well, a certain character with a song called Regression as his memorable song. Both of their dedication are commendable. Chapter 135, Sudden Events. Phew. Deactivating the Hidden Heaven concealment array, everything went back to normal. His power fluctuated the same as the previous him, but it's all thanks to his max level control stat that he managed to converge everything inside of him. He noticed this long ago, and it seems that the others can't see through him entirely. Perhaps, this is also the reason why his charm stat isn't as overwhelming as the one in his memories, since in some of it, he saw how ridiculous it is. When the Supreme Magus took off his mask once, his enemies got so mesmerized by his appearance to the point that they took it as an honor that he killed them. In a way, he's similar to the Prince of Lanling, that his appearance became a weapon against his enemies. Thankfully, it somehow converged into his eyes, making it so that it would only affect others once the others look at it directly. With his blindfold on, his focal point of charm and more than half of his face got covered. Only, Shiro didn't know how much it saved him from all the trouble. He had an idea on how strong the women on these worlds could be, but it'll be one hell of a trouble if he caught something like a certain goddess attention. Due to the array, Stria and Cardinal didn't notice his changes. I leveled up just now. You did? You're now level 3. Cardinal asked. Since Shiro mentioned about things such as higher-leveled beings eavesdropping on them, he taught her some terms that they can use whenever they're on a mission. In this case, level 3 meant the grand realms of his system. Yab. I didn't expect to receive huge stat increase from it. Physique, 128-3,145. Dexterity, 132-3,150. Wisdom, 2140-5,140. Aura, 378-2,895. Mana, 515-1,040. Of course, his wisdom stat received the biggest boost, but his other increases startled him. His 6 eyes weren't the only one that was affected by his breakthrough. The moment his life level broke through once again, some of the abilities that he got were unlocked. His current life level is a minimum requirement since the chat group had detected that it would only harm him instead at that moment. The King's Body, SSR, plus 2,500 to physique, dexterity, and aura. Details, a special physique possessed by the previous Jade Emperor. It is made to be a container for his physical power, but he lost it in the end. This version, however, binds itself to the user while gradually unsealing the physical power of the Jade Emperor. Battle Talent, SR, plus 500 to physique, dexterity, aura, and mana. Details, a special ability of the Golden Horned Beast, a rare type of space beast. It enhances the body and soul, which gives the Golden Horned Beasts a vast potential in combat. The King's Body, hey. I didn't expect it, but it did made sense since it's a container for this physical power. When he spun these abilities in the random spin, he already saw that the ones that gave him a permanent increase in his strength were somehow sealed, with the reason being his own life level not being able to properly handle those. Though, the special abilities and the ones that needs to be activated or used are readily available to him. Especially that certain technique that concentrated all his power in a single second. Even he didn't expect that there will be someone crazy out there to do it, but there are endless parallel worlds. This explains everything. I can finally fight properly. Shiro rejoiced inwardly since all his battles up until now is an uphill one. He needed to calculate each and every single move of his or he would face a terrifying attack. If he fought Kyoko right now, he would be able to face her with reinforcement and aura enhancement alone. That's also considering him not using more than half of these abilities' capabilities. I'm itching for a fight now. As he pictured himself fighting those witches head-on, his order had finally arrived. Here is your Omurus. Enjoy. Bam. Bam. The sound of air being blasted apart rang out on top of an abandoned warehouse somewhere in the city. Clang. Creak. A cartoonish white greatsword descended down to Shiro, with him blocking it head-on using a black sword and the fragrant olive sword. Thanks to his power increasing, the weight of the golden sword had increased. While he lost from that confrontation, it only sent him flying that made a 50m crater in the ground. Looks like I've been too confident. As he stood up, he felt the weight of the osmanthus blade in his left hand. From a mere 1 ton, it now has the weight of 20 tons. It can now split mountains and potentially destroy cities. Having this strength, Shiro realized how lucky he had been when he fought Surtur back then. It was stated that she has the power of a 4th-ranked demigod before, but her stats are measly 1,600 points. In fact, an average 4th-rank demigod should have 3,000 stats and above. It was only thanks to the outer god being extremely weakened by his reality marble plus the fact that Shiro thwarted its preparations. Moreover, the increase in stats are exponential. The increase is not as simple as 1 plus 1 due to the fact that increasing stats becomes harder the stronger you are. Only through special means could it be increased. Just like the chat group. The great sword on Tuka's hands vanished, and what replaced it is a plain silver staff that she smashed at Shiro. To counter this, Shiro used up one of his. The blades of his swords glowed before its defensive capabilities got increased by mysterious means. Bam! However, it can't completely defend Shiro from her tyrant's eye as it sent him further down the ground. Though, he took it as an opportunity and instantly casted Space Jump, appearing right behind her as he did a. Shiro swung his dual blades sideways in an attempt to damage Tuka, but it didn't leave any wounds due to her putting up a rule of no damage within her radius. Still, it's enough to let him win this spar. I lost. She said in a monotone voice as she deactivated her tyrant's eye. Shiro also recalled back his light armor and swords, leaving him with a casual attire. Tuka added, I couldn't react even with my reaction time enhanced. Just how high is your reaction time? Shiro only smiled upon hearing it. Even with his blindfold on, his wisdom stat remained in the 4000s. That's considering his 2 buffs strengthening him to oblivion. Although he had less reaction time, his physique and dexterity were all at the 6000s, thus her defeat became reasonable. After all, she didn't expect his sudden increase in strength when he asked for a spar. You can manage with your eye, right? But I will be forced to deactivate it if the damage is too fatal. She replied. A day after his upgrade, Shiro went ahead and asked Tuka for a spar. Since Roman is not available due to him appraising the grief seeds using his Age of God mage craft, he asked her instead. She didn't mind as she also wanted to know how strong she became. Suddenly, their chat group interrupted their peace. Beeb. Madoka, Sayaka-chan. Sayaka-chan is A/N, the king's body came from God of High School while battle talent came from Swallowed Star. Fact number 84, in the last episode, Madoka used her wish to delete the existence of witches before they existed, be it in the past, present, and future. However, in the first few timelines that Homura had experienced, it is revealed that Madoka used up her wish to save a dying black cat. It was revealed by the drama CD, if you are wondering. P.S. At first, this looked ridiculous to me. But hey, she didn't know that it's hell she's walking into at that time. Perhaps, that's the reason why she's seemingly regretful by the time that she and Homura soloed the Valpurgis Nacht when mommy went crazy. Chapter 136, 9th Heaven's 9 Doors. Looking at the blue-haired girl in front of him, Shiro helplessly sighed. While perplexed, he asked. Why? Sensei. Is it wrong to be selfish? Sayaka replied while avoiding his gaze. During the past few days, he often mentioned the perils of being a magical girl. Still, she didn't heed his warnings properly, all because of this single desire. It's not. I answered you like this before, right? Shiro replied. Then. I don't regret it. She proceeded to match their lines of sight. Instead of her usual eyes, they now carried a hidden charm, similar to Shiro's max-level charm stat. With a gaze like that, she could easily make someone fall in love with her. Knowing her circumstances, it didn't take Shiro long before he figured out the gist of everything. I would still fight against witches for the sake of others. This is the price that I have to pay, after all. I will give the grief seeds to you, sensei. Since Sayaka knew about his plans to cleanse grief seeds and revert them into soul gems, she didn't hesitate to give them to him. At her roots, she was still a justice-headed girl. Don't forget to call me to purify your soul gem. I won't. At that moment, Shiro realized that his teachings may have influenced Sayaka's behavior. His thoughts were always concerned with his personal interests, so he might have made her change her mind about something. Her crush, Kyusuke, had his hand healed when Sayaka asked a favor from Shiro. It was not troublesome, so he did it. However, Shiro didn't expect her to make a wish for Kyusuke to fall in love with her. To be honest, Shiro thought this Kyusuke bastard didn't deserve her. He saw how poorly he treated Sayaka, even when the latter cared for him for 5 years straight. He used her as a vent whenever he felt insecure and depressed about his lost talent. Sayaka, being Sayaka, didn't mind it and tried to understand him deeply instead. Shiro also saw that guy talking with Sayaka's best friend, Hitomi. From this, he deduced that Hitomi confessed her love for Kyusuke to Sayaka, which led to Sayaka taking desperate measures. If not for Sayaka's mentality warping due to his influence, she might have accepted the failure of her love instead. Noticing the anguish and desperation in her eyes, Shiro chose to respect her and support her choice. In the end, this is what he taught her. Shiro didn't care about strangers, but he would definitely ensure his students' safety. Not again. Shelving the bad memories, for now, he gave her some items that would help her current situation. Crackle. Crackle. White flames set ablaze around Shiro. The labyrinth's environment was in a constant state of churning and fluctuation, like an oil painting. But the anti-evil attribute of his flames granted him immunity to his strange surroundings. The fifth door. As he thought of it, he unlocked a door, the so-called limiter within him. It allowed him to break through his current state, granting him a substantial boost in his body and soul-related stats. Ninth Heaven's Nine Doors, SSR. Details: a special martial art created from a universe whose timeline is manipulated by a very special world will. The art consists of 9 levels. By opening each door, the user would experience a permanent increase in body and soul. However, the fifth door and onwards could only be in a semi-open state due to their overwhelming stat increases. A special ability would also be granted from the fifth door on. First door, opened body and soul attributes x 1.10. Second door, opened body and soul attributes x 1.25. Third door, opened body and soul attributes x 1.5. Fourth door, opened body and soul attributes x 1.75. Fifth door, opened body and soul attributes x 2.00, strong healing factor. Sixth door, locked. Seventh door, locked. Eighth door, locked. Ninth door, locked. This was one of the most absurd techniques he won from his previous random spin. If someone else tried to practice it, they might take a week at the shortest, but Shiro was a monster. With his max level control stat and insane comprehension, he only used a single day to practice the skill to the fifth door. Opening the sixth door and on would be strenuous and harmful to him instead, so he quit there. Even so, the technique was already absurd in its own right. Simply put, it would increase Shiro's strength as long as he progressed through it. Moreover, the increases would stack instead of combining into one. Once the fifth door was semi-opened, he could already receive an enormous boost from it. If the fifth door fully opened, that boost could scale even higher. The increments would be higher than the amount stated in the description. Physique, 12,487-22,703. Dexterity, 12,506-22,739. Wisdom, 20,407-37,104. Aura, 11,494-20,898. Mana, 4,129-7,508. For starters, the technique worked in sync with Six Eyes, allowing it to showcase more of its potential. This made it so that Shiro's wisdom stat became the highest out of them all. There was also a passive increase to all his stats. Right now, he could overwhelm Kyoko with his stats alone. Shiro wondered if he would ever need to use his trump cards at this rate, but he knew just how strong his opponents would be. A terrible matchup like Tuka's reality-bending powers was enough to render him nearly useless. How much more so if he fought against Kyubei, a literal god. Overflowing power ran through his body, but Shiro's insane perception immediately noticed an anomaly. The enormous shift in his stats slowly destabilized and destroyed his body. This is the reason why he didn't use the fifth door all the time. Nevertheless, he was annoyed today, so he decided to vent his frustrations through a witch hunt. Sorry, young girl, but this has to be done. He murmured before he gathered most of his power into his right fist. He based this new technique on another absurd technique. The latter would give him a terrifying backlash, so he could only keep it as a trump card. His stats were distributed proportionately throughout his body, meaning his punch would not have the power of 22,703 physique alone. He needed to consciously accumulate strength until he could no longer bear the strain it placed on his body. When a punch that could shatter a few mountains or half of a city gathered in his right fist, he coated it with his white flames before using his movement technique combined with space jump. In the blink of an eye, he was right behind the strange-looking robot, Gisela, the witch of this labyrinth. Bam! A sound akin to a dozen missiles exploding rang throughout the labyrinth. Air compressed by the force of this punch formed shockwaves that bounded through the depths of the maze, decimating everything in their path. With the witch eliminated, it didn't take long before the surroundings returned to normal. While in mid-air, Shiro quickly deactivated the fifth door as he landed softly on the ground. Harvesting the grief seed on the ground, he noticed his bleeding right hand, among other injuries, started to heal when golden flames enveloped it. The golden flames, working in tandem with his strong healing factor from the fifth gate, restored him to a flawless state a few minutes later. Tap. Tap. Shiro looked above, only to see dark clouds forming. The objective on Madoka's wish isn't marked as complete, and there's the Valpurgis Nacht coming more than a month later. He paused before continuing. This feels ominous. He didn't know if it was because of his bad day, but he couldn't shake off the ominous feeling invading his heart. A/N, hello, I would like to welcome the new editor/proofreader of this series, Absolute Melody. Tajikaru. TSKR. Also, this is the way I computed his new stats. Stat, x 1.10 x 1.25 x 1.5 x 1.75 x 1.1, semi, /2, fully. That's why I didn't state a clear answer on the total boost, it wouldn't make much sense. If we try multiplying it by 2.1/2.7, or by percentage, which is a total of 260%/270%, instead of the formula above, we'll get a completely different answer. The gist of this technique is so that the multipliers stack, thus multiplying the already multiplied stats, since the increases are permanent. Anyways, this technique is from Ending Maker, one of my favorite action fantasy romance KR novels. Anyways, here's the, not, fun fact of the day. Fact number 85, in PMMM's opening, Sayaka's doom is already foreshadowed. While Madoka always has Kyubei on her lap, what Sayaka had is a black cat. All of you must know that it symbolizes bad luck and misfortune. If only I were as sharp on looking at the openings before, I would have immediately found out that there's something wrong with this anime. I've only learned my lesson when I realized Junpei's death, Jujutsu Kaisen, through the opening. P.S. Junpei is supposed to have been a student at Jujutsu High, but here in the opening, there wasn't any badges present in his uniform. Sorcerers have badges/pins. Moreover, what he's wearing is a middle school uniform, hence showing that he wouldn't be a Jujutsushi, sorcerer, ever. It got confirmed when he died a couple of episodes later. Chapter 137, The Hero Who Didn't Make It in Time. A/N, the semi-open thing in the previous chapter is only x 1.10, not x 1.50. I realized that the semi-open thing wouldn't make sense if the increase from the semi to fully open state was not that huge. There's also the fact that MC would become more OP. Can't have me breaking the power scaling, tee. You'll stay behind for the Walpurgisnacht. I owe my former mentor many things. At that moment, the carefree Kyoko was embarrassed. Recalling the times mommy helped and saved her, her last bit of righteousness made her stay. She then asked Shiro, "What about your student? How is she?" "Sayaka? She's doing well. Only well. My arrogance is to be blamed for that one," he replied. During the times when he taught others, he never struggled. His disciples walked their own pathways and eventually proceeded beyond them as their powers increased. Shinji and Sakura changed their fate for the better, while Kuroniko overcame her inhibitions as a normal human. When Shiro received his 150 years of forgotten memories, he obtained bits and pieces of the Supreme Magus teaching his students. With his previous successes and these newfound memories, he never considered that his student would go awry. Shiro was soon proven wrong when Sayaka unexpectedly made a wish and became a magical girl. Knowing that his student sealed her fate into a crueler one, his heart panged with emotions of self-doubt and regret. What if he helped Sayaka fix her love life? What if he showed her Kyusuke's scumbag nature? What if he told her that she had her chance with him, that it's better to move on? These thoughts haunted him. While his strength far exceeded his previous self, Shiro was drowning in guilt. If only I could turn back time. The only solution he saw was his time control, SS. If he could turn back time to when Sayaka didn't accept that contract, her life would return to normal. If that didn't work, he could only rely on the items offered by the chat group. Noticing the depressing aura surrounding Shiro, Kyoko was shocked. He, just like her, was a carefree spirit. He gave no damn about the thoughts of others irrelevant to him as he acted out of his own interests. That's why they grew closer even though their first impression went poorly, and they had only met around 15 days ago. Noticing this, Shiro took out another teiyaki from his dimensional storage and tossed it to her. It's been 24 days already. It had been 24 days since they started this mission. Mommy went crazy the first week, while Sayaka made that impulsive decision in the second. 10 days had passed since then. During that time, all they did was hunt witches, purify grief seeds, and analyze their structure. Roman, the former king of Magus, labored ruthlessly before uncovering the overall composition of the so-called soul gems. Astonishingly, grief seeds were already present in them before they were used. The soul gem was presented as the outer core, while the smaller grief seed composed the inner core. The manifestations of dark emotions were all stored inside the internal grief seed, thus the reason why a soul gem shatters once a witch is born. Impurities in the soul gem were actually those manifestations. As the magical energy suppressing these impurities decreased, the greater the chance of becoming a witch. Thus, the more magic a magical girl utilizes, the faster the transformation. The grief seeds absorbing those impurities refilled the magical energy in their soul gems. As for the grief seeds he purified into soul gems, only Kaed was out for now. The others were stored in the storage where time was frozen since their current mentalities couldn't handle their overwhelming feelings of despair. Kaed was accompanying Tuka, who had made a new body for her using her tyrant's eye. Though, it took the three of them more than a week of preparations to do so. The process required arrays that amplify Tuka's mind, another set that would connect their stored mana briefly, rituals using origin crystals, and so on. After much toiling, they successfully created a human body matching Kaed's soul genetics. This was all thanks to Roman, who successfully mimicked the third true magic heaven's feel using his Age of God mage craft. However, the execution of this magic only became possible due to the supplies sponsored by the wealthiest chat group member, Shiro. The most basic requirement was 1000 origin crystals, about 1/50th of his current stock. It also needed copious amounts of rare materials, most of which came out of his pocket. If not for them possessing most of the required materials, the entire process might have taken a long time to prepare. Luckily, they didn't follow Goish's thousands of years of preparation for his Ars al-Madal Salomonis, his noble phantasm that mimicked the fifth true magic, the blue. Beep. A sudden alarm rang out in Shiro's mind. The mentorship function. This was the function he unlocked when he accepted Sayaka as his 10th disciple. Simply put, it gave him better rewards as his students achieved more milestones while also allowing them to benefit from his system. Your student Miki Sayaka attains stronger willpower. Her current willpower, 70. You have been rewarded with the following: 3 appraisal attempts, 3 random masteries, Master. When the hint of a proud smile appeared on Shiro's face, more alarms rang out, covering his sight with many prompts. Warning! 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 A level 5 heart demon has formed in your student Miki Sayaka. Immediate action required. Immediate action required. Immediate action required. Issuing emergency quest. Emergency quest: save your student has been issued. Your student Miki Sayaka has been corrupted by the level 5 heart demon. She has now become an amalgamation of dark emotions, a witch. Emergency quest failed. A mutation has occurred. Due to the level 5 heart demon, she has evolved into a quasi-demon, fake. Her power is only below the strongest witch, Valpurgis Nacht. Issuing emergency quest. Exactly a split second after he read this, an evil presence enveloped the entirety of Mitakiera city. The skies went dark, but the populace had only thought of incoming rain. Shiro's expression blackened at that moment. The others were the same. Each of their expressions grew serious before they messaged the chat group. Roman, what is happening right now? The defensive arrays didn't activate. Tuka, it must have happened from the inside. Did someone turn into a witch? But there are only 4 magical girls here. Shiro. Shiro completely ignored those messages as he pulled down his blindfold. His attire turned into his usual black and white light armor, with him wielding his twin blades in both hands. While his eyes appeared mesmerizing, an aura of grave solemnity shrouded his visage. Kyoko was stunned by his current appearance, but the presence that she felt jolted her awake from her daydreaming. What happened just now? She asked. It's my fault. What do you? It's Sayaka. Upon hearing this, her brain short-circuited for a moment. This evil presence? Did your student turn into a witch? No. Not just a witch. She's now a demon. Shiro opened an aurora curtain before stepping in, leaving the bewildered Kyoko alone. Still, she didn't dilly-dally as she took out her phone to contact Mommy. After texting her, she looked into the distance, at the place where the presence had originated, and prayed. Hey God, if you're there, my life sucked. So for once, please let my Taia know. My new friend to live. A/N, if you notice, yep, this quote of hers is in the wiki. In episode 9, the time Sayaka became a witch, she said this quote, Hey God, if you're there, my life sucked. So for once, please let me have a happy dream. On another note, I got too busy lately. Our professors decided to give away many assignments and projects, so we'll be drowning in uni for a while. That's why I've decided to stop uploading fun facts for a temporary period of time. From today up until midterms is done for, not my grades, I won't be posting fun facts. This might last until 30 or 31. As for the update schedule, it's still the same with 1 chapter/day. Though, I'll be announcing something that involves bonus chapters once midterms is over, so do watch out for it. That's it. The tensions would begin to rise from here. I won't give an estimate on how long this arc would be, but we're now approaching the climax of it. As for the explanations regarding the level 5 heart demon, why she transformed this fast, and how she mutated to be this strong, there'll be explanations in the further chapters. P.S. Chapter edited by my editor, Absolute Melody. Thanks. Chapter 138, Mermaid Witch. Emergency Quest, Last Chance. Details: your student, Miki Sayaka, has turned into a witch, fake quasi-demon. Her guilt hidden deeply within her had continuously bothered her until she couldn't take it anymore after 10 days. Her level 5 heart demon had turned her into something more horrifying, and it's your duty as her mentor to bring her back. Objective: defeat Sayaka and halt her evolution in the next 30 minutes. Reward/S, 50 million soul points, 1 doppel awakening chance, student, 3 semi-librarian role librarian of the end, students, 5 mastery transfer, student. Shiro had only glanced at it before focusing on the scene in his sights. The surroundings is very static, with it changing from the normal sights to something akin to a classical stage with red seats. Messed up beings were playing as the orchestra. Some are playing the violin while there's also someone wearing a tuxedo whilst playing a grand piano. Still, the only thing that didn't change is the dreary atmosphere that permeated the entire city. The same rainy weather hit Mitakiera town. The ground shook, producing some small cracks in the road. The wind currents became stronger. Simply put, it is a disaster in the making. However, the most terrifying fact is the thousands of flying swords aimed straight at him. Fifth gate. Hell flames ignition. Without hesitation, he went to one of his strongest states. White flames appeared in a 100-meter radius away from him, burning the orchestra silhouettes that surrounded him. It also cleansed the evil presence in his area, removing the slight suppression that he felt from it. Su. 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 Right now, Shiro felt as if he's facing the Mayuverse Shiro just like how Angelica did during their final fight. If that wasn't enough, there are also shadows of cartwheels behind them. Infinity. All of a sudden, the swords and cartwheels had stopped, as if there's an invisible barrier blocking them. The truth is that, they are never destined to cross the infinite distance that separates them from Shiro. Though, this costed Shiro 5,000 mana. Thankfully, he has the energy box, that stored 700,000 mana/aura within it. Since it is stored there, he didn't need to absorb the mana from the surroundings, which will take him an entire 3 seconds for 7,500 mana. As for this time, it took him 0.1 seconds to do so. Casting a space jump, he went right in front of Sayaka's witch form that looked like a mermaid. She held the twin white and black daggers, the Kanshou and Byakuya. She managed to project it after 3 days of structural analysis and Shiro's guidance, which spoke volumes of her talents. Even if she takes more than 3 minutes to project them each time, it didn't lower her accomplishments. Only Shiro Emiya is the one who can do it instantly as he has unlimited blade works where he stores his swords into. Shiro doesn't know why, but there's something in her that allowed her to do this. After all, projecting noble phantasms are supposedly something very difficult to do. The witch swung her blades in a cross slash, but it was stopped by infinity once more. As it happened, Shiro charged up his black blade with aura and mana, which is naturally twice the efficiency than before. He charged it up, refilled using the energy box, and charged it up once more. He also refilled the energy box as this all happened, making him an inexhaustible source of energy right now. After stalling the witch's attack for 5 seconds, he had now charged it up with more than 100,000 aura and mana. This makes it a total of 200,000 energy units. This is it. Black light covered the sword that he's holding while he held sheathed right below his waist. It is something that came along with his sword, but it didn't got used much since he usually stored the sword in his soul. The world slowed down when he utilized his wisdom stat to the maximum. His concentration went to a godly state, to the point that he sensed everything with extreme clarity. The atomic composition of the wind, the sensation felt by his skin, and most importantly, concepts. What he saw in the witch's figure are concepts, the powers accessible to a god's. A sword. An illusion. Evil. These are the prominent concepts that he saw in her visage. Ironically, this made him less confident in his attack, but it is not something that he can pull out. Overwhelming her with mana. If this doesn't work, Shiro thought before he suddenly cut it off. I'll think of it later. Armament convergence. Ito Shura. The next moment, blinding black light engulfed the entire area. He had already undone infinity right before he did that, thus it managed to came in contact with her. A total of 400,000 magical power, together with 10 times his current strength, hit her. Coupled with the varying intents that bordered concepts, Shiro's sure that it can damage her. Until he felt a strong force of attraction aimed at him. It messed up his internal organs before he could even put up any barrier to it. He hadn't expected that she wouldn't be phased like any other intelligent beings. Shit. 6 blades that can be easily distinguished from others are besides him. 3 Gon's and 3 Byakuyas formed a strong attraction field with him as the center. Together with his slightly weakened state from Ito Shura, all he can do is to use his aurora curtain because the space became denser due to that field. A/N, an attraction field is akin to a gravity field. Gravity affects both mass and those without mass, such as space. Fortunately, aurora curtain wasn't limited by space nor time, thus he managed to reappear a few dozen meters away from her. Having a breathing time, he redeployed infinity before time slowed down for him. The first thing that he noticed is the witches, the fake quasi-demon obliterating his weapon intents that injured her. His perception of time became very slow, but it's as if the power that she used to do so is not relevant in time, albeit Sayaka is also frozen in his perception. That quasi-demon, what is it? When Shiro saw the quasi-demon, fake, in the prompt, he already readied himself. He knew that normal witches are weak in front of him now, but mommy told him before that Walpurgis Nacht is on another level. Since Sayaka became the second strongest, he thought that Ito Shura, the pre-derived form of Ito Reizutsu, is enough to at least wound her. This is considering that he's testing her depths, not a sure kill attack. Ito Reizutsu, SSR. Details, a special technique created by a failed knight. Without any talent, he is left with no choice but to go through another way. This technique ignores the human's basic survival instincts, allowing them to bring out power that far surpasses them. With this technique, the overall capabilities of the user will be increased by 100 times. However, a terrifying backlash awaits them in proportion to the duration of usage and their base strength. Note, its pre-derived form is Ito Shura, which has a tenth of its effect. 10 times. His physique, aura, and dexterity stats had broken through above 200,000 at this state. Even Shiro didn't expect that he would feel that powerful, but it isn't even enough to fatally injure Sayaka's quasi-demon, fake, form. Wait AFCKNG minute. As he observed the power that Sayaka used to heal herself from injuries, it reminded him of one thing. After analyzing it for a few minutes, in his perception, everything clicked out. It is similar to Tuka's reality bending. FCK. Chapter 139, Shiro, I taught her too well. Tuka's Tyrant's Eye is so far one of the most broken abilities that Shiro knows. It forms a reality-bending domain around her, which they prefer to call imaginary domain. Simply put, everything that she can imagine will exist here. Although, she wouldn't be able to directly affect others. Still, it is a broken ability. If she imagines that there can be no concepts in her place, there won't be any. While her imagination gives her mental exhausting, it doesn't matter due to her ever-growing mind. Now, the ability that the fake quasi-demon Sayaka had used is something similar to it. Her ability allowed her to overwrite reality, making it so that his attack never reached her. Fortunately, he saw that it has a limit, or else his infinity would have been broken in their first direct clash. It can provide her some sort of immortality. Hey! This is sounding more and more like Walpurgis Nacht. Shiro thought. Homura did say that only magical attacks can affect it. During the last 10 days, Homura had surprisingly changed her approach with him. Instead of being apprehensive like she usually was, she gave more useful information about many things. When she told him about Walpurgis Nacht's strength and nigh immortality, she did it in a detailed manner. She mentioned how the conventional modern weapons wouldn't work against it as only a magical girl's magical attacks can do so. Other than that, she told him how hard it is to kill. In most cases, she believes that even a group of 10 or more magical girls can't defeat it, only a veteran magical girl can face off against it. That, or an extremely talented magical girl with unparalleled power. Shiro noticed how she seemed to have faced against it herself when she told everything, thus he concluded his conjecture of her being a time regressor. Immortality. How should I go with this? After having thought of a plan, his perception of time went back to normal as he began his preparations for the second round. Time Excel. Time Excel. Time Excel. Time Excel. Time Excel. Casting a total of 20 Time Excel on him, he's now 20 times faster. Though, injuries began appearing left and right in his entire body. Blood spilled out from it, but it regenerated the next moment. His Phoenix's regeneration is also triggered, covering his wounds with golden flames. Shiro adjusted his perception to be 20 times faster too. Thanks to his time excels, his body can now follow his slowed perception. She can now project 90% of her swords. Hey! I'll hold them off for now. He thought as he began summoning his own projections stored in his Library of the End. Eternal Sovereign's Throne. The moment he thought of it, his reality marble overwrote reality as their surroundings had now changed. It is the same place where he fought with Surtur, the ancient throne room where the Fenrir had resided for millions of years. Instantly, the faker mermaid witch in front of him is weakened by 120%. Her presence dropped down while her strange reality-bending powers were strangely silenced. On his side, Shiro went back to his Fenrir form, spawning a pair of black canine ears while his pupils turned blood red. Slowly, an ability similar to Eternal Arms Mastery activated, giving him random fighting experience in every second he's here. This should be. Just as he finished his preparations, his pupils went wide. He suddenly felt a chill in his spine as his body sent danger signals in his mind. He immediately took out the ability upgrader card that can go to SSS rank. Then, he used it on his time control, SS. Confirm the USA. The ability time. Shiro didn't give a damn about the prompts. When he saw the completion of the upgrade, he immediately used it to corrode the time of his surroundings. He seemed unsatisfied by it as he casted infinity, space barrier, nullification, and dozens of barriers. He didn't even got to finish his defenses before he got attacked by a pitch-black sword. As if everything around him is paper, it cut through them and reached him. Bam! Crack! Ugh! Shiro blacked out for a moment, confused on what happened just now. He recalled that he used up his ability card for his time control and then... Blood spurted out like a fountain from the cut in his abdomen. His light armor is completely obliterated on his right side, dyeing it with red blood. He can feel that the pitch-black sword had cut his internal organs, and that it has something that hindered a portion of his regenerative abilities. The amount of his blood that spilled on his mouth is large in volume, too. Right now, he got smashed in the wall of his throne room and is lying on a slightly deep pit in it. He slowed down his perception once more, but another attack came at him. Buzz! He didn't even have a time to rest as the pitch-black sword, now coated with dark blue light, came at him. Boom! In that moment, his reality marble disappeared on its own as it couldn't withstand the level of attack that was sent to Shiro. On the other hand, he is now found lying on the cracked road. His severely injured state is the worst that he had been up until now. Huff! Huff! That final debuff worked. Just as the attack is about to hit him, he concentrated the power of his reality marble, which weakened the blast from the A-ranked noble phantasm, Erendite. He also corroded its time with time corrosion, hence around 30% of it simply disappeared before it hit him. As for his barriers, it didn't help him due to the fact that his infinity has a flaw where it didn't work for those absurdly higher than it, i.e., concepts. It served no purpose than a paper shield. It appeared all so suddenly, which means she can manipulate space, time, and erase my attacks. He paused before adding, I really taught her too well, for her to plan meticulously like that. Since the beginning of their fight, he saw many swords that he asked Sayaka to analyze. This included some strong noble phantasms, which she couldn't project even now. However, her current form allowed her to freely do so, with 70% similarity nonetheless. My energy box is all spent. Many thoughts along with these ran in his mind while he opened his dimensional storage and took out a god-level restorative potion, SSR, and drank it. After that, his injuries miraculously healed and his fatigue went away. His aura and mana tanks were full once more, displaying the effects of a SSR potion. I only have one left. Just as he is about to fight once more, he felt a light tap on his shoulder before everything went grey. Shiro immediately knew what happened and said, it took you quite a while, hey. Ignoring his playful remark, Homura replied, this is unexpected, because of you. She added, don't remove my hand if you don't want to be frozen, too. Shiro went silent for a moment. He seemingly stared at a distance, but it is him using his 20,000 wisdom stat. He calculated everything that happened up until now, allowing him to dissect a bit of the attack from earlier. It's something that I can't fully replicate. I need to use it to raise it so first, add my armament convergence, A&D. Finishing his thoughts, he snapped back to reality once more. He turned his head and looked at her, prompting the latter to speak. Miki Sayaka. What did just happen to her? She asked. She's not a witch. I know that. She gave the same vibes as the Walpurgisnacht. Beeb. A window appeared in his sights. After reading it, he froze for a moment and cursed, leaving Homura confused. SHT. What? As to what it was. Official quest, Descent of the Walpurgis Knight. Chapter 140, using the finisher at the start. Official quest, Descent of the Walpurgisnacht. Details, the Walpurgisnacht sensed the appearance of someone who's partly a demon, the mermaid witch Sayaka. Due to the mutual attraction between the two, the former is now en route in Midakiraha city. All of this just to consume the power inside of her. It is important to take note that this had only happened once ever since the appearance of magical girls, thus it is advised to fight it with caution. Objective, defeat the Walpurgisnacht. Reward /S, elevation to the demigod realm, soul points were used, 2 ability upgraders, SSS, 2 buff upgraders, SSS, 5 ability upgraders, SS, 5 buff upgraders, SS, 15 weapon enhancement cards, 3 mastery upgrader, any level, 1 time card, can be freely chosen. Time before descent, 8 minutes, 52 seconds. Important note, Walpurgisnacht can only be defeated by magical attacks. Those who possesses the 3 creator attributes, fake or not, will have an increased chances of winning against it. The god of this world, the entity who became the law of cycles, defeated this entity in a single shot. Seeing this small prompt in the corner of his sights, Shiro sighed helplessly upon thinking of the back-to-back battles that they are about to face. At first, he is planning to use just the tail gear to copy Sayaka's unavoidable attack through Faker's replica and buy some time until reinforcements arrive. That way, it'll be a sure win. But now, it looks like he'll have to use Itoshura along with it to end the battle fast, avoiding the injuries that he might suffer in the process. The final SSR potion is important against their fight with Walpurgis Nacht, thus he'll have to save it first. As long as its ultimate chain isn't used, I can stay transformed as long as I want to. Having decided of his course of action, he removed his light armor. Now, all that's left is his white t-shirt and black pants. Don't be surprised with what's coming next. I need your help, so keep your arm in my shoulder. Shiro said. Looking at him who's sitting on the road, Homura was bewildered. That is, until she heard him say. Twin tail, on. A flash of bright light blinded her eyes. Once it died down, she felt that her hand slipped off from Shiro's shoulder. Thankfully, she managed to touch his shoulder again, bringing him back to the time-stopped world. You really did slip off. Upon hearing it, she got extremely confused. What she's expecting is his smooth and pleasant voice, but it's as if a 13-year-old girl is talking to her. It was then that she realized that the person in front of her is a young girl wearing a strange outfit. Hello? Ju-chan. The young girl faced at her direction, with her bright amber pupils reflecting Homura. She wore a metallic ribbon on each of her twin tails, making them more conspicuous. Homura's brain had stopped working. Why you? Who are you? It was only after a few seconds did she react, separating her hand on him. Then, she pulled out .50 AE, .50 calories, Desert Eagle behind her shield before pointing it at her. Sigh. You already forgot about me? But we're talking just a second ago. Surprisingly, the girl can still move under her frozen time. Her twin tails moved slightly as she crossed her arms amusedly while looking at her. You. How can you be Shiro? But I am Shiro. Shiro's childish voice rang out once more. Why are you that surprised? You already saw a plethora of magical girls transforming, so why are you surprised after seeing a Takusatsu transformation? But, that. Why did you turn into a little girl? She asked. Let's leave it as a side effect of my weapon. Is that so? A/N, while in this state, I'll be using her to make things less confusing. While Homura is still processing everything, Shiro held her chin as she thought. Tenfold increase. Itoshura should be enough to finish it off. If this isn't enough to do so, I'll have to use the riser chain prematurely. Shiro touched one of the ribbons, causing black and white flames to appear on her right hand. It didn't take long before it formed into a sword, the Blazer Blade. It is a plain black and white sword, in which everything about it looks so cartoonish. Ju-chan, once I release my attack, lift your time stop. Shiro stopped before adding, go back to Madoka-chan. That Kyubei will definitely pull something off to force Madoka into becoming a magical girl. I understand. Since she used this ability of hers countless times, her reaction time when it comes to it is frighteningly insane, to the point that her peak reaction time can reach Shiro's 5000 wisdom stat. Of course, hers would only be a normal one most of the time due to the magical girl's nature of it not being a proper evolution, unlike his power system. Using the built-in thrusters in the suit, Shiro flew to the disfigured mermaid in no time. Inhaling deeply, she began her final and most serious assault. She even applied my teachings in this state. Feigning weakness and all that. Still, she shouldn't have expected me coming back alive from that blow. Even that caught me off guard. Itoshura. Armament Convergence. Time Quagmire X30. Hell Flame Ignition. Blazing Heart. Critical Strike. Faker's Replica. Grand. Blazer. The clock started ticking once more. The black and white blade produced a trail of 4 different flames, each signifying the power stored in it. At the same time, the message that Shiro had prepared is sent successfully. There's also a mystifying aura in it, giving off the feeling that it'll land no matter what. The fake quasi-demon instantly felt that attack and tried to dodge. Unfortunately for her, the strange reality-bending power that she used is temporarily gone. Instead, she sensed her own prior attack in Shiro's, which made her more vigilant than ever. She sent off dozens of cartwheels and hundreds of noble phantasms in an attempt to block Shiro, but his Grand Blazer, the finishing attack of the normal chain, possessed extraordinary power worthy of a Takusatsu-themed finisher. With this, even A-rank servants will be defeated instantly lest they deploy their own unique noble phantasms. Ha! The blade met some resistance as it touched the surface of the mermaid witch, but it soon got broken. The blade went through her diagonally, which made the witch screech out in pain before going silent. That moment, the distorted surroundings went back to normal. Shiro noticed some prompts pop up, but she is too tired to care about it. Shiro plopped down the floor while breathing haggardly. After all, she gave her everything during that attack. Moreover, that Faker's Replica that added the unavoidable concept in Shiro's attack. Simply put, it made it so that once Sayaka attacked, all that's left for her enemy is to get hit. It somehow tied the cause to a single effect. This is the power that she's using right now. The gamble paid off. This is why Shiro chose not to end this herself, but wait for Tuka's arrival to have a 100% chance in doing so. If she's wrong and Sayaka's power is still there, this sudden attack wouldn't have worked. Worse, Shiro would have been required to do a time stop to make a sudden attack again. Clink. Shiro noticed a metallic sound not far away from her. There, he found a drenched Sayaka lying down beside her soul gem, rather, it shouldn't be called a soul gem since it is purely dark. Once she wakes up, she'll surely turn into a witch and trigger the phenomenon for it. Slowly, Shiro stood up before grasping the grief seed in her hand. She took out a restoration potion, SR, before drinking it. While it's underwhelming than the SSR1, it removed a part of her fatigue and recovered her reserves back to its full tank. Holding the soul gem, she messaged the chat group whilst a white flame enveloped it, slowly cleansing its impurities. Shiro, everything's done on my side. I'll be heading over there soon. A/N, I've been reading Real Tenua for quite some time now, and I can confidently say that Fate/Zero retconned Artoria's character way too much. Her Stay/Night version is vastly different from my first impression. Her decisiveness to sneak up and almost kill Rin during their first meeting and her having no qualms for sneaking up to Kyuzuki, when she blabbered on Kiritsugu using his dirty tactics against Archibald, are some of the examples of it. We can see here that she's more realistic and alive, unlike her heroic persona during Zero. To be honest, I like the former. Anyways, you might expect me modifying Fate/Zero in this FIC to remove those retcons. As for Shiro's current state, it might last until the end of this arc, but it isn't emphasized much anyways. It'll be used to progress the plot instead. Happy reading! Chapter 141, Just Kill Me Already. Shiro, don't go here, Tuka. I'll take care of it myself. We'll need your power when facing Walpurgisnacht. Tuka, wait a minute, Walpurgisnacht. Will we face it right now? Roman, calm down, Tuka. Our preparations should work. Maybe. Tuka, that didn't help. Roman sighed with the thought of their final enemy arriving right at this moment. They've already completed the initial preparations, but it's better if they've done more of it. With the help of his Void Archive and Tuka's Tyrant's Eye, they should have the proper fighting chance against it. Though, more doubts would only appear once he knows about Sayaka's fake quasi-demon state. If she possessed such power similar to Tuka's, he'll know that this battle is a very difficult one. Still, his confidence is not unfounded. Through a certain blueprint stored in Void Archives and their knowledge regarding magic, they managed to create a cannon that worked in a similar way to Goishazar's Al-Madal Salomani's. It converted the origin power into conceptual heat which will incinerate everything on its way. Since the blueprint once worked against the Hearst chair of the End, the omnipotent one, it'll have an effect against every being that exists in this world. A/N, it's referring to the Selene that was used against the final Hearst chair in previous era. It summons forth natural disasters and lifts off buildings and throws it to the enemy. It should have powers related to space or gravity at the very least. Once Tuka had read Shiro's message, she stopped on a rooftop before chatting with Roman. She surmised that Shiro must be facing that enemy right now, so she didn't choose to bother him. What's the matter, Takanashi-san? The girl besides her asked. She's now at her magical girl form with her witch's hat hanging on her back. She wears a gold-red top that exposed her midriff and a poncho above it. Meanwhile, she wears a short and a long white stockings on her legs. Shiro told me that he'll finish it off himself. The origin of that dark presence? Will he be alright? Kaed asked. He definitely will. He won't die even if he's killed, you know. Is that so? After mentioning it, Tuka is about to jump off that rooftop when she recalled something and asked. Do you know anything about the Walpurgisnacht? Walpurgisnacht. It's an unpleasant memory. Kaed began telling what she knew about it. She told Tuka that information about it is especially prominent in her ward. There's even talks about an organization intentionally making it stronger for unknown reasons. But what's strange about it is that, the organization stopped their actions suddenly. The rumors about the Walpurgisnacht had stopped, too. If they suddenly stopped, then there's a high chance that they achieved their goal. Kaed had a sudden realization as she replied, the Walpurgisnacht became even stronger. Both of them went silent for a while before Tuka broke it with her usual flat voice. Looks like our battle will be even harder. After sending that message, Shiro placed Sayaka's body inside her dimensional storage while her soul gem is placed into a cube where time is stagnated. It is made possible with the use of engraved magic circles and of course a few origin crystals. Just as Shiro is about to use Aurora Curtain, Kyubei appeared not far away from her. This is interesting. You also have the power to transform emotions into energy. Looks like you're really not that simple. It said as it tilted its head curiously. Shiro ignored Kyubei as she produced an Aurora Curtain leading to their trump card this time. From the looks of it, Kane Madoka wouldn't have a chance to become a magical girl. She wouldn't. Shiro retorted with a snort. While I do not understand you humans well, I believe that you are all complex, but also simple at the same time. If Kyubei didn't even have the chance to finish its words when a bright red flame descended, burning it to crisp. Unsurprisingly, another Kyubei took its place. With Kaname Madoka's karmic value, it is possible for the universe's end to be prevented. What's wrong with sacrificing the few to save it? Kyubei genuinely asked. Shiro paused for a while as she remembered someone, the Magus killer. In a sense, both the incubators and Kiritsugu have utilitarianism as their philosophy, which is looking at the greater end of a choice. She knew about how Kyubei and his gang had used magical girls as a source of power to prevent entropy, the natural death of matter when their energy are exhausted. Hence, their chain quests except Kyubei's elimination was completed some time ago. To be honest, she found it completely reasonable. However, that's your perception of right. However, yours and mine differs. We all act based on our interests, aren't we? Without waiting for a reply, Shiro stepped into the aurora curtain and left. Truly an interesting human. It said before disappearing in its place. On the other hand, Shiro arrived at the place where they placed the cannon, which is an empty plot of land. With her points and money-making skills, buying a few property in this world is very easy. Those guys didn't touch this preparation. Looks like they really don't intervene directly. She muttered as she saw the huge arrays of magic circles untouched. In the center of it is the cannon. Once the origin crystals are placed in the cores of the sub-circles, it'll be continuously sent into the cannon called magical railgun. It is named as such due to both Shiro and Roman's taste. They saw a good light novel from Dengeki Bunko, thus they were inspired to call it as such. Truthfully, it looked closer to a railgun than a cannon. Though, it is still fundamentally a cannon since it doesn't use electromagnetic force to launch projectiles. Instead, it converts origin power, also called as true ether, into heat. Without much to do, Shiro used up the remaining soul points to level up on both her professions, which made her reach the 5th rank on both Grand Knight and Grand Magician. Their unique domains are already open to her, too. It's just that it isn't too helpful at her current stage. Still, the physical energy from the king's body was further unlocked. This made it so that her current stats are monstrous. From the previous 2,500 improvements in Shiro's stats, it's now at 5,000. Add to that the multipliers that she has that came from 9th Heaven's 9 doors, just the basic strength and dexterity stats alone surpassed 35,000. With the buffs, her 2 stats increased to 70,000. Under the usage of the tail gear and Itoshira, it can be as high as 7 million. It is thanks to this that defeating Sayaka became possible. After all, ascendant gods in his power system are all under 50 million stat points. Above those are the main gods, in which their stats can reach hundreds of millions. Finally, Shiro spoke when she sensed Roman's presence nearby. When he arrived, what he saw is a young girl with a pair of twin tails. She also wore some strange skin-tight outfit, making Roman think that she's another magical girl from somewhere. You're a magical girl? Where did you come from? Though, what surprised him is the young girl looking back at him with a deadpan face. It literally screamed, "I want everything to end." But alas, the gear will go to a cooldown after Shiro deactivates it, leaving her with no choice but for it to remain active until the end. She simply sat down on the ground while murmuring, "Just kill me already." Dozens of seconds had passed, and the silence between them got broken once Roman connected all the dots together. Black and white hair, orange pupils, and her appearing in this secured area means. You're Shiro. A/N, to those interested in a mini-science class, here it is. Entropy is the state of matter where their energy is exhausted, thus they go to a sleep/inactive state. That's why I quoted death earlier. As for Kyubei's end of the world stuff, it is completely true. It is based on the heat death of the universe, whereas the energy in it is exhausted. Stars will be inactive, black holes will disappear, and there won't be any form of energy left, leaving a universe with nothing in it. Though, the reason why matter go into sleep is due to the law of conservation of mass, it can't be created nor destroyed. Of course, Kyubei explained this in an oversimplified manner during Madoka Magica. There are even some holes in it. P.S. I'm dying due to the projects that I'm doing right now. I apologize in advance if I do miss a chapter or two. Chapter 142, Prelude to a Long Night. Pfft. That's one hell of a side effect. Yet. Shiro replied disinterestedly to Roman's joke. Every time Shiro uses up the tail gear, it transforms him into a young girl. A Takuzatsumahu Shoujo hybrid, to be exact. He doesn't know why the hell it has that kind of function, but he's left with no choice but to use it now that the situation's dire. Right now, she's quite busy playing with flames. To be more exact, the 2 new kinds of flames that she got by using the tail gear. On her right hand, a pure white flame is present. It didn't have any maliciousness in it, only pure gentleness. On the other hand, a pure black flame is present on her left hand. It emitted an ominous aura, something that will be immediately seen as harmful. As for their effects, it's simple. The white flame can restore anything it touches, be it living or non-living things. Meanwhile, the black flame can corrode anything that it comes in contact with. It's similar to a dot, damage over time, in RPG games. Though, what's more interesting is the fact that if they are fused, they'll create endless attraction, which will only strengthen the flame's destructive power. That's right, their fusion will only bring destruction, nothing else. Shiro had suddenly fused the flames on top of her hands before adding in her previous flames into the mix. The crimson-red flame from Surtur's flame, the bright white flame from Hell. They swirled around the fused white-black flames, integrating with it slowly through the help of Shiro's max-level control stat. By the time they are fully fused, it remained black and white. Still, it gained the characteristics of Surtur's flame and the Hell flames, which is its aggressive and purifying powers, respectively. Roman, sensing the power of those compressed flames in Shiro's palms, nodded in admiration. He knew how hard it is to fuse different things at once, yet Shiro had done it in a minute. Perhaps, she could even surpass him in his time as the King of Magus. After all, control is one of the most crucial factors as a mage. Pachi. Shiro clapped both of her hands that made the flames disappear. Hey, Roman. You'll use high-speed divine words, right? Yeah. Then. You can penetrate concepts well. Yes, why? I have a feeling that the thing won't go down in one shot. Shiro said before she started to activate the arrays one by one. You've set up a flag just now. Hearing this, Shiro replied, I did. When I fought with Sayaka, I got some hints. She told their summarized fight to him, including how Valpurgisnacht is some kind of quasi-demon or something. That one. It's the same as ours, Paulina. We'll need to think of a way against its immortality or, brute force through it. How about using the Beyond Zero-Th form of Judgment of Shamash or Black Abyss? Unlike the original, Roman's Void Archives provided him of a way to use the power far beyond a Divine Key's Zero-Th form, something that perfectly replicates a Hershare's powers unlike the Zero-Th form. A/N, the Zero-Th form is the ultimate move of a divine form, so as to speak. Though, it's few levels below the original Hershare's power. While this uses every stored energy inside the first Hershare's core, making it unusable for a few weeks to a month, it is extremely worthwhile. I'll definitely need the help of you two to make sure. Roman replied. MN. The two silently worked on activating the array circles that spanned more than an entire soccer field, 105 meters. After some time had passed, Kaed and Tuka arrived in this place. Shiro? What? No, never mind. I won't ask anything about it. Tuka suddenly said before she continued, all I have to know is that Shiro is a young girl right now. On the other hand, Kaed was slightly surprised when she heard it. Though, she didn't dwell on it much since she had indeed sensed Shiro's presence in her. Shiro's eyelid twitched upon hearing one of her sharp statements. Still, she continued turning on the arrays. Every time she does so, the crystals in the middle shone before an extremely high-level energy began flowing through it. Shiro-san. MN. Shiro turned her head to look behind, only to see Kaed with a determined expression. How can I help? She asked. Ah, that? When time comes, can you activate your plant domain? As long as there's an energy source, I will do it. Shiro smiled at her as a show of appreciation. Though, this only looked extremely adorable to Kaed. It's like seeing a cute kid that you want to protect. A few minutes ago. You're here. Kyoko saw Mommy coming out of her apartment. Everything had occurred in the middle of the night, thus she didn't immediately felt the evil presence whilst unconscious. This is one of Unbroken Will's effect, whereas she's immune to any negative mental effects at a certain level, including fear, bloodlust, malevolence, and the likes. It was only until the earthquake began did she wake up. Suddenly, Kyoko felt the evil presence disappear. It became more evident when the natural disasters stopped. It's gone. She muttered softly, but it is loud enough to be heard by Mommy. What is gone? A witch. No, it should be Sayaka. She turned into a witch, and then Shiro dealt with her. Kyoko explained what happened prior to her arriving here. I see. I'll go to that place. Mommy said. I'll go too. It took them a couple of minutes before they arrived. The battle took place in front of Sayaka's home, which is near the road. There, they saw craters with varying depths, rubbles from broken buildings, and vehicles on fire. In particular, there's a crater with a huge trace of blood present in it. Mommy touched it with her hand. She found out that it's still fresh before placing it closer in her face. This scent. It's Shiro. How did you know? Kyoko asked. To that, she only smiled at her that said don't ask further. Seeing this, she decided not to pry more. Anyways. Where do you think is he? He's alive, for sure. There's no labyrinth present here. A place where he will go to. I know one. Having brought her there before, Mommy knew about the empty field that they used to fill in their preparations with. Hence, they went there. By the time they arrived, a young girl shorter than them said, Kyoko, and Mommy-chan. Whilst confused, Roman spoke to them. This is a good thing. We'll need every help that we can get right now. Hearing this, Kyoko asked confusedly, help? For what? Instead, all she got is the young girl saying, it's here. Right after that, the sky cracked like a mirror. In fact, it is the barrier that they placed in to stall the Walpurgisnacht and fire off the cannon while it is outside the city. It won't hold. We have no choice but to initiate the alternatives. As Roman had said that, the silver ring embedded with a blue gem in Roman's left middle finger shone. The cracks stopped showing, but an extremely dangerous aura spread out to the entire city. The clear skies from before are replaced with dark storms once more while the city began experiencing an earthquake of higher magnitude, almost reaching 9.5 magnitude is intensity. This is enough to wreck Mitakiera town to shambles without their preparations. Though, they alarmed the government here and gathered everyone on evacuation shelters early, just when Shiro saw the countdown go off. There, a strong bounded field is erected. Strangely, the place where they're in didn't experience any shaking or such. Once Roman's ring went back to normal, he said, it's weakened. More than 80% of the weakening functions worked. Good thing it didn't have a debuff immunity. Shiro joked. A/N, debuff immunity is a mechanic from Fate/Grand Order. You still have time for jokes. Roman said while he wore his white gloves back. Yet. She paused for a while before adding, because this is going to be a long night. Chapter 143, The Night of the Witches. A/N, hello, I'm back again. 2 days of no sleep led me to a victory against those projects. Now, all I have to tackle on is the midterms. After that hellish week, y'all can expect an event with. Anyways, have a happy reading. P.S. Looks like this is the chapter with the most author's notes, 3, in between the chapter itself. Roman, the former king of Israel. After King David's death, the construction of the Temple of Israel was finished. It is at this time did he showcase his miraculous powers to the masses, cementing his position as the king who receives God's protection. He also has another moniker, King of Magecraft. At first, it might seem that it came from his achievements in magecraft, such as his phenomena operation technique, also known as magecraft, that proved the feasibility of performing miracles without any connection to a god. This also served as the basis for the modern magecraft, save for the theology-based foundations like the Catholic Church. However, his title rose due to another reason, namely, his rings. Solomon's 10 rings, which are acquired by him after talking with God on a dream, gave him the authority to control all magecraft made by humans. This is the prime reason why Goisha has the Nega summon, allowing him to desummon heroic spirits since the summoning spell is made by humans. Through the one that he has, Roman can remotely control the large magic circle that spanned the entire town. Even if it can't allow him to completely take control of humans' magecraft due to the lack of all 10 rings, doing this simple thing is not that hard. Due to insufficient preparations, the barrier can't stand up against Walpurgisnacht's presence, so they chose the alternative instead, let it inside. This might seem ridiculous, but in their case, it isn't. They prepared for every, if not all scenarios when they made this. If they let it break the barrier, they would be wasting the energy reserves instead. Thus, they saved more fuel while weakening it at the same time. I'll fire it. Once Roman had said that, a transparent blue pane appeared. It contained something far complex such as the 3D visuals, kinematics, energy outputs, etc. Truly, this wouldn't be made possible without Kaujiki's pre-made parts. They'd only modified it to better suit true ether. After all, what she received is none other than legendary mechanic, UR. Simply put, it worked in a similar way from Kuroniko's Ashbourne's inheritance, UR. Only, she needed EXP for everything. Level up, blueprints, material shop, advancement knowledge, and so on were bought by it. If not for the fact that there's already a blueprint present in Void Archives plus the fact that it is possible to create with human hands alone, no advancement knowledge needed, this cannon wouldn't be possible. A/N, in legendary mechanic, advancement knowledge are often needed to create a specific blueprint. Nanomachines need super nanotechnology, large-sized machinery like mobile suits need huge duplex machinery technology, and so on. Fortunately, she also has a plethora of ways to earn EXP. One of them is her creation eliminating an enemy. Though, she'll receive less EXP in this situation since it's not entirely her creation. The railgun-like cannon began lighting up in its mouth. A loud humming sound were produced as true ether were converted into conceptual heat. The surface of the cannon lighted up one by one until every single indicator of it is lit. Right at this moment, the strongest witch had revealed itself. It is a doll wearing a blue dress, with her lower half being similar to a clock's gears. Colorful mirages surrounded it as a carnival descended from the ground. https://images.discord.net/external/prgs/3fcb%3fcb%3d20220302203021304277/https://static.wiki.nocoaki.net/villain/images/4/41/volporgus with equals 482 and height equals 473. Even though its powers are much more suppressed in this empty area, it still couldn't stop the creation of its labyrinth. Although, its labyrinth encapsulated the reality as well, which means the damage won't be contained in this one. We need to keep the fight airborne if we want to have no casualties. Shiro and Tuka commented upon having this realization. That is impossible. Mommy. Mommy didn't mind Kyoko's inquiry before she continued, I have sought for information regarding Walpurgis Night in the past and I found out one thing. All the deadliest natural disasters that struck Earth in its entire history, is most probably it. Hundreds of thousands of deaths are caused by it alone. While it doesn't manifests often, happening every few hundred years, it left nothing but destruction. All of them went silent, except for Roman who operated the railgun. A/N, in the canon, Walpurgis can induce natural disasters and lift off buildings and smash it to its enemies. Let's think about this later. After saying that, Shiro's bright amber eyes went towards the huge doll in the air. A second later, what they saw is a huge light pillar that came from the magical railgun. Soon, it engulfed the huge witch. Everyone watched with surprise due to the sheer power that the railgun had produced. It's as if what they've witnessed is something beyond human hands. The three girls were somewhat hopeful that it is defeated, but not for the adults. Shiro, in particular, saw a thin blue shield manifest to block the ray of light. Damn it! Cursing, Shiro touched the ribbon that tied her twin tails. Black and red flames manifested in her hands before it turned into a sword. Roman, you stay here and protect this cannon. Tuka and I will try to lure it in the firing range. As she said that, Shiro passed on a silver ring that contained 5,000 origin crystals to Roman, in which he caught it. Shiro, who's temporarily a young girl, wore a serious expression in her face. Kaed, please deploy your plant domain. Alright. While she doesn't fully understand what's happening, Kaed complied. She tapped the butt of her staff on the ground, turning it into a grassland filled with various plants. Haha. 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 All of them heard a weird laugh from the sky. When the light cleared out, they saw Walpurgis Nacht unscathed. Unscathed. Though, Tuka who has her tyrant's eye fully active noticed the decrease in its power and overall state. The attack hit. Its imaginary power decreased. It's different from us humans, so I don't know how to fully describe its state. But, its imaginary power is weakened by 10% again. A/N, imaginary power refers to the reality-bending powers similar to Tuka. From the preliminary suppression that their preparations did in its current state, they shaved off not more than 15% of its total capabilities. 15%. Even with all that. Shiro bit her lower lip lightly as she contemplated. I'll analyze it more before I use that. That? I see. Roman replied with understanding. Haha. 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 Suddenly, a platoon-sized minions in the shape of magical girls descended into their place very quickly. They also laughed lightly as they did so. Shiro's thrusters went on at this moment, flying to intercept them. Time XLX30. The moment she came close to them, she instantly turned into a black and white blur before white-black flames set them ablaze. Mommy. Kyoko. Kaed. It's your life first. Shiro looked back and left this words as she went closer to the Walpurgis Nacht. An aurora curtain went past Tuka, transferring her to Shiro's side immediately. Surprisingly, she bit her thumb, causing a drop of blood to come out. Then, dozens of mystical magic circles appeared just as she had grasped it. Königin der Nacht, Queen of the Night. From it, a black giant greatsword is generated. Although plain, it has a dark sheen in it. To add on, it possesses an aura full of imagination power, making anything that she thought of possible. A pair of ash-grey wings sprouted from her back, which gave her the ability to fly. Meanwhile, Shiro shifted the ribbons upward, entering the riser chain state that further enhanced her attack power by 10 times. She's also wielding 2 separate swords now, one black and one white. The fused flames from earlier erupted in the blades, granting them stronger power. There's also a pair of floating pauldrons on top of her shoulders, increasing her upper body's defense. https://images.external/pmhnq465gboJPLYHA _static.wiki.nokawiki.net/org/images/f/d/tail_red_rising_red_score _red_rise_red_score chain.jpg/revision/latest/scale to width /1,000 with equals 373 Let the dance begin. Chapter 144, Deja Vu. Tuka's ability, in its barest form, is to manipulate reality. She can easily project noble phantasms, although they would be lacking without their memories. In the first place, Shiro managed to project Avalon and Excalibur due to his shared connection with Artoria Pendragon. He shared the same memories of her wielding those two noble phantasms, hence he managed to record them in his unlimited blade works. The same went for the 9 Lives blade works as he read through Heracles' memories and sagas. By using the memories of her sister, Takanashi Rika, the image of her armaments becomes clearer. Add to that her own memories, it is as concrete as it can get. Wicked twinkle. From her eyes, dozens of red magic circles appeared before separating like a telescope. Then, a wave of colorful spheres crashed in the huge doll. Boom! 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 Surprisingly, the explosions of those rainbow spheres can obliterate half of this town alone. As a result, bright light illuminated the skies, making it look like daytime. Still, the three weren't optimistic of it going down. Once the light died down, they saw Walpurgis Nacht, unscathed once more. It gave off a weird laugh before it summoned a bunch of minions shadows that are based on magical girls. Shiro didn't mind them and focused on her thing instead. Swift stride. Ocular enhancement. Critical strike. Aura enhancement. Reinforcement. Faker's replica causality. The twin blades that is held by Shiro set ablaze. The fused flames rotated around them as her abilities are applied one after another. Just like earlier, she decided to utilize one of Sayaka's attacks, an aspect of it to be precise. It allowed her to damage it by limiting the causal effect of her attack into one. That is, for her attack to hit it directly. Time XLX50. Feeling the immense speed boost, Shiro executed a 99 hit that she got from Incrad. She turned into a blur, going from the head up until the lower torso of the doll. Sword marks proliferated its body as she did so. A second later, it is set on fire. White and black flames devoured its upper half immediately. Only the clockwork gears are visible right now. Suddenly, Shiro and Tuka felt the space around them constricting. It became heavier all of a sudden, until Shiro is thrown on a random 10-story building, crashing down in it. As for Tuka, she managed to negate it through her imaginary domain. Tuka, are you all right? Shiro, I got surprised, but I'm fine. After chatting Shiro, she continued to distract the strongest witch by throwing out her projectiles. Sometimes, she smashed the big great sword on its head herself. Boom! Bam! Crack! Their confrontation are so intense that they formed strong shockwaves that destroyed the town partly. The Walpurgis Nacht didn't fight directly, though it manipulated the physics of the surrounding to repel Tuka every time. As it did so, the earthquake became more intense. It served to help it, however, as it pulled out many tall buildings with 10 floors or more and threw it at her. It even threw some in Roman's direction, but they are well protected by the bounded fields set up there. Damn! Under the huge rubble, a fair hand came out. With one punch, it generated enough force to crush these rebels to dust. Fortunately, the armor that Tail Gear had provided is something very commendable. It wasn't even scratched during their confrontation. Shiro absorbed the energy stored in the energy box while she shifted the ribbons on their previous position, reverting her state back to normal chain. The twin blades disappeared on her hands once it happened. Shiro, how much of its power are shaved by now? Tuka saw this while fighting and responded instantly. Tuka, 5%. FCK. Shiro cursed, but what came out of her mouth is the voice of a young girl. My full power without Itoshura and Tuka's full-powered attacks only shaved it by 5%. She didn't even have time to mull over carefully as she found over 5 buildings about to crush her once more. Space jump. Avoiding it, Shiro took out Fragrant Olive Sword and chanted, Release Recollection. Command circles appeared on the golden blade before it turned into countless osmanthus flowers. This time, she added both Critical Strike and Faker's Replica Causality on it. She also infused millions of magic power, mana/aura, on the blade, which increased the quantity of the golden flowers by a huge margin. It covered the entire sky, making it a beautiful sight. Shiro directed the flowers to cover Walpurgis Nacht as best as possible. Meanwhile, it tried to repel them away, only to move it backwards due to their conceptual weight being great enough to resist it. Soon, it managed to encapsulate the witch. The flowers cut through air, with all of them gathering in one place. Explode. Boom. The strength of the after effects this time is massive. A strong circle of wind swept through the town. Buildings who remained standing fell down and the rebels from the previous earthquake flew. On the other hand, the dark sky lit up once again. It seemed as if a supernova had occurred, alarming the entire globe, as well as the magical girls all over the world. Ah! What is that? It's amazing. A/N, for this special character, the italicized parts are her speaking in English while the rest are in Japanese. That direction. It's where Walpurgis Nacht is headed. Such a strong magical attack can only come from a magical girl whose existence stands in the 0.0000001% probability. The glasses girl besides her retorted by writing in the air using her magical power. She's very strong. Why didn't we hear of her? Seeing this, the light green-haired girl with a jailer's attire responded. You know who's in that town? It's none other than that delusional girl. Tomo mommy? Everything makes sense now. The russet-haired girl said in realization. Are we going? Another girl with braided light brown hair wrote. Why not? I won't pass up on interesting things. See you later. Suddenly, the English-speaking girl jumped off on top of the building. Though, she is soon followed by the other two. After casting Infinity, Shiro wasn't affected by the dust cloud. Due to that attack, she strained her body and soul once more by using and refilling it with mana and aura. She took out an SR-rated restorative potion but it only made her expression less pale, it couldn't fully negate the effects of her action. It's only until she downed a few more did her state turn for the better. Shiro, Roman, fire. Roman, I already did. A moment later, a huge ray of light pierced through the dust cloud and hit the Walpurgis Nacht once more. The power that it possessed isn't lesser than the first attack and Shiro's release recollection, too. Albeit, it's less destructive and more focused on a single target. Buzz. The pillar of light swallowed the huge silhouette of the witch once more. Though, Shiro saw a glimpse of a blue shield manifesting to block it. Roman, this is bad. It can only fire off one more time. Shiro, our initial estimates are wrong. Damn it. Roman, the only good thing is that your attack damaged it enough to shave off 15% this time. Tuka, we scraped off 40% right now. It's really a good thing that it can't perform more complex attacks. As something that reached the level of gods, Walpurgis Nacht is truly underwhelming. It has the power to bend reality at will, yet it only uses it to cause disasters, manipulate physics, and throw buildings at their faces. The barriers prepared by them weakened the aspect of natural disasters, thus all that's left to face is its physics-bending powers. Once that imaginary power is depleted, its immortality might be gone, too. Moreover, Walpurgis Nacht have also used a barrier to block the ray. Meaning, its damage will not be negligible once it truly hits it. Shiro, it used a barrier again. Roman, it did. As expected, Roman instantly realized what it could mean for them. Shiro, let's make the last shot memorable. Roman, yet. Shiro, Tuka. Tuka. Shiro, let's synchronize our attacks again. Closing the chat group panel, Shiro sighed lightly before shifting the ribbons upwards once more. The twin blades manifested in her hands once more. She then flew towards the final boss while she had a sudden sliver of thought. What if it isn't the final boss? Chapter 145, Miracles. In the surface, dozens of trees emerged before entangling Walpurgis Nacht's minions. Bang! 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 The silver muskets appeared in the sky, firing salvos of bullets upon them. It caused them to be pierced with bullet holes, turning into black ash before disappearing. On the other hand, Kyoko is busy eliminating witches' minions in the carnival-like labyrinth. They all lined up in the road, thus she managed to finish off a few every few seconds. Embedded in her soul gem is a white flame, which is the cause of her wanton use of magical powers. This is the first time I have so much fun. She chuckled loudly as she continued what she's doing just now. Boom. Once more, Mommy saw Shiro being sent flying by their enemy, the strongest witch. She saw black and white flames burning her, but it didn't seem effective when she saw it disappearing. There was no damage done to its blue dress whatsoever. I want to help, she thought. In another timeline, she actually held down Walpurgis Nacht together with Kaed. This helped the other 45+ magical girls to compress their magical powers into 3 different attacks. Though, everything became possible due to the intervention of a high-tier being. Right now, her ribbons wouldn't even be able to hold it down for 2 seconds, making this wish of hers impossible. I want to help. I want to help. I want to help. Unknowingly, the miracles from her wish started to converge. Although they are very little due to how her wish was already fulfilled, the remnant miracles in her is still considerable. As a result, the soul gem on her hairpin shone. Then, she felt it. Miracles. Just as its name, it signified the things that no ordinary being can do. Can an ant kill an elephant? Can a toddler massacre 100 mercenaries? Can a normal human go to the outer space and survive? They're not possible. However, the power of miracles makes it possible. The true magics are a holder of such power. The Holy Grail too, possesses the power of miracles due to how it pierces through the swirl of the root. Since Mommy used her wish on herself, the remaining miracles are deeply hidden inside her. Only when it receives such strong external signal will it resurface for one last time. Swiftly, she went to Roman's side, who's fiddling with the magical railgun. By this time, the silver cannon is already bright red, its nozzle on the verge of breaking down. This is the result of conceptual heat that it compresses. Roman has a worried face while he inputted the commands for the final launch. Roman-san. I can bind the Walpurgis Nacht for 10 seconds. Ah? You can? He exclaimed loudly, almost distracted for a moment. I will trust you on that one, Mommy-san. 10 seconds, right? Mommy summoned forth the golden ribbons out of thin air. Seeing this, Roman trusted her ability completely. It's the same as the god suppression chains. He thought. With this, we can really with a huge bang. After chatting in the chat group for a while, Roman said, bind it on my mark. I understand. Mommy. So is it that again? Shaking off the irrelevant thoughts in her mind, Shiro stood up from the rebels once more. She had been thrown away like a rag doll for umpteenth time during the last 5 minutes, so it's not wrong to say that she's pissed. I want to use it already, but... Besides the time cards, her other trump card is none other than Tail Gear's ultimate chain. It gave off a boost in proportion to her enemies, thus it has the qualifications to be there. However, she held herself from using it since she knew that, the true enemies are not Walpurgis Nacht. Rather, they are Kyubey and the other incubators. They are the so-called hidden bosses. If she uses the ultimate chain against the former, it'll shut down once Shiro defeats it. This is a rule that she knew thanks to the inputted information in her head. Too bad, they aren't making a move yet. For someone to be considered as an enemy, they have to make a move against her. In this case, she couldn't even designate Kyubey as her opponent since it had done nothing against her. If I do end up using it, I'll be left with the time cards. She bit her lower lip as she recalled, time cards will put my entirety under huge stress. I might even die instantly if I end up with Fenrir's creator-level power. Time card. Details, a special card with an extremely low drop rate. Just as its name suggests, it summons a time phantom of the user's past or future and integrates it with the current self of the user. The durations depends on the strength of the summoned time phantom as well as the user's own strength. Note, if the disparity of strength between the summoned phantom and the user is too high, the latter is more prone to injuries. A very simple description, but it didn't match its hidden strength at all. After all, Shiro only have 5 of these when he farmed so many quests for more than a year. Simply put, this is similar to a one-time use card that temporarily increases one's power. Although, every strength has a price to pay. Since the user will be overloading himself or herself if the disparity between them is huge, being injured isn't surprising. Shiro had experienced it during the 5th gate, too. Hence, she is very hesitant to use this card. Clicking her tongue, Shiro sensed her form ribbons and progress berettas. The former is a hair tie that held her twin tails while the latter is the pin-like objects that solidified her hairstyle. She took off the progress beretta before attaching it onto the form ribbons itself. Click. As it made a clicking sound, power instantly surged from her armament, which then flowed to her body. The floating pauldrons and the lower armor present in the Feller chain appeared. Fall Riser chain. It combined the powers of both Riser chain and Faller chain, granting her a 10 times boost in strength and speed, respectively. In Shiro's case, it increased her physique and dexterity stat. Mommy's bindings will be the last chance to deal significant damage to it. If it fails, I'll use it. She muttered as she erupted with even more power. Shiro did the unthinkable. Right now, she forcefully opened the 6th door, adding another 2.25x increase during its fully opened state. Due to it, her physique and dexterity stat reached above 75,000. On the other hand, her wisdom stat surpassed 150,000. Lastly, her aura and mana stat went above 70,000 and 60,000, respectively. To add on, there's also the 100% increase from her 2 buffs, doubling it once more. With the X10 increase from the tail gear, just her physique and dexterity stats had reached 15,00,000 points. Add to that the Fall Riser chain, it became a whopping 150 million points, far surpassing an Ascendant God's stats. Her aura went in an unimaginable change as she became more ethereal and unapproachable. Remaining untainted like a white canvas, it forces everyone to admire her. Last chance. Shiro flew off to confront it in this decisive round. Chapter 146, Unexpected. Yet expected. Grasping the twin blades in her hands, Shiro's thrusters went off once more. It broke the speed of sound, which made a loud bang in Mitakiera town's airspace. Tuka appeared beside her, manipulating the realities of two different spaces to do so. Shiro. Are you all right? She asked. Seeing the huge torrent of power that came from Shiro, it is a no-brainer to think that it doesn't have any repercussions. More so when it amplified one's powers by 100 times. For now. I see. She didn't say anything else and proceeded to charge up her attack instead. She, just like Shiro, can converge all of her imaginary power inside her imaginary domain to create a simple but deadly attack. Swift stride. Ocular enhancement. Critical strike. Faker's replica sharpness and causality. Time XLX50. At this moment, her body became much faster than what her mind could process. It is a mystifying feeling since all this time, her wisdom stats far outclassed the others. Demonic arts. She also mobilized the arts from Terra, which is something that he can only use briefly at her state. It did provide an enhancement of 3x, but it can only last for less than a tenth of a second. This is due to Originum's high quality, on the same, if not surpassing true ether by a small margin. Reinforcement. Aura enhancement. At this moment, Shiro's magic circuits were switched on, turning her nerves into circuits that contains mana, OD. Though, what she didn't expect is that it'll turn from bright green to bright white. They are. Surprisingly, their quality is starting to match up the ones that Roman had described, the magic circuits from the Age of Gods. Instead of being rejected by the body, it is wholeheartedly accepted by it, another disadvantage of modern-day Magus. Even if she's in the midst of this battle, she didn't miss this opportunity. She immediately purchased magic circuit enhancement, quantity 20 times, spending 100,000 points out of her 400,000 points. In an instant, her circuits increased from 140 to 200. By the time the quality enhancement had stopped, they can now hold 10 mana stats instead of the previous 1 stat, providing Shiro with another 2,000 points. She doesn't know the standards between her system's mana units and Fate's mana units, but she can confidently tell one thing, her circuits are the strongest in the modern setting. All of this happened in under 1 second, hence it didn't affect the present much. Bright white lines crawled from her arm up to her face, making her appearance truly a mystifying sight. Soon, the duo came close to the Walpurgis Nasht's main body once again. It responded by forming a blue spherical barrier that blocked them out of her, but they brute forced through it with their converged powers. Arriving there, they saw it being tied by shiny golden ribbons that came from the ground. Armament convergence. Ito Reizutsu. 100-fold increase erupted from her small figure. Her stats immediately went up to 1 billion, but it couldn't surpass it further, as if there's something blocking it. Right after saying that, she swiftly converged her twin blades into its blazer blade form and threw it. Then, she took off her progress berettas and turned them into slash mode, which transformed them into a bladed weapon. Lastly, she took out her short blade, the blazer blade, and threw it too. Due to the XLs that she casted beforehand, it only took her 0.05 seconds to do all of these. Her armaments formed a straight horizontal line in the direction of the strongest witch. Gesturing upwardly with her hand, her ember eyes glinted with a sharp look as she said, "Die. All blade divider." The moment she gestured her hand downwards, it happened. The armaments lit up with fused flames before it followed her command. The overflowing power that she has are all transferred into this one singular attack, mixed with every single abilities that she used up until now. Unbearable heat emerged with her as the epicenter. It bore heavy conceptual weight that could almost rival Fate's chief gods. Strangely enough, Shiro's mind are all about twin tails so much to the point that she's becoming one with the twin tails herself. Together with Tuka's judgment descent, an unimaginable amount of power, one that could wipe out star systems with its controlled state at will, is unleashed. However, a mysterious power that existed in all of past, present, and future protected Earth as well as Mitakiera town. That, together with Shiro's will, protected the environment from the direct and secondary effects that the attack can bring. Thus, everything targeted Walpurgis Nacht alone. Buzz. Buzz. Crackle. Cough. Cough. On a crater hundreds of meters deep, a pale-faced girl is bleeding from her 7 orifices. She's tearing up tears of blood, with it also dripping from her mouth. Her aura is so weak compared to her previous self, as if she's a candle on its last dregs. Buzzing and crackling sounds can be heard from the tail gear's mechanical armor. The armor, which is something that can withstand god-level attacks, got severely damaged. Still, this didn't diminish her appearance completely. Just it alone can invoke the feeling of protection to others. Her vision is very clouded as she felt that the world's spinning. An intense headache added to this feeling of discomfort. Potion. Potion. Shiro uttered weakly while she activated her dimensional storage. She waved her hand in it, messing up everything inside it. It is only until she felt the cold touch of a glass vial did she stop. She took out 5 of those before drinking everything in one go. Some spilled in the corners of her mouth, but she didn't care. After downing all of them, Shiro felt a little bit better. The buzzing sound on her mind disappeared, the headache reduced considerably, and her severely exhausted body is more comfortable. Still, it didn't regenerate her mana and aura. Moreover, the damage done by the All-Blade Divider is even worse than what the time skip did. Her soul is damaged by more than 10%, which made even breathing stifled for her. Her 6 eyes is an all-time low, barely covering a few kilometers around her. Truly, soul damage is a couple-fold worse than physical damage. With her abilities, she might need to rest for half a month while using her cheat abilities to fully heal. That potion. Fortunately, he came across a Soul Restoration Vial, SSR, during his random spins. It is also the reason why she's confident not to consume the SSR-rated potion to heal herself. Taking it out, it's the same color as the moon's. It glowed brightly, with images of stars being generated in it every now and then. Shiro popped off the vial before drinking it, but this time, with full caution. She didn't let a single drop wasted and drank it all. Instantly, her foggy mind cleared up. Her soul fully recovered to her previous state, wiping off the exhausting that she felt together with the discomfort. Using the Phoenix's regeneration, she healed herself while she recovered mana from her energy box. While she's in the process of doing so, she heard a familiar laugh once more. Haha. 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 FCKNG hell. It's still alive. Shiro exclaimed. It actually FCKNG happened. The next moment, all she saw is a pillar of pink light descending from the sky. She also felt a distinct life signature from the one she's most wary from, Kyubei. Beeb. 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 Official quest, the final struggle. Hidden quest, a critical juncture in destiny. Official quest, death of the deceivers. Hidden quest, karmic retribution enforcement. 4 prompts popped up in front of her, telling her of the general information right now. Connecting the dots on her mind, Shiro immediately comprehended what happened just now. We all expected this, but for it to actually happen. Shiro paused for a moment before looking at the pink light. Madoka. So you made your wish. From the start, Shiro knew that protecting others isn't her true wish. It didn't complete the mission objective on the chat group, and she also has a few guesses on what could happen in the future. Roman, with his experience with X-ranked clairvoyance, also arrived at the same conclusion as hers. Madoka's true wish is simple. She's a selfless being, working for the sake of others without no care for herself. Knowing her karmic weight from the 3, she knew that she can make any wish that she can think of. No matter how ridiculous is it. No matter how impossible it is to accomplish. She can do it. Knowing the suffering of magical girls, she empathized with them. She knew how Mommy broke down, how Sayaka turned into a witch, and Homura's hidden suffering. Thus, they all came to a conclusion, one that the greatest chance of occurring. Kaname Madoka's wish is to erase all witches before they are born, be it in the past, present, and future. As to why? It's simple. She knew from Shiro that even if she somehow removes the magical girl system, the incubators would only find another way to harvest this extremely efficient energy source called young human girls. If she made a wish based on that, it'll be simply useless. This time, Madoka knew how to be pragmatic and became clearer with her own desires. Albeit, it also led to this one single conclusion that she reached after 108 timelines. Looking at the bright pillar of light, Shiro's eyes glinted with blazing courage, another tail gear manifesting on her left arm. She exhaled slightly, thinking that she wouldn't have believed that she'll be like this more than a year later. Saving a single girl from her foolishness is something unthinkable, after all. Determined to truly end this entire fiasco, she declared. Twin tail. On. A light rivaling Madoka's descended into this world, marking the final battle that would ever occur here. Chapter 147, Broken. Just as Homura left to check out the situation, Kyubei appeared right beside Madoka. They are now in her house, on her room to be exact. As one would expect from a girl's room, it is filled with cute stuffed toys. She also has her own desk for studying, which is the place where Kyubei had appeared. So it begins. Confusedly, she asked, what? Sayaka Miki's latent potential increased due to her power from before. It's not surprising that she'll turn into one that surpasses witches. For a few seconds, Madoka's mind went blank. It was only until she recalled what Roman told her from before did she regain her composure. Based from it, a magical girl's latent potential depends on their weight on the world, on how would they affect the world. If a queen became one, then it's guaranteed that her power as a magical girl is tremendous. She holds the fate of an entire country, after all. Though, This is what confused all of them. Madoka got pestered by Kyubei because of her strongest potential, but Madoka herself is just an ordinary middle school student. How could she affect the world that greatly? Sayaka-chan, turned into a witch. Madoka couldn't believe it. Even Shiro didn't notice something wrong, much less her. He used 2 enlightenment chances to make their willpower stronger, so it's a complete surprise that Sayaka turned into one. Moreover, the level 5 heart demon that she had is the highest level 1, something that are generated when a person does something very unforgivable which contrasts their beliefs. Bang! 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 3 bullets are fired consecutively, drilling holes to Kyubei's body. Blood stained her desk as innards littered on top of the desk, but it disappeared soon after. Madoka. Homura-chan. That guy dealt with her already. You know how he can convert back witches to normal magical girls, so you have nothing to worry about. Homura explained what happened when she arrived. She could tell that both Shiro and Sayaka's witch are on similar levels, hence her confidence on him defeating it. Suddenly, she heard footsteps closing into her room. Homura used her time stop to hide before seeing Junko Kaname, Madoka's mother. Kaa-san. Madoka, pack up. We'll be evacuating to the shelter. Just as she said that, the ground shook. Some small bits of rocks fell from the ceiling. Meanwhile, Junko held onto the door panel as a support. Fortunately, Madoka only fell into her bed when this happened. This one's strong. I can see why they asked us to evacuate. Junko murmured while she helped Madoka prepare the items on her bag. Soon, they finished preparing and went downstairs. There, they are greeted by Tomohisa Kaname and Tatsuya Kaname, her father and lithe brother. Madoka. Madoka. When Madoka saw him touching her pajamas, she patted him and said, Tatsuya-kun. Now. Hup. Tomohisa carried Tatsuya in his arms and said, let's get going. Arriving in the disaster shelter, they saw many people inside. Yet, it didn't look too closely cluttered. Perhaps, this is Japan's specialization when it comes to earthquakes. Boom. Suddenly, a huge shockwave swept through the shelter. Light spilled on the windows that allowed others to see the outside. There, they saw a massive explosion that covered the skies of Mitakiera town. What is that? Explosions. Is someone waging war against us? The people inside panicked. Stampedes are about to happen when something mysterious calmed them down, allowing the government officials to organize the citizens better. Though, Madoka saw the dimly lit golden flowers gathering in one place until it simply disappeared. These bounded fields and that explosion. Shiro-kun and the rest are fighting right now. Memories of them in the last 25 days flashed in her mind. To a normal middle school student, meeting with the supernaturals, battling witches and helping others through it is nothing short of amazing. She knew that there are people that can collapse buildings on their own, split down mountains, and even cause an explosion as massive as the one from before. However, she couldn't stop thinking about her dilemma ever since she discovered this side. While Shiro, Tuka, and Roman didn't explicitly say the existence of other worlds with magical girls the same as hers, Madoka deduced that they should exist. This is the reason why they didn't tell her about this. They knew her feeling of guilt. To be exact, her guilt for not being able to help witches when she can. It was made clear that her karmic weight alone is enough to do so, but she didn't. She followed Shiro's instructions, which is to work as a magus. Yes, she experienced searing pain every time she switched on her circuits, but it is something that she can handle. Madoka went in a daze, silent. Both of her parents didn't notice this because of the calming chaos in this place, thus she is left to fully focus on her dilemma. Kaname Madoka, you haven't chosen yet. As a help, I will show something. Just as Kyubei messaged her telepathically, her vision changed. From the chaotic shelter, she now stood in the ruins of a building. Fires are burning out the vehicles, with some of them spreading to the buildings due to the wirings. There are large fissures formed in the ground, which can easily let someone fall in it. Boom. Boom. Crack. Someone flew not far from her, forming a huge dust cloud in her proximity. By the time it cleared up, she saw a young girl wearing some kind of mechanical suit being pierced by the steel supports that poked out. To add on to her misfortune, the steel supports pierced her heart. Cough. Damn it. Blood spewed out from her mouth as she spoke. I didn't expect everything to be like this. Her life force dropped sharply until her eyes showed a dull and lifeless look. Seeing a person's death in front of her, Madoka is shocked. Thankfully, her previous experiences allowed her to get out from it and approached the young girl. By doing a structural analysis, there's still some hope of saving her. Looking at the girl, she noticed her pair of amber pupils. Coupled with the black and white hair of hers, she was reminded of Shiro. This. No, it can't be. When she realized that, Madoka noticed the natural charm that the girl possessed. In this entire town, there's only one person who has it. Shiro-kun. Her face slowly transformed into that of a devastated one. Her voice cracked and tears started falling off on the corner of her eyes. She didn't care about him being a girl right now. The memories of a kind mentor that helped her. The memories of a person concerned for her well-being. The person that guided her as a magus. She, is now gone. In her mind, Shiro had died. She powerlessly fell into the ground whilst crying. Although, she didn't expect for her surroundings to change once more, but this time, to a more familiar and recent place. It's the evacuation base. Madoka noticed that the bounded field deployed here are gone. What surrounded her are the grotesque corpses of people who got killed by the strong earthquake. Some got half of their bodies crushed by the debris while there are others who are seemingly burned alive. This made it so that the ones who got their corpses intact be the luckier ones among everyone here. Oh. Her attention was caught by a little boy crying. She noticed that he got buried in the larger debris out there. Madoka went there before her steps halted all of a sudden. Tatsuya-kun? Turns out, the crying child is her younger brother, which is under her parents, or their corpses, to be exact. She instantly recognized the attires of them as it is what they wore when they went to the shelter. Why? At this moment, her world broke. Chapter 148, The Singularity. That is the vision of 10 minutes into the future. The moment Madoka noticed her surroundings shifting back to normal, her nerves had relaxed slightly. Still, she couldn't shrug off the depressing feeling that she felt in that vision. Noticing her abrupt change, her mother asked. Are you okay? Is there something wrong? I'm fine. With her usual smile, Madoka managed to hide the pain that she felt right now. In the end, even with everyone's help, they would end up losing. However, what she didn't know is that, she underestimated their capabilities. She didn't know about Shiro's Fell Razor Chain nor Ultimate Chain, there's also Roman's 0th form and Tuka's Judgment Descent, each of whom are capable of being called their final attack. While the vision that Kyubei had shown is true, it didn't show the entire truth. Even if Shiro dies, he still has a foreigner's buff that nullifies the concept of death itself on him, making revival possible. Though, that vision is enough to fool a gullible 14-year-old girl. Yes, she might have been taught by the adults for more than half a month, but it couldn't change her fundamental self. She doesn't want anyone to get hurt for herself. In a sense, it is a hypocritical thinking. Others can't choose to sacrifice themselves, but only she can? With some strange manipulation, Tomohisa and Tatsuya separated from them for a while as they met their relatives. This left Junko and Madoka alone in a quiet place. They left the crowded inside of the evacuation shelter, hence they arrived at its portion where there's no people present. The latter heaved a deep sigh as she finally decided. Kaa-san, I have something to do. Is that so? Why do you need to ask me for permission? It is something huge. Hearing Madoka's vague explanation, she was confused. As a mother, however, her instincts did told her that Madoka is telling the truth. Thus, she began asking. Is it something bad? No. Is it something that will harm others? No. Then what are you hesitating for? Right now, Madoka's chest felt heavy, very much so. Once she uses up her wish, what can happen to her is unknown. Even the trio from the chat group couldn't guess much since their power system in this world is very unique. Because it is based on their karmic weight, what can someone with illimitable karmic threads can do? What can someone who can blind the entire earth in Tuka's tyrant's eye can do? At the very least, she will become a goddess. Once that happens, there's no knowing if Madoka can still continue her normal life. In hindsight, she's giving up her everything just for the sake of others. After all, she saw her mentor and both of her parents die right in front of her. It is not normal for a 14-year-old girl to experience this hellhole. Thank you for everything. Watching her run off to the distance, Junko felt a pang of pain in her chest. It's as if she wouldn't see her daughter once more. Tears fell off on Madoka's eyes as she said, Kyubei, grant my wish. I see. With your karmic weight, it is very easy to become a god. Even, you can rewrite the fabrics of reality itself. Everything is possible with your wish. Kyubei didn't even bother to hide its joy once Madoka, the girl with the greatest and largest latent energy, decided to make her wish. Just with her converted energy alone, this can sustain the universe's collapse for hundreds of billions of years. By that time, the incubators would have gathered much more energy, thus halting the end of the universe completely with their energy cycle. All of that will be possible due to the girl in front of it. In the past, present and future. It noticed something amiss from her wish, but it's too late for that. The concept of karma reaches its peak by the time a magical girl makes her wish, thus they couldn't really pry it from them before. Madoka stopped running once she's outside the shelter. There, she saw the cataclysmic battle that took place. The concentrated black and white beam hit the Walpurgisnacht. At the same time, the fabrics of space collapsed, revealing the dark void within it. Then, she felt a power so strong that it would obliterate everything except these bounded fields, all of which is made and connected to the king of magecraft. Suddenly, she saw pink feathers dropping from the sky. It restored Midakiera town back to its former state and blocked the rampant power that ran amok in this planet. Seeing this, her wish strangely became clearer in her heart. I wish to prevent the birth of the witches, be it in the past, present, and future. Immense concepts that weighed heavily descended to her frail body. With that wish as the catalyst, the karmic links that she possessed is now being converted into something unimaginable, one that could rewrite the laws of the universe itself. For short, Madoka is turning into a concept. Homura, who is not far away from her, yelled. Madoka. She immediately activated her shield to initiate a time stop, but to no avail. The descent of the white light wasn't halted even under the stop time. Madoka. Why? Why does it have to end like this again? Homura didn't show it much, but she held much hope that everything will be power. In this strange timeline, guests came from outside Midakiera. They called themselves mages and have powers that rivaled a magical girl's. The two of them has profound wisdom that opened up many possibilities in her mind. It was far too long when she started to regress, to the point that she shut down her emotions once she got tired of being hurt. That's why she didn't save Tomomomi and let her die instead. She viewed her as the main perpetrator of their suffering. That's why she didn't save Miki Sayaka. No matter what Homura did, her end is always the same: to become a witch and die. In the end, she's just a human being. She's tired, worn down, and bruised. The only person that kept her going is Madoka, yet she'll see her going to that same end again? Even with their help. Homura blankly stared at the bright pink light with pure despair. This time, she had truly put her hopes far too high up, that when it failed her, she got hurt very badly. Click. Talk. Time stopped immediately. However, it only slowed down the descent of that huge conceptual weight. It took some time, but a singular world line. A cold voice rang out in all directions. This singularity. It shouldn't exist. She added. Homura reacted quickly and exclaimed warily, "Who are you?" Instead of responding properly to her, the cold voice said something painfully obvious. With your current power, there's no hope in succeeding. This is that time, so you'll only have that chance much later. But, it's different now. What do you mean? Madoka will ascend to become a concept, something that will be known as the number. An interference exists. While the cold voice is busy musing over something, Homura immediately asked it with something. What will happen to Madoka after that? That? As a concept herself, she transcends this universe itself. The result of that is none other than the erasure of her existence. Erasure, of existence. Homura murmured confusedly. She won't exist for anyone. She will be forgotten by everyone. Truly, it is a miserable sacrifice. The ones that she sacrificed for wouldn't even remember her, so why did she do it? At this time, the cold voice sounded more cynical and frustrated. Since you're here, why don't we talk properly? Ha! That stupid impression made me expect the usual magical girl's cliché, not something like this. From nowhere, a man wearing a doctor's outfit and fluffy orange hair in a ponytail appeared. He didn't have his usual white gloves and instead have 10 rings on his fingers. 9 of them are glowing in golden, but the final one in his right middle finger is a real one. This rings made it possible for him to move in this stopped time. He looked at the pillar of light that held power, something that he only sensed from his connection with God before. The consequences are that bad? He asked. Strange. Your physical body is ordinary, but your soul. The voice stopped for a moment to think. To answer your question, that's right. So it really happened. Thank God that we prepared something for this. Hearing this, Homura is shocked. She knew that the man is none other than Romani Archamon, one of Shiro's companions. She knew that he also taught Madoka in regards to some stuff, but never had she expected that he had foreseen this. How? Well, let's say I understood her. Knowing that she would rather harm herself for the sake of others, we thought of this possibility happening. Roman said. We? That's right. We made some preparations to counter this. As he spoke, the rings shone brightly before the golden glow that surrounds them shattered. The rings now looked no different from the others, giving off a mysterious feeling due to the sheer amount of mystery that it stored. The rings of Solomon, the rings given by God to bestow him with boundless wisdom as well as omnipotence, makes its appearance once more. I still can't execute my noble phantasm. Hey! Never mind, it is something non-replicable in the first place. For now, at least. Roman then used it to affect the pink pillar of light. While he did so, he asked, about the singularity thing that you've said before. This world is something separate from the others. It wasn't too long when we noticed this. The timeline where the decisive event happened suddenly became a singularity which can't be affected by anything outside. The cold voice responded again. I see. Once this singularity gets corrected, it will affect everything else. As expected from singularities. He paused for a while before adding, why does it seem like I'm always tied to these? Homura and the owner of the cold voice could only react blankly in Roman's complaints. A/N, I'm finally done with midterms. That long strenuous battle had finally ended. The upload schedule will be stable again, so y'all can expect one chapter a day once more. On the other hand, I thought of something that would give y'all bonus chapters. I decided that for every 10 reviews, I would upload one bonus chapter. Of course, spam reviews aren't allowed, so do make sure to put in a valid review out there. Insights, pros, cons, everything would be appreciated. Both on Web Novel and Scribblehub counts, and this event will only end if we reach 50 additional reviews, 5 bonus chapters. P.S. If you're on both sides, you can only upload on one of them. I like to release additional chapters to let everyone see the conclusion of Madoka arc faster, but please don't kill me out of overwork. PPS, enjoy the 1.7k words in this chap. Happy reading. Chapter 149, The Eternal Sovereign. This can't be helped. As soon as Roman said that, he began chanting his high-speed divine words. Slowly, reality is being bent to his will, albeit in a much weaker way than Tuka's. The other reward that he got from the chat group, Campione's Magical Power, SSR, saturated his body with tons of mana that allowed him to use his magecraft properly once more. While he didn't have his so-called authorities, Roman's experience as the king of magecraft is enough to maximize its power. What Roman wants to do is simple, to separate the entity called Kaname Madoka from the concept that she's transforming into. That way, the former would still keep her humanity while achieving her wish, the best ending that they could possibly reach. However, they still underestimated the strength of that karmic weight that produced such strong miracles. Even if Roman did his best, he could only separate them inwardly at best. Meaning, the final step, which is to completely separate the two, is missing. Crack! Crack! The copied rings in Roman's fingers cracked one by one before they dissipated into thin air. All that's left are golden particles which followed its end. The mana in his body got spent completely, making him feel exhaustion comparable to an entire week of all-nighters. Damn, I knew this would happen. Most of my plans end up failing, anyways. Roman heaved a deep sigh as he sat down in the cold concrete. I know your true intentions and all, but in the off chance that we do succeed, will you let everything be, Akemi-san? Homura, who kept silent since she knew that the cold voice and Roman conversed, had her eyes wide open. Just as she was about to ask something, the cold voice, no, the Akemi Homura from the future spoke. I will. Power. Overwhelming power. The sense of burning everything into ashes and giving life with a single speck of flame ran through Shiro's entire being. A golden ring appeared on her back, in which 7 sword fragments are attached in it. Instead of the normal mechanical armor, her wrists and legs are now properly covered with the new set. A light blue glint shone in each armaments of hers, a sign of the overflowing Elamura attribute that was converted into pure power that matched the level of Kyubei. The emotions for twin tails in all periods of time converged to create this one singular being, a god. The aura that she emitted can no longer be compared to her previous self. In any onlooker's mind, they would immediately revere her as a god, an unsullied and perfect being. Shiro's twin tails floated for a moment before she can perfectly control her newfound power. With a tap, she landed back to the ground. What is this? Shiro sensed a strange connection that was formed right after the transformation. It linked her briefly into an existence that possessed the same tail gear in another world. Though, it soon dissipated, making her focus on her findings. That's why I couldn't break the billion-mark barrier. Is the one above main gods, hey. Right after using the tail gear's ultimate chain, some memories that were supposedly locked was unsealed, helping Shiro know of some information that he didn't come across before. From her memories, there's a huge gap between namely, life levels. Main gods are extremely powerful and can destroy star systems at will given the absence of the world's suppression, but is different. Due to the latter being in another level, any attacks from those below them won't work. Their everything including destiny and futures will be shrouded, and only those who are in the same level can fight them. The gods on the Fate universe should be, at the very least, on this level. There might be even some that far surpassed it, being in the level that can influence the universe at will. Still. This is bad. Shiro murmured as she bathed the entire town in white flames, restoring everything that was lost in the battle. Be it living or non-living beings, they are resurrected. Your death is long due if they didn't help you. Suddenly, 3 sword fragments from her back detached from the golden ring before it flew at Walpurgisnacht. Their speed being above comprehension, they appeared instantly in front of it before they pierced her. Black and white flames appeared from the holes that was created before it spread in its entirety, killing it instantly. The sword fragments soon flew back in Shiro's back before she looked at the dark sky. To be more exact, the entities beyond the sky. Then, she looked at the bright pink pillar of light not far away from her. It's no use. Sigh. Who would have expected that Madoka is trying to become a creator god? There's also those bastards from the sky. Shiro's light amber pupils followed the movement of the entities in space. Each of them has a power of an. What's worse is that all of them are connected. That's right. They are all link, making them a whole. If they willed, they would be able to erupt with a power that far surpassed theirs, temporarily gaining the power of a. Even if it's not enough to deal with Madoka's case as it is deemed absolute by the natural laws of the universe, it is enough to fight with Shiro. Still, she is confident to win, although, she would have spent everything if she does fight. Suddenly, a silhouette of a clock appeared in both of her eyes. Shiro had activated her only SSS-rated ability, Ruler of Space-Time, SSS. Ruler of Space-Time, SSS. Details, the evolved form of time control. At this level, the accompanying law of time, space, is acquired and combined. Through it, the possessor can control space-time at will as well as peer into the secrets recorded by them. The affinity for space-time is increased and manipulating concepts related to them will be very easy. Surprisingly, it didn't contain any effects that detailed its uses. Though, Shiro instinctively knew all of its possible usages, which can be simply explained as broken. The arms of two clocks started spinning at high speeds as she used read in the space that the incubators are in. Immediately, Shiro knew how they arrived here a few seconds ago via an established space point which allowed them to teleport instantaneously. Then, she went as far as detecting the space where each of them resided before using read to see through the void's memories. Soon, her ability stopped working as the twin clocks disappeared. Ah ha 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 ha. In a split second, Shiro's godly face distorted as she laughed madly upon seeing the truth of this universe. Ah ha 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 ha. UFCKRs, this is a level of hypocrisy that shouldn't have existed. Shiro laughed for quite some time before she wiped off the tears in the corners of her eyes. I knew such for the greater good acts are utter blsht. Even godlike beings can possess an unimaginable level of selfishness. Shiro shouted one after another, her voice reaching the hidden incubators. What's mystical in this is that mortals couldn't hear it, only the selected audience will do so. Entropy this, entropy that. The heat death of the universe. Turns out, it's your SS that wants to have a share of infinite high-quality energy. From what she'd seen, the incubators, entities who are at the top of high-level civilizations, did notice the eventual end of the universe. While there's the law of conservation of mass, entropy worked differently from it. Simply put, once a matter reaches its resting state, it wouldn't emit energy anymore. Stars, suns, black holes, they will all disappear, leaving a universe where nothing happens to it. However, this would only occur after countless years had passed. Even if 9 decatillion years had passed, it wouldn't be much of a problem. Therefore, here begs the question. Why would the incubators do all of this? Surprisingly, or unsurprisingly, the answer is extremely simple. For the advancement of people and its civilization to happen, energy is one of the most crucial things to have. The advancement of technology is directly connected to it. Kaujiki's inherited legacy, legendary mechanic, emphasized this point the most. With a high-level energy source, the evolution of technology comes next. Knowing that there's such a high-level renewable energy that can be acquired by throwing young girls in the pits of despair is possible, they didn't hesitate to jump right at it. After all, it's on the same level as true ether and origin power. Only the ones who has the right moral standards for humans rejected it, but they were gradually being suppressed by the civilizations that accepted it. Internal struggles are starting to become more intense, leaving the good ones helpless. As for the incubators, they're all part of the ones who gladly accepted. Since I don't stand a chance on completing both objectives. Shiro muttered as she summoned forth a time card in her hand and crushed it. Time Phantom is now being selected. Time Phantom, Demon King Slayer Shiro, Demigod. Seeing an unsatisfactory result, Shiro didn't hesitate to crush another one. Time Phantom, Wolf of the Bloody War Leo, Main God. Not it. Crushing the third, she smiled after she saw the result that she got. As the Time Phantom merged to Shiro, her consciousness was put into a semi-rest state, leaving. It's finally playtime. A bloody wolf that caused the collapse of the 9 realms. Time Phantom, the Eternal Sovereign Leo. Chapter 150, A/N, the subsequent chapters of Fenrir rampaging will be written in first POV. As to why, there's a reason behind it that will be explained in the further chapters. It really feels like a dream. From our scripted battle up until our deaths, it only took a single blink for everything to come to this point. Ironically, it is when we died did we realize that everything is a farce, for it's not better to think of it. While I would like to meet my cute and adorable wives again, dealing with these pretentious ones comes first. My kill count is nigh infinity, but hey, at least I can say that I'm better than these shady guys. Tisk tisk, they didn't even spare young children. Just this once, I'll be your hero of justice. With the powers possessed by the me from before, I went to the space where every single one of these, well, incubators, was it? Yeah, I don't care. What are you doing, foreigner? One of those guys called out to me. He looked like one of my demon race. Wait a damn minute. It's AFCKNG Chihuahua. Pfft. Do gods choose chihuahuas and poodles now as their body? Well, I am never informed about this. Tastes do change after living a couple millennia. Ignoring their strange looks, I said to the chihuahua, I respect your choice. Excuse me. Never mind. As for what I am doing, I willed my favorite weapon, my trusty sword, to appear. But, what appeared instead is a huge mechanical greatsword. Recalling the memories that I have, I understood that it is somehow being affected by this thing called tail gear. The sword called Tail Caliban manifested in my hand. From what I can see, this tail gear matches a creation god in rarity, which is to say, a very rare armament back in my days. There's also the chat group where I have fun with many interesting people. Though, what made me speechless is the fact that my troubles with women are brought over to my new life. I didn't expect that this decision of mine will only screw us more, when our wives find out about me now, that is. I can already see the signs of it. 58 undetectable marks from my cute dear wife, 123 marks from my lovely bookworm, 500 marks from my perfect twin-tail goddess. Wait a second, both of us really are connected through the Elamura attribute? Wait. So they've managed to mark me even when they're in the throne of heroes? Well, I'm confident enough that they wouldn't fight, at least. We're all mature enough. That, and the fact that they already fought for countless times in the past made them like that. What I'm quite worried about is Akaji. We did all sorts of crazy things together, to the point that I wouldn't be able to defend myself if she really acts like that now. As for Nimai, she's the calm one, so she wouldn't be as crazy as her. Hopefully. I don't know about the others, though. Meh, I'll be leaving it to my future self. Good luck and adieu. The previous tail regalius, the weapons form my previous chains, appeared beside my great sword before turning into a mix of black and white light. Then, it combined with it, forming a larger blade with a more sophisticated design. The one who made this really knows her style. I focused my attention on this leader mode state of my sword before I started to call out my power. Hat. I smiled smugly as I gathered my power right at this blade. The flames that I used from before swirled around it before a black light covered the blade itself. Concepts converged at this sword of mine, one of the basic attacks that I used to do. Add to that a bit of omnipotent attribute, it's done. It's been quite some time when I last did it. Hub. My childish voice leaked out when I tried to control my attack. As someone who had mastered the concept of weapons itself, it wasn't that hard. Splat. Looking at the chihuahua who imploded, I smiled. I'm not that rusty, et. While the incubator fellas had some shocked and bewildered eyes, they didn't hesitate to rain me down with their attacks. Omnipotence, omnipresence, and omniscience attributes are thrown right in my face. Correction, partial ones. If those from my universe saw this, they would definitely cry. The creator attributes that they loved so much are like tomatoes and cabbages here. I can even tell that there are two outside this unique space and time. What's more, one of them is showing characteristics of the realm that I reached, the one beyond. In response to the attacks, I used Infinity, an excellent technique that I created. Now that I added a bit of my powers into it, this technique is now capable of blocking these attacks. I felt something inside me activate. This must be the that we agreed upon for our preparations. The ability worked, sending their attacks right back at their faces once more. They didn't expect it, so many are caught off guard and died miserably. Ancient God level soul has been acquired. Extract. Ancient God level soul has been acquired. Extract. Ancient. Now, I know how I felt when seeing these prompts from my formatted system. Things from the root are really the best. I'm itching for close combat. As I murmured, I bent the confines of space to appear right beside an incubator that looks like a lion stuffed toy. Though, it looks more like a teddy bear with a pair of white wings and a tail instead. Wrong world, kiddo. This casual slash of mine possessed the majority of my current power that I can exert, so it wasn't that surprising that it ended up dying in one hit. Ancient God. Another strange ability that I got would be the existence of. While it seems that the enhanced power came out of nothingness, there's a unique concept at the very core of it. Power doesn't come from nowhere, well, except the ones that surpass the creator rank. Even now, I am gaining the partial power of my former self from the connection of this system to the past. The great sword lit up under my command, and exerted a more powerful force than before. Time XL X100. The moment I applied an application of time concept, My enemies became slower than me. With a swing from the 3-meter sword, I cut down 5 incubators in one go. I didn't mind this as I did the one thing that I'm very good at. Slaughter. Blood dyed the surrounding cosmos. Few star systems got broken due to some accidental attacks here and there, and some black holes are formed, but Earth is mostly fine. Hence, everything is fine. By the time I came back to my senses, more than 69 incubators are completely killed, each being an. While I must say that it is a nice coincidental number, the reality is that I'm in complete DPSHT. This brings back memories. I looked at my surroundings. Storing the corpses in my newly upgraded dimensional storage, SSR, I reviewed the hidden quests that I inadvertently completed. All in all, it gave me more than a few million points. I'm rich again, wow! Crack! Here they go again. A few seconds later, the space became extremely turbulent. Hundreds of ships of different types surrounded my small stature, with the floating incubators with cute animal forms in the front. I didn't expect this. In the helm is none other than Kyubei. I might find him detestable and annoying due to his way of tricking girls for more power, but it is what it is. Everything is for self-interest, that I know. I saw this coming though. I tilted my head while I said in a teasing tone. BZZZT. In the golden ring behind my back, a sphere of red light was formed, a derived form of aura pillar, the strongest attack that I could muster besides the final attacks. The power sent into it got compressed to its maximum before being sent on my left gauntlet. Then, it is fired as a huge beam of twin-tail-shaped laser. Everything that it passed through, it disintegrated. They tried to mount up some resistance by gathering their power in a single point, but it only weakened my attack. While they did so, I came to a conclusion. I wouldn't make it in time to separate Madoka-chan from her Wade concept if I continue to fight like this. I wouldn't be able to split her if I won't use this, too. System. Yes, Master. Sacrifice how much of the ancient god loots is needed for that state. I understand. Commencing conversion. I saw the sentient system that acted out like a machine in the first few years of our new life. It isn't necessary for me to know this due to the intricacies that it has, but I'll probably clear up some things before this thing ends. 90% of the ancient gods are converted into creation power. Is now active. At that moment, my aura changed once more. Endless void will be seen once someone stares in my eyes. The golden glow that my mechanical armament has became more intense while a blood-red aura emerged from the sword fragments behind my back. Phew. In this state, I can do anything. Anything. It is somehow similar to a tribute, yet different. It far surpasses it in all realities. The power hidden deeply within myself, and also the cause of everything. Once more, I would use it again to fight for my own interests. Everything will soon be over. A/N, about this, I dropped off a couple of hints way back then. Even now, I emphasized some of them again. It hinted its use and origin, which some of you might find familiar with. Anyways, the review thing is still going on at reviews, 2/10, total count, 2/50. Have a happy reading.